Chapter 178. A peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist? Yi Chen's pupils suddenly shrunk. This young girl, who was wearing a thin veil over her face, was a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Under Yi Chen's soul power, the Zhen Qi vibration released from her body was like a raging river, surging violently. Lin Yu paused for a second, then slowly turned his head around and said to Yi Chen in a low voice, "Murong Qingqing, the second disciple of the Sky-Flying Devil Martial School, a rank 6 institution in the Black Dragon Empire. She was ranked 27th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. It's said that she's as powerful as the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking." The Sky-Flying Devil Martial School? Yi Chen thought to himself. What a coincidence. Back in the Wild Goose Falling River, he had met the Black Crow Taoist, an elder of the Sky-Flying Devil Martial School, and now in the Three River City, he had met the second disciple of the Sky-Flying Devil Martial School, Murong Qingqing. Lin Yu said, "The Black Dragon Empire is not too far away from the Spirit-speaking nation, but very few people would show respect to Qi Xiaofeng. This time, why did Murong Qingqing come here? I don't understand. After all the top 30 Hidden Dragon ranking martial artists are very proud, and they wouldn't make friends with people who are ranked too low." The appearance of Murong Qingqing had changed the atmosphere in the garden. All the young men tidied their clothes and sat up straight, trying to show the best side of themselves to Murong Qingqing. While the few girls snorted coldly, they were quite unhappy. However, they had to admit that no matter if it was in terms of temperament or figure, they were all far inferior to Murong Qingqing. As for appearance, everyone knew that Murong Qingqing was one of the two most beautiful girls in the Black Dragon Empire. And even many princes of the Black Dragon Empire wanted to marry her. Qi Xiaofeng's eyes were burning with passion. He hurriedly walked up to Murong Qingqing, smiled and said, "Miss Murong, you're here. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you. Just call me Murong." Murong Qingqing gave a sweet smile and responded, "All right, Murong, sit here." Qi Xiaofeng gestured with his right hand. Following Qi Xiaofeng's words, Murong Qingqing sat down beside Qi Xiaofeng. She picked up the cup of tea that had just been served to her, took a sip, then glanced around with her pair of beautiful eyes. Seeing Yi Chen, who was sitting in the outer circle, she couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. She didn't remember this name being in the Hidden Dragon ranking, so he must be a rising star. There was nothing special about this gathering. It was just a place for everyone to exchange feelings or some of their own experiences. Of course, as the young elites of their respective countries, their achievements in martial arts and cultivation were undoubtedly the main theme of this gathering, which would never change. "Brother Zhang, I heard that your divine wind break has already reached the 9th stage. I wonder how powerful it is. I don't think he is weak. The wind god break is the ultimate technique of my wind riding sect. Its power is naturally not weak. Even Brother He's Vajra protection art may not be able to block it. Oh, since that's the case, let's exchange a few moves. Let's see if your divine wind break or my Vajra protection art is stronger." "As you wish." While they were chatting, some of them couldn't help but invite each other to a duel. Qi Xiaofeng was well prepared for this. He cleared a large space for the two of them, then smiled and said, "The Hidden Dragon rank competition has not started yet. You two can stop here, just in case you hurt our friendship." "Don't worry, I won't hurt him. I'll be gentle as well." Both of them were ranked very close to each other in the Hidden Dragon ranking. Both of them had the intention to compete with each other. Therefore, both of them showed their sharpness in their tone. Neither of them would back down. Qi Xiaofeng let out a bitter smile and stepped back to stand beside Murong Qingqing. Boom. On the open area, the two who had invited each other to a duel had already launched a move. The sturdy young man's entire body was wrapped up by a layer of golden shield. The shield didn't look like a simple airflow. Instead, it looked like a layer of golden water ripples, thick and solid, perfectly protecting his body. On the other side, the skinny young man's long hair fluttered in the air, while a cyan whirlwind condensed behind his back. The whirlwind was compressed into an oval shape, with a dark cyan color in the center. As the skinny young man launched a punch, a cyan whirlwind immediately appeared on his arm, fiercely attacking towards his opponent. Lin Yu introduced the two to Yi Chen. The one who launched the Vajra protection art is Zhao Gang. He was ranked 65th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. The one who launched the Wind God break is Cheng Feng. He was ranked 60th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. Although their ranks are different, their strengths are almost the same. I wonder who will be more powerful. Yi Chen said, probably Zhao Gang. Why? Lin Yu showed a confused look. Yi Chen grinned and said, although Cheng Feng's attacks are fierce, like a thunderstorm, he won't be able to break Zhao Gang's Vajra protection art within a short period of time. While defending, Zhao Gang has already started to look for Cheng Feng's flaws. If I'm not wrong, once Cheng Feng's Zhen Qi stagnates, Zhao Gang will launch a full-power counterattack. Hearing Yi Chen, Lin Yu turned his eyes to the fighting area, but he still couldn't figure out what was going on. The fight between the two of them was way too fast. It was hard for other martial artists at the same level to analyze it. Even if they could analyze it, they wouldn't be able to do what Yi Chen had done and tell the whole story. Gao Yuan, who was standing not far away, laughed at Lin Yu and said, shameless boasting. Lin Yu didn't take Yi Chen's words seriously, but of course he would defend his own friend. He said, we're just talking about ourselves. What does it have to do with you? Everyone here is more powerful than you two. Brother Qi invited you here to give you a chance to see the world. To let you know that there's always someone better than you. Don't think that just because you're able to attend this gathering, you're powerful enough to compete with us. Yi Chen didn't get angry at all, he said blandly. In terms of power, you're only average among all of us. You're not qualified to teach us a lesson. A cold beam of light flashed across Gao Yuan's eyes. Among you 9 nations, the most powerful one is only ranked 54th in the Hidden Dragon ranking. If you think that you can beat them, you'll be able to dominate the younger generation. What a joke. Don't overestimate yourself. The few people standing around had always looked down on the other 9 nations, including the Wind Nation and the Elephant Mountain Nation. Hearing Gao Yuan's words, they all showed scornful looks. Where did this kid come from? Does he really think he's a big shot? In all the previous Hidden Dragon ranking competitions, the 9 nations have always been at the bottom. Last time, Mo Wuxue showed up arrogantly, but he was still beaten by us. This time another arrogant guy showed up. Lin Yu's face darkened. He said to Yi Chen in a low voice, Yi Chen, can Zhao Gang really win? That's about right. Yi Chen didn't take the other's words to heart. He dared to say that Zhao Gang would win because of his soul power. The argument between the two of them had already caught Qi Xiaofeng and Murong Qingqing's attention. Qi Xiaofeng shook his head and said, this guy is too reckless. A strange look flashed across Murong Qingqing's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Boom. The golden light and cyan light clashed against each other, bringing up dazzling fire sparks. Zhao Gang, your turtle shell is indeed hard to break, but I'd like to see how you're going to block this attack of mine. Cheng Feng's body darted up into the air. He spread his arms and threw a heavy kick. A cyan whirlwind appeared on his right leg, spinning madly and condensing into a cone-shaped cyan whirlwind under his foot, swiftly piercing towards Zhao Gang. Seeing this, Gao Yuan sneered. He thought that Zhao Gang would never be able to block this attack. Most of the others also thought the same. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. Clang! Zhao Gang's golden shield twisted and was about to shatter. Suddenly, Zhao Gang raised his left arm and slapped heavily on Cheng Feng's foot. Cheng Feng leaned his body, laughed and said, that was just a prelude, great storm. Swish. 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 All of a sudden, tens of silhouettes surrounded Zhao Gang and launched attacks at him. Those sharp streams of air slowly broke his golden shield. Cheng Feng, you're too reckless. You lose. Zhao Gang's body remained motionless. All of a sudden, a silhouette flashed across the air. His gold-like palm pierced through the layers of silhouettes and landed on Cheng Feng's protective Zhen Qi. Bang! Cheng Feng thought that he had suppressed Zhao Gang, but he didn't expect that Zhao Gang was also looking for his flaws. At this moment, Cheng Feng had already used up all of his previous power and hadn't released any new power yet. Therefore, he couldn't help but move a little bit slower and didn't have enough time to dodge. In the next moment, his protective Zhen Qi was shattered, and he was sent flying backwards, blood gushing out of his mouth corners. Thanks for letting me win. Zhao Gang laughed and stepped back into the crowd. Many people didn't know how to react to this result, including Qi Xiaofeng. In their eyes, Cheng Feng's overall power should be slightly higher than Zhao Gang's. Lin Yu glanced at Yi Chen in surprise. Yi Chen's power was exactly the same as what he had said. Shaking his head, Lin Yu felt great. He hurriedly turned his head to Gao Yuan and said sarcastically, "Ah, who said we were boasting just now? Brother Gao Yuan, isn't it?" "You." Gao Yuan's face darkened. Lin Yu stopped looking at Zhao Gang and murmured to himself, "Some people are so full of themselves, yet they still pretend to be so arrogant. Did this brat guess it? It must be, he's only at the early clasping Yuan realm. But seeing them being so arrogant, I'm not happy at all. Who wants to go up and fight with them? Teach them a good lesson. No need, brother Gao Yuan can't stand it anymore." While the crowd was talking, Gao Yuan took a step forward, pointed his finger at Lin Yu and Yi Chen and said, "Bullshit, which one of you dares to fight with me? Or, you can come at me together. Otherwise, people will say that I, Gao Yuan, am bullying you." Before Yi Chen said anything, Lin Yu walked up and said, "Come at me together? You really think too highly of yourself. I'll fight with you first." Yi Chen didn't move. Before the fight started, he couldn't tell how powerful the two of them were. Lin Yu might be able to win. Gao Yuan sneered and said, "If I can't beat you within 10 moves, I'll give up. I'd like to see how you're going to beat me within 10 moves. After the trip to the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, Lin Yu had realized that he was still not powerful enough. Therefore, he had been practicing his martial arts in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to this gathering and humiliated himself. On the open area, the two of them stood 20 meters away from each other. Pop. "Lin Yu, now I'll let you know the real gap between us." Gao Yuan took a deep breath and released a bright blue light from his body. Within the blue light, electric bolts were sparkling and jumping. Being licked by the electric bolts, the flat flagstone was instantly scorched black and cracked. Thunder Zhenqi. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. Chapter 179. Among all kinds of Zhenqi, without a doubt, the Thunder Zhenqi and the Fire Zhenqi were relatively more powerful. The Earth Zhenqi and the Gold Zhenqi focused on defense, and the Water Zhenqi was the most powerful one. As for the other rare kinds of Zhenqi, some were strong, some were weak. For example, the Ice Zhenqi was one of the most powerful ones. But of course nothing was absolute. Zhenqi with different attributes was only one of the factors in a martial artist's fighting power. It couldn't control the overall situation. What truly mattered was the martial artist's own abilities. "Lin Yu, take this." Lightning bolts flashed across the air. The distance of 20 meters was completely ignored by Gao Yuan. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Yu and threw a punch that was wrapped in dazzling lightning bolts. What a fast speed! Lin Yu was slightly shocked. Cyan-yellow earth waves burst out from his body and spread out, neutralizing Gao Yuan's fist power. Pop! Pop! Countless tiny lightning bolts burst out, swimming in the air. "Do you think you can hold on for 10 moves just by defending?" Gao Yuan sneered while his left fist, which was wrapped in even fiercer lightning bolts, smashed on the cyan-yellow earth waves. Because of the high speed, a shrill sonic boom was generated. At this moment, Gao Yuan's attack speed had reached the speed of sound. Standing beside Morong Qingqing, Qi Xiaofeng said, "Lin Yu is in danger." Gao Yuan, supported by the Thunder Zhenqi, is not only powerful but also fast. "Indeed, but I don't think Lin Yu will be defeated so easily," Morong Qingqing said. The cyan-yellow earth waves were penetrated layer by layer. Lin Yu finally launched his counterattack. "Want to defeat me? 10 moves are far from enough. Back off." Lin Yu didn't back off. Instead, he moved forward and threw a punch. The fierce fist power instantly transformed into a 3 feet tall Zhenqi cauldron, clashing against Gao Yuan's fist. Boom! 2 different kinds of fist power clashed against each other. The impact force generated by the collision immediately cut off a thick layer of the ground. The aftershock even collapsed the walls of the courtyard, which were quite far away. Thunder Light Rush. Gao Yuan and Lin Yu's silhouettes clashed against each other, then immediately separated. After all, Gao Yuan's cultivation was higher than Lin Yu's. His feet left deep marks on the ground, and soon he stopped his body from retreating. Next, his hands released a water tank-thick lightning bolt towards Lin Yu. Crack. The lightning bolt was as fast as a bolt of lightning, and only when it reached 3 steps away from Lin Yu did the ground crack, and an arc-shaped scorched mark appeared on the ground. Conquering the world. Gao Yuan's power was way beyond Lin Yu's expectation. At this moment, Lin Yu had already forgotten about everything else. He started circulating his Zhen Qi at an extremely high speed, slightly spread his feet, and crossed his arms. His strong cyan-yellow Zhen Qi transformed into a 2-man tall Zhen Qi cauldron, shielding Lin Yu against the lightning bolts. Clang. Dazzling lightning, and the sound of metal rubbing against each other erupted at the same time. Shock waves mixed with electric arcs and sound waves raged wildly, sweeping toward the surrounding people. At this moment, it was not hard to tell who was more powerful. The weaker ones had no choice but to set up a thick layer of Zhen Qi shield in front of their bodies to counteract the impact of the shockwaves, while the more powerful ones either broke the shockwaves with a single punch or activated their protective Zhen Qi. The most powerful ones were Qi Xiaofeng, Morong Qingqing, and another mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Qi Xiaofeng's palm was as sharp as a blade, and as he swung it across the air, no matter how powerful the shockwave was, it was cut into 2 like a piece of paper, and disappeared in the air. The other mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, whose name was unknown, straightened his palm and shielded himself. Once the shockwave touched his palm, it was like a bean that had been smashed by a huge millstone, and was instantly crushed. As for Morong Qingqing, who was the most powerful one among the crowd, she smiled, curled her long and slim finger and flicked slightly. Pop! The shockwave spread in the opposite direction, as if this slight movement of her finger had changed the direction of the shockwave. Impressive. Although Yi Chen was looking at the others, he didn't slow down at all. He raised his right index and middle finger and swung across the air, easily cutting the shockwave apart. On the ground, streams of blood oozed out from the corner of Lin Yu's mouth, and his clothes were slightly scorched. Gao Yuan laughed out loud and said, "It seems that I've overestimated you. You've been boasting about how powerful you are, but you can only take 3 of my moves. The winner hasn't been decided yet. It's too early to be happy. Take this." Lin Yu cast an unknown martial art, and a cyan-yellow stream of Zhen Qi swooshed up from his body, seeming to be even stronger than before. After that, he let out a great roar, spread his arms, and launched an attack towards Gao Yuan. Rumble! A 10-meter-tall, 20-meter-wide, gigantic Zhen Qi cauldron descended from the sky and pressed down. Trying to suppress me? Gao Yuan's eyebrows twitched. His body suddenly became heavy, and all of his Zhen Qi had been compressed into his body, disabling him from moving. In the next moment, the ground under his feet couldn't bear the pressure of the cauldron anymore, and suddenly caved in for a meter. The inside of the ground was exactly the same as the outside of the cauldron. Roar! Gao Yuan let out a ferocious roar, along with which, dazzling lightning bolts burst out from his body once again. A vivid and lifelike lightning fist swooshed up into the sky and heavily punched on the Zhen Qi cauldron. The Zhen Qi cauldron was indeed huge, but apparently, it wasn't big enough to look like a real Zhen Qi cauldron. Being struck by the lightning fist, the cauldron instantly exploded. Puff! Lin Yu let out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. "You've pushed me to this extent, you're not bad. Now it's time for you to lose." Standing in the crater, Gao Yuan threw a punch towards Lin Yu from a distance. Along with a terrifyingly great power, his lightning fist roared towards Lin Yu. This punch, Lin Yu can't take it. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen's body transformed into a shred of afterimage and darted in front of Lin Yu. He unsheathed the dragon spring sword and hacked on the lightning fist. Lightning bolts burst out, and Gao Yuan grinned viciously. This punch of his was powerful enough to shatter a small mountain, and even a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist wouldn't be able to take it. Puff! The lightning fist split in the middle, and Yi Chen was perfectly unharmed. He blocked it? Impossible. Gao Yuan's expression froze. He couldn't believe his own eyes. All the people who were watching the fight were also shocked. Gao Yuan's lightning fist was split in half. Is this real? I guess Gao Yuan didn't use all of his power. After all, this punch was launched towards Lin Yu, He must have held back 20 to 30% of his power. Turning around, Yichen said to Lin Yu, "I'll take care of this." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Yu said in a serious tone, "You be careful, he's much more powerful than he was 2 years ago. He can almost rival a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist now." "I know what I'm doing." Waiting until Lin Yu stepped back into the crowd, Yichen fixed his eyes on Gao Yuan again. Gao Yuan leapt out of the crater, grinned and said, "Not bad, you've managed to block 80% of my punch. You should be proud of yourself. So what if you've used all of your power? Just do it. I hope you can still be so stubborn later." Gao Yuan gave a long and resonant shout, along with which, the lightning bolts around his body suddenly burst out, even more powerful than when he was fighting against Lin Yu. Obviously, he hadn't used all of his power before. Lin Yu wasn't worthy of him using all of his power at all. Just now, if Yi Chen hadn't cut that lightning fist open with a single sword move, he would have held back some of his power. But now, he didn't have to hold back anymore. He was going to knock Yi Chen down with a single punch, and make him suffer even worse than Lin Yu. Gao Yuan took a step forward, and the ground cracked under his feet. His right arm was wrapped in lightning bolts, which made it look like a lightning arm, as it swung towards Yi Chen along with an incomparably fierce aura. One thunder, two flashes. Crack! The huge lightning fist suddenly exploded in the air and split into two smaller lightning fists, attacking towards Yi Chen from the left and the right, as fast as lightning. Not enough. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. His body also split into two, instantly cutting the two lightning fists open. Shadow splitting? Just a small trick. Gao Yuan was a bit disappointed that he couldn't beat Yi Chen with one punch, but he soon forgot about it. He took a deep breath, and the lightning bolts around his body converged onto his skin, condensing into a blurry lightning armor. The lightning armor looked quite intimidating, which made him look like an ancient warrior, incomparably powerful. Gao Yuan has even condensed a lightning armor. It is said that once the lightning armor is condensed, the power of the thunder and lightning godly fist would be increased by 50%. Qi Xiaofeng was a bit surprised. Morong Qingqing said, "Since the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, everyone's power has increased by leaps and bounds. I think this year's Hidden Dragon rank competition will be even more intense." Of course. This year's Hidden Dragon rank competition is the most exciting occasion for the young generation of the South Shui region. It will be extremely hard to get a good ranking. While the two were talking, Gao Yuan yelled out coldly, "Thunder strike!" Before the punch was fully launched, the ground around Gao Yuan's body had already cracked and collapsed, as if an invisible power was tearing them apart. After that, countless broken bricks floated up into the air, and endless lightning bolts sparkled in the air, filling up the entire space. In the next moment, a meteor-like lightning bolt darted out, leaving a tens of meters long fiery tail behind. The fiery tail was coiled with snake-like lightning bolts, letting out a series of crackling noises. But it was not over yet. Countless broken bricks and lightning bolts also darted out, seeming to carry the entire space, towards Yi Chen. This punch is powerful enough to rival a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Gao Yuan has won. It's good for them to learn a lesson. Let them know that the outside world is huge, not something that their 9 nations can compete with. Although this punch hadn't reached its target yet, everyone was sure that Gao Yuan would win. Still not enough. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with coldness. His clothes fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. He gripped the dragon spring sword with both of his hands and swung it out. Although it seemed to be slow, it was actually fast and heavy. When he swung the dragon spring sword, everyone had a vague feeling that there was an invisible power surging in the air, which made everything in the surroundings quiet down. It was so quiet that one could even hear the sound of a needle dropping, the sound of grass being blown by the wind, the sound of leaves rustling, and even the sound of one's own blood flowing. Puff! The broken bricks and lightning bolts were the first to be shattered. Under the power of this sword move, the invisible power had been activated, shattering everything in the air. Soon, an even more dazzling lightning bolt flashed across. It was a stream of sword light that was as clear as a clear spring. It had easily hacked onto the meteor-like lightning bolt. The lightning bolt was as fast as lightning, and seemed to be able to pierce through everything. However, facing this stream of sword light, it was directly cut into two. It was hacked into two again. Someone murmured. Chapter 180. How is this possible? I have already trained my thunder and lightning godly fist art to the thunder armor level. The power of my fist has been increased by 50%. Even a late clasping Yuan realm warrior might not be able to take it head-on. How did he manage to break it with only one sword attack? Was that sword intent? Thinking of the word sword intent, Gao Yuan was shocked. He looked at Yi Chen, who was covered in electric arcs, in disbelief. Yi Chen's body, which was not that tall, had been enlarged infinitely. An invisible sharp chi had torn the air apart and shattered the void. Swoosh! Among the bright electric arcs, Yi Chen walked out. His blue robe was clean and tidy, without a single speck of dust on it. Before those electric snakes could even get within 3 feet of him, they would be shattered by his protective Zhen Qi, which contained a sharp chi, and couldn't hurt him at all. I have taken 3 punches from you. Now it is time for you to take one sword attack from me. A sharp light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. 2 beams of sword chi shot out from nowhere, landing on Gao Yuan's body. In the next second, Gao Yuan sensed it immediately. His hair stood up and his scalp was numb. Isn't it just one sword attack? I would like to see how you are going to break my defense with one sword attack. Gao Yuan was very scared of Yi Chen's sword intent. Although he had not experienced the power of the sword intent in the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, he could still remember the power of the sword intent. However, it was not a competition right now, so he had enough time to set up his defense. 3 layers of thunder and lightning. Lowering his body, Gao Yuan shouted with a low voice. He put his hands together and separated them. After doing this 3 times, 3 layers of blue thunder and lightning defense screens appeared in front of him, lined up neatly and stacked on top of each other. Looking from inside, the outside world suddenly became blurry. I did not expect that Gao Yuan would be forced to use all of his defenses. Once a sword artist has mastered the sword intent, his attacking power would double. Among the warriors at the same level, only a few would be able to compete with him. No wonder he did not take Gao Yuan seriously. But it should be impossible for him to break 3 layers of defense with one sword attack. Seeing that Yi Chen had mastered the sword intent, most of the people's faces turned serious. Reaching out her hand, Murong Qingqing smoothed her hair that had been messed up by the wind, and said with interest, "Entry level of sword intent. I don't think there are many people in the whole South Shui region who have reached this level, right?" Qi Xiaofeng paused for a second, then nodded and said, "In the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, there were 13 people who had mastered the sword intent, and 2 of them had reached the entry level of the sword intent. However, only 8 of them managed to make it to the top of the ranking list, as the other 5 were too weak and still immature in using the sword intent. This time, I'm afraid that they will make a comeback. There are over 100 billion people in the South Ridra region, but only 13 people under the age of 24 managed to comprehend the sword intent. I never thought that one of the 9 nations, where Lin Yu is from, would be able to comprehend the entry-level sword intent. He is indeed not to be underestimated. Indeed, sword artists who have comprehended sword intent are extremely terrifying. They are able to maintain their battle power at its peak at all times. Any factor that is disadvantageous to the battle will be destroyed by the sword intent." Qi Xiaofeng took a deep breath and stared at Yi Chen with a pair of shining eyes. "You have to catch it." Once Gao Yuan was ready, Yi Chen took a step forward and swung the dragon spring sword horizontally from left to right, without even the slightest trace of power. Along with the sword move, the air rippled like water and was sliced open. Pop, pop, pop. The 3 layers of thunder and lightning defensive screens only managed to block Jihao's attack for a split second, after which, the screen was penetrated by the sword chi. Gao Yuan, who was under the protection of the 3 layers of thunder and lightning, let out a mouthful of blood, and his thunder and lightning armor instantly shattered. Is this the power of the sword intent? Defense is nothing to him. Gao Yuan let out another mouthful of blood, and looked dispirited. The back garden was deathly silent, and only the rustling of flowers and grasses could be heard from time to time. After quite a while, people started talking to each other. With only one sword move, Gao Yuan lost. This guy is incredibly powerful. If he could be a little bit more powerful, he would be another one of the most powerful warriors in the Hidden Dragon rank competition. Standing in the crowd, Lin Yu was silently admiring Ji Hao. He thought to himself, how long has it been? He has made such a great progress again. Thank you for letting me win. Cupping his hands, Yi Chen stepped back to Lin Yu's side. Yi Chen, Yi Chen said, initial success of the sword intent. Before, his sword intent had been infinitely close to the initial success. When he passed through the natural moat gorge, the remaining sword intent of the Battle King had not only shattered his sword intent, but had also brought him a slight bit of enlightenment. Added with the slight bit of enlightenment, he had finally broken through the shackles and reached the initial success of the sword intent. The initial success of the sword intent and the sword intent that was approaching the initial success seemed to be only one step away from the initial success, but the difference between the two was like the difference between a normal person and a disabled person. Just as I thought. Lin Yu nodded and sighed silently. Gao Yuan was defeated and didn't dare to provoke Yi Chen again. The others were slightly surprised, but then stopped talking about this. To them, winning or losing was way too normal. The younger generation had never been willing to submit to each other, but if one of them lost, there was nothing they could say. All they could do was to go back and practice hard, and try to defeat their opponent in the future to wash away the shame they had suffered today. Under such a fierce competition, they had been making amazing progress, because they had to surpass their opponents over and over again. That kind of pressure was enough to stimulate their potentials bit by bit. Every time the younger generation reached their peak, the true spirit continent would become prosperous, and powerful warriors would emerge in great numbers. Murong, I didn't have the chance to fight against you in the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, but this time, how about we have a short fight? Except for Qi Xiaofeng and Murong Qingcheng, another mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to fight against Murong Qingcheng, to see how powerful he was. Murong Qingcheng smiled and responded, please. The air was as thick as water. Murong Qingcheng's silhouette silently appeared in the middle of the field. At that moment, many people seemed to have stopped thinking. Force field. A trace of surprise flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. Lin Yu said in a low voice, Murong Qingcheng has been cultivating one of the two most powerful martial arts of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School. The Sky Devil Great Art is a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, divided into 15 levels. Once you reach the 6th level, you will be able to generate a Sky Devil force field, which allows you to control the air in the force field and increase your speed to the limit. Moreover, the Sky Devil force field will cancel out a part of the enemy's attack, or even all of it. Many people believe that she is as powerful as the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon rank. However, the one who challenged Murong Qingcheng is not an ordinary person either. His name is Wei Renjie. He has already attained the Blade Intent 2 years ago, and is ranked 37th, even higher than Qi Xiaofeng. I wonder what level he has reached now. I've made the right decision to come here. I can actually watch a fight of such a high level. Finished speaking, Lin Yu felt his blood boiling. Top rank Earth Realm Martial Art, Sky Devil Great Art, Blade Intent. Yi Chen slowly let out a long breath. The rank 6 Sky Flying Devil Martial School was indeed powerful. They even had a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, which was not something a rank 7 martial institution could compare with. In this case, there was a reason why rank 7 and above martial institutions were called super martial institutions, because their comprehensive power was way too powerful. As for that young man named Wei Renjie, no wonder he wasn't affected by Murong Qingcheng's aura. It turned out that he had attained the Blade Intent. Those who had attained the Blade Intent and the Sword Intent had a strong will, and wouldn't be easily affected by anything. But of course, once they were affected, the consequences would be extremely severe. In the best-case scenario, their Blade Intent and Sword Intent would be destroyed, and in the worst-case scenario, they would never be able to achieve anything in their entire lives. If your Sky Devil Great Art was still at the 6th level, you would probably be defeated by me, Wei Renjie. The young man named Wei Renjie laughed and walked towards the open area step by step. With every step he took, the blade intent released from his body would grow stronger. By the 7th step, the blade intent had swooshed up into the sky, slicing the surrounding air into pieces. Brother Wei, you seem to be quite confident. Morong Qingqing stood in the middle of the open area. The air around her was deathly still, without a single ripple. She wasn't affected by the blade intent at all. If I don't have confidence, I will naturally lose some momentum. How can I, Wei Renjie, not have confidence in myself? Chin. Wei Renjie drew his blade out of the scabbard and attacked first. The sharp blade qi, driven by the blade intent, was like a peerless dragon, slashing towards Morong Qingqing, who was not far away. Before the blade qi even reached her, the ground 3 meters around Morong Qingqing instantly caved in, and the area within 3 meters was where her force field was located. Break. Morong Qingqing took a step forward, her slender palm slapping onto the blade qi. Buzz. The air twisted rapidly. That slender palm looked weak and powerless, but it contained an extremely terrifying force field, twisting the trajectory of the blade qi. The blade qi was twisted, and its power was instantly reduced by 30%. It was shattered by Morong Qingqing's palm, disappearing into thin air. Stormy waves. Wei Renjie yelled, holding his blade with both hands and slashing down. Boom. The sound of crashing water was heard as an extremely thick bright blade qi broke through the water. It carried an extremely powerful poetic perspective as it sliced out violently, devouring everything in front of it. Yi Chen was secretly shocked by its power. Ranked 37th in the Hidden Dragon rank, he was indeed not a normal warrior. Sky Demon Power Field. Morong Qingqing looked slightly more serious as she pushed both of her hands forward, creating an even more horrifying force field in front of her. She was trying to twist the tide and the blade qi into pieces, turning them all into ashes. Crack. The first thing to be destroyed was the luxurious building behind Morong Qingqing. The building was split in the middle, creating a huge crack. Then Wei Renjie's blade qi had also been shattered. When the blade qi was about 5 meters away from Morong Qingqing, it had been twisted to its limit by the horrifying Sky Demon power field and shattered. The 7th level of the Sky Demon Great Art. Wei Renjie stared at Morong Qingqing, but did not launch another attack. Being able to break half of my Sky Demon power field, your blade intent must have reached the entry level, right? Morong Qingqing smiled lightly and asked back. Putting his long blade back into the scabbard, Wei Renjie shook his head. I lost. The Sky Demon Great Art is a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, which is extremely hard to train. Once it reaches the 7th level, its power will increase exponentially. With my current power, I still cannot break your 7th gravity field, so it is not a shame that I lost. The Sky Demon Great Art was indeed powerful, but it was not without its flaws, which was its slow training speed. Morong Qingqing had already reached the peak level of the mid-clasping Yuan realm, but his Sky Demon Great Art was only at the 7th level. It would take a long time for him to reach the 8th level. On the other hand, Yi Chen's Great Mystery Art was not as powerful as the Sky Demon Great Art, but his training speed was many times faster. Once he reached the 9th or 10th level, his Great Mystery Art should not be any weaker than his Sky Demon Great Art's 7th level. Fortunately, his training speed had always been fast, so it should not be too far away. Yi Chen had seen all of this, and was calculating in his mind. Chapter 181. As the fight between Morong Qingqing and Wei Renjie came to an end, the others didn't want to be left behind, and started fighting one after another, including Qi Xiaofeng. Qi Xiaofeng's weapon was a pair of special weapons, the Waning Moon Curved Wheel. With a single strike, his opponent, who was a peak-level early-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, was sent flying away. An arc-shaped slash mark was left on the ground between the two of them, which was half a zhang deep and tens of meters long. Lin Yu couldn't help but say to Yi Chen, although Qi Xiaofeng always looks like a nice guy, he's actually quite cruel. Yi Chen nodded. Some people looked like sheep, but they were actually wolves. Once they were enraged, they could be even more terrifying than ordinary wolves. Putting the Waning Moon Curved Wheel back into his sleeve, Qi Xiaofeng glanced at the sky, then grinned and said, Ladies and gentlemen, Today's party is over. From now on, all the expenses will be on my tab. I believe I can still afford it. The Three River City's freshwater food is quite famous. I've been wanting to try it for a long time. Brother Chi, since you're so generous, I won't refuse. Hehe, if you want to eat freshwater food, of course you have to go to the deck. Most of these people were young men who were full of vigor and vitality, and had already tasted the pleasure of fish and water. Going to the deck to eat freshwater food was just a convenience. What they really wanted was to enjoy the beautiful young women on the deck. But of course, with Murong Qingqing and the other few young women here, they couldn't say it out loud. Leaving the dilapidated yard, the group of people separated. At night, the Three River City was brightly lit, and was still as lively as before. In the bedroom of one of the guest rooms, Yichen was sitting on the spacious bed with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. He had been trying his best to cultivate his Jin Qi, and the noise outside didn't affect him at all. In today's gathering, the power of Murong Qingqing, Qi Xiaofeng, and Wei Renjie had given him a great pressure. Some of them had been practicing extremely powerful martial skills, and some of them had mastered powerful martial skills. Moreover, the sword intent, which had allowed him to defeat those who were at a higher level than him, wasn't the only thing that stood out. Wei Renjie had mastered the blade intent, which was as famous as the sword intent, and had also reached the initial level of the blade intent, just like him. If he participated in the hidden dragon rank competitions with his current power, needless to say, he would not be able to make it into the top 40, and might not even make it into the top 50. After more than 2 years, who knew what kind of level those warriors who were lagging behind in the hidden dragon rank would have reached? Maybe some of them had just started to rise when they participated in the last hidden dragon rank competitions, and did not have the time to build up their power. Now that 2 years had passed, their power must have improved by leaps and bounds, and they might even make it into the top 30, or even the top 10. Feeling a dull pain in his meridians, Yichen cut off his connection with the spirit stone and slowly opened his eyes. It's good to have some pressure, but I have to take it one bite at a time. I can't just eat until I become fat. After all, power cannot be rushed. Right now, I need to cultivate the great mystery art to the highest level first. On top of a tall building, 2 human silhouettes were standing. Under the moonlight, one could see that it was a man and a woman. The woman was wearing a purple dress, with a light veil covering her face. It was Murong Qingqing, the second-ranked disciple of the Sky-Flying Devil Martial School, and the man was Qi Xiaofeng. A gentle breeze blew across the light veil covering Murong Qingqing's face. She said blandly, "Brother Qi, you didn't invite me all the way here just for a small party, did you?" Qi Xiaofeng grinned and responded, "Of course not. Oh, I'm Murong Yuan am all ears." Murong Qingqing's face looked the same as ever. She abruptly reached out her hand and made a grabbing gesture. In the air nearby, a bat that was looking for food was twisted and shattered by an invisible force field. Qi Xiaofeng said, "3 months ago, I heard that someone had found a sky devil serpent scale in the 100,000 mountain range of the Grey Mystery Nation." A sky devil serpent's scale? Is it true? A strange light flashed across Murong Qingqing's eyes as she stared at Qi Xiaofeng. Qi Xiaofeng's breath slightly quickened. Then he awkwardly shifted his line of sight and said with a smile, "It should be true. I bought this Sky Devil Serpent scale for 100,000 gold and 500 low-rank soul stones. I have it right now, you can check it out." A dim light flashed across Qi Xiaofeng's storage ring. Then a human head-sized black scale appeared in his hand. He took a deep breath, then handed the scale over to Murong Qingqing. Taking over the scale, Murong Qingqing activated her Sky Devil Jin Qi and injected it into the scale. Buzz! The air slightly rippled, and a layer of black light emerged on the scale's surface. It is indeed a Sky Devil Serpent scale. Only a Sky Devil Serpent scale can resonate with my Sky Devil Jin Qi. At first, Murong Qingqing's face was filled with joy. Then she let out a bitter smile and said, "However, judging from the size of this scale, this Sky Devil Serpent should be in its growing stage, and its power should be no lower than level 7. Even if you and I join hands, we would not be able to withstand a single attack from it, not to mention getting the Sky Devil Flower." The reason why Morong Qingqing cared so much about the Sky Devil Serpent was not because she wanted to gain something from it, but because of the Sky Devil flower that it was guarding. According to the legend, the Sky Devil flower was formed from the blood of an ancient devil king and contained an extremely powerful demonic power. If she could get a leaf of the Sky Devil flower, she would be able to reach the 8th or even the 9th level of the Sky Devil Great Art in a very short period of time. If she could get a whole Sky Devil flower, she might even be able to reach the highest level of the Sky Devil Great Art. In the history of the Sky Devil Martial School, except for some powerful warriors who had died, no one had ever reached the highest level of the Sky Devil Great Art. Qi Xiaofeng grinned and said, "I invited you here, of course. I won't let you come here for nothing. Can you check if this scale is damaged?" Hearing Qi Xiaofeng, Morong Qingqing lowered her head and looked at the edge of the scale. Sure enough, there was a crack on the edge of the scale. She had been too excited just now, so she didn't notice it. This Sky Devil Serpent is injured. Morong Qingqing clearly knew that the Sky Devil Serpent had an extremely strong defensive power, and almost no other demonic beast at the same level could rival it. Therefore, it would not easily lose its scales. Also, unlike other snake-type demonic beasts, after a Sky Devil Serpent shed its skin, it would swallow the skin that it shed. Therefore, it was impossible for a Sky Devil Serpent to lose its scales. An injured Sky Devil Serpent in its growing stage is not something that we can deal with, unless it has suffered a very serious internal injury and can't recover within a short period of time. Morong Qingqing was very calm. That day, there was a thunderstorm in the 100,000 mountain range, and it was not far from where the Sky Devil Serpent's scale fell. I think there must be some demonic beasts or warriors trying to kill the Sky Devil Serpent while it was going through the thunder trial. Right now, the Sky Devil Serpent might not be still alive, and your Sky Devil Zhen Qi can sense the Sky Devil flower. As long as the distance is not too far, you should be able to find the Sky Devil flower. The reason why Qi Xiaofeng was trying so hard to help Morong Qingqing was not for anything else, but to win her heart. Ever since the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, he had been fascinated by her beauty and couldn't control his heart. He believed that there were a lot of people like him. I will remember this favor. Although Morong Qingqing vaguely knew what Qi Xiaofeng was thinking, and she didn't want to accept his favor, she still didn't want to give up the Sky Devil flower. When do you plan to leave? I am not as powerful as you, but I can help you, Qi Xiaofeng said. In 3 days. I need to make some preparations. Alright, see you in 3 days. After Qi Xiaofeng left, Morong Qingqing turned around and looked down at the entire Three River City. She slightly sighed in her heart. Qi Xiaofeng had left a good impression on her, but it was just a good impression, and nothing more. There would never be any emotional connection between the two of them. Not to mention that she had been cultivating the great Sky Devil magic. Therefore, even if she met someone who admired her, she would never fall in love with him. But of course, once she did fall in love with him, it would be the kind of love that would never change until death. The air slightly twisted, and Morong Qingqing's figure disappeared. The Three River City was very lively in the morning. All kinds of noises were mixed together and transmitted into the guest rooms of the restaurants. After washing up, Yichen pushed open the door and walked out of the room. The streets were crowded and bustling with activity. There are only 3 seats left for the passenger ship heading to the Grey Mystery Empire. Anyone who wants to take the seats, come to the number 23 pier as soon as possible. Time waits for no man. Yichen stopped and asked, "How fast is the passenger ship? How can the passenger ship of our South Chamber of Commerce be slow? It can travel 4,000 miles a day. We bought this ship from the Black Dragon Empire." Yichen was surprised but soon shook his head. There was a branch of the South Chamber of Commerce in the Three River City, so it was reasonable that there would be a lot of ships. However, the speed of the passenger ship couldn't be as fast as that of the ocean beast. If the passenger ship could travel 4,000 miles a day, it would take 50 days to reach the Grey Mystery Empire, which was way too long. Forget it then. Yichen didn't plan to take the passenger ship, so he decided to walk there by himself. With his current cultivation, he could easily travel over 10,000 miles a day. After leaving the Three River City, Yichen flew along the edge of the Wild Goose Falling River. As he moved further and further away from the river, fewer and fewer people could be seen around him. At last, he couldn't even see any signs of human habitation. All he could see was the boundless river and the endless mountains. Boom! After punching a flying demon beast away, Yichen didn't slow down at all, and disappeared into the mountains. Walking along the wild goose falling river wasn't a shortcut. Instead, he needed to cross the mountains in the spirit-speaking kingdom to reach the Grey Mystery Empire as soon as possible. Time flew like water. Half a month later, Yichen finally arrived at the Grey Mystery Empire. Opening another map of the Grey Mystery Empire, Yichen touched it with his finger and murmured, "The Grey Mystery Empire has a lot of mountain ranges. This should be the Ancient Path mountain range, and the Three-Horn mountain range is in front of me. After that, I'll have to cross a desert to reach the edge of the 100,000 mountain range. It's a pity that I don't have a detailed map of the 100,000 mountain range. After all, the 100,000 mountain range is too small to be marked on the map. I'll have to find them myself. Alright, I'll go there first." Putting away the map, Yichen looked at the sky and flew out. The mountains in the Grey Mystery Empire were much more dangerous than the mountains in the Windy Nation. Therefore, Yichen didn't dare to run around recklessly and attract the attention of some powerful demon beasts. Therefore, it would take him a long time. However, no matter how careful he was, he wouldn't be able to take care of everything. During these 3 days, Yichen had run into 7 rank 6 demon beasts and 2 top rank 6 demon beasts. He could still fight against the former, and if he couldn't defeat them, he would just run away. However, the latter almost injured him, and he had to spend a lot of effort to get rid of them. There was even one time when he clearly saw a rank 7 demon beast. Fortunately, it was already quite far away from him, and didn't notice him. Looking at the boundless golden desert in front of him, Yichen let out a long breath and thought, "Finally, I'm here. After this desert, I should be able to reach the 100,000 mountain range." Yichen didn't start his journey immediately. Instead, he found a shady place and took a short rest. He had been too tense during the past few days, and he was still a bit tired. The next morning, Yichen started his journey. Chapter 182. As far as the eye could see, everywhere was a dazzling golden desert. The surface of the desert was smooth like brocade and streamlined, rising and falling to form numerous hills of varying heights. Occasionally, there would be some low-level snake-type demon beasts that drilled out from the desert, twisting their wriggling bodies to pounce on their prey. Boom! When passing by a hill, Yichen's scalp went numb. His body shot up into the sky, leaving only an afterimage behind. The next second, the hill collapsed inwards, and a huge black hole appeared. On the edge of the black hole, there were many sharp teeth. It was a gigantic demonic beast, and the black hole was its mouth. If it weren't for Yi Chen's fast reaction, he would have already fallen into the beast's mouth and been chewed into minced meat. It's not safe to walk in the desert. This demonic beast had hidden itself so well, not even a trace of its aura was leaked out. Yi Chen was still in a state of shock. Down below, the demonic beast didn't catch any prey, but it didn't care. Its body continued to sink down, and soon, it disappeared, leaving behind only a huge pit. This desert was not as big as the scorching ancient desert between the 9 nations. 3 days later, Yi Chen had crossed through the desert, and arrived at the edge of the endless 100,000 mountain range. The 100,000 mountain range is one of the most dangerous places in the whole South Ridra region. With my current power, it would be a bit difficult for me to go there. Fortunately, I've trained the Great Mystery Art to the 9th level the day before yesterday, and the quality and quantity of my Zhen Qi have greatly increased. Now, I should be able to fight against a mid-level rank 6 demonic beast. The 100,000 mountain range was said to have 100,000 mountains, but in fact, there were even more small mountains. There were millions of them, and no one knew how many millions of miles there were. 4/5 of the Grey Mystery Nation's territory was made up of the 100,000 mountain range. Since the ancient times, no one had been able to explore all of the 100,000 mountain range, and only a few people had been able to explore even 1/10 of it. This was because the 100,000 mountain range was way too big, and there were way too many mountains. Even if a martial institution went in, it would be useless. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen entered the outer area of the 100,000 mountain range. When Yi Chen entered the 100,000 mountain range, two silhouettes appeared at the border of the Gray Mystery Nation, outside of the ancient Path mountain range. One of them was black, and the other was green. They were the two young men from the Huang family in the Black Rock City. Stepping on a huge tree, the teenager in black said, "After going through the ancient Path Mountains, the Triangle Mountains, and the Undercurrent Desert, it will be the 100,000 mountain range." Qin Hao, are we really going to enter the 100,000 mountain range? It is said that the 100,000 mountain range is one of the oldest dangerous places in the whole South Ridra region. There are countless rank 7 and rank 8 beasts there, and even rank 9 beasts. Even astral-reaching realm warriors would not dare to go in there openly. Risk and wealth have always been proportional. If you stop when you encounter danger and difficulties, how can you achieve great things? Not to mention that the location of the red, that is not in the center of the 100,000 mountains. It is only in the periphery. There won't be too many terrifying things there. The young man in green was expressionless. The black-clothed young man's brows eased up slightly, and then he asked. The outer area of the Grand Myriad Mountains is still boundlessly vast. Where exactly is the location of that red dot? In a mountain shaped like a goat's head, surrounded by a dense forest. Since we know the shape of the mountain, it will be easy. Let's go. Swoosh. Swoosh. The two of them darted into the ancient Path mountain range. Qin Hao and Tianchong have also come to the Gray Mystery Nation. What a surprise! On a mountain not far away from them, a man and a woman appeared. The one talking was Qi Xiaofeng, whose face was full of smiles, and standing beside him was Morong Qingqing, who was wearing a fluttering purple robe. Morong Qingqing said, "I don't think their goal is the same as ours." "You're right, the Sky Devil flower is not very useful to them. They wouldn't take the risk to look for it." Qi Xiaofeng nodded. 3 days after Yi Chen left, the two of them set off. On their way, they accidentally found Qin Hao and Tianchong, who were both ranked in the Hidden Dragon ranking. Both of them were ranked within the top 45, and Qin Hao's power was not any weaker than Qi Xiaofeng's. He was ranked 35 in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. Inside the 100,000 mountain range, no one below the astral reaching realm would dare to fly in the sky, not even peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm warriors. And the astral-reaching realm warriors would only dare to be this arrogant in the outer area. Once they got a little bit further in, they would still have to go down and run. After all, the sky was way too eye-catching, one could easily see it by raising one's head. It might not be dangerous for a while, but after a while, the chance of encountering danger would be 100%, and the chance of dying would be more than 80%. In other words, if anyone wanted to die, he or she could just fly in the Grand Myriad Mountains. On the bumpy mountain road, a shadow flashed across. It had been 5 days. For 5 whole days, except for the night, Yi Chen had been searching for the location of the red dot all the time. The red dot was located in a mountain that was shaped like a goat's head, surrounded by a dense forest, which was very eye-catching on the map. Unfortunately, only when he arrived at the Grand Myriad Mountains did he realize what it meant to look for a needle in a haystack. With the speed of searching for 100 mountains every day, Yi Chen had already searched for 500 mountains in 5 days. However, the Grand Myriad Mountains did not lack mountains at all. There were millions of mountains in total, which was equivalent to the population of a huge city. Of course, if there was no danger, Yi Chen could search for thousands of mountains in one day. Unfortunately, this was the Grand Myriad Mountains, not a place where he could do whatever he wanted. Oh, in the mountain stream far away, a 10-meter-long, 3-meter-tall wolf-like demonic beast howled towards the sky. The horrifying sound spread out for hundreds of miles with the mountain stream as the center. The beast's chi was so strong that all of the low-ranked demonic beasts nearby kneeled down on the ground, making whimpering sounds. Top rank 6 demonic beast, the Wind Wolf. Yi Chen's body flashed and disappeared into the pile of rocks nearby. The Wind Wolf was as powerful as a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, but ordinary peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm martial artists would definitely die if they encountered it. Only those talented late-clasping Yuan realm martial artists could fight against it. For example, if Yi Chen reached the late-clasping Yuan realm, he would be able to defeat the Wind Wolf, and if he reached the peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm, he might even be able to kill the Wind Wolf. Unfortunately, he was still far from being able to fight against it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Wind Wolf started its monthly patrol. Wherever it went, none of the demonic beasts dared to run away. All of them kneeled on the ground, not daring to move a single inch. In the air, the Wind Wolf glanced around, then opened its mouth and sucked a strong demonic cow into its mouth. It bit the cow in half, and blood splashed everywhere. After a while, the Wind Wolf howled satisfyingly after it had finished its dessert. It flew far away and started patrolling its territory, waiting until the Wind Wolf's aura disappeared. Yi Chen walked out from the pile of rocks. This Wind Wolf is definitely a king among the rank 6 demonic beasts. The top rank 6 demonic beasts I encountered in the Ancient Path Mountains, and the Triangle Mountains are much weaker than it. Normally, the classification of demonic beasts was very general. Take the rank 6 demonic beasts as an example. The weakest ones were normal rank 6 demonic beasts, the slightly more powerful ones were elite rank 6 demonic beasts, and the most powerful ones were top rank 6 demonic beasts. However, there were also different levels among the top rank 6 demonic beasts. For example, the 2 top rank 6 demonic beasts he encountered in the Ancient Path Mountains and the Triangle Mountains were only demonic beasts with normal bloodlines. However, this Wind Wolf had the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast, which was extremely noble. It was the king among all the rank 6 demonic beasts, and it had the potential to become a rank 7 demonic beast. Although the Wind Wolf is powerful, it can't do everything. I don't think I will encounter it again. Murmuring, Yi Chen continued to look for that mountain which was shaped like a goat's head. Another 2 days passed. This afternoon, the sky over there is filled with purple mist. I am afraid it is extremely poisonous miasma. The area it covers is way too wide. On top of a small hill, Yi Chen was wearing a blue robe that was very similar to the color of the plants. At first glance, it was very hard to distinguish it. Let's go and have a look. It had been a week since he arrived at the 100,000 mountain range. Yi Chen did not want to miss any clues. A distance of several dozen kilometers could be covered in the time it took to eat a meal. This was because they did not dare to make a big fuss. Otherwise, they would only need a few dozen breaths. Shoo! On top of a huge tree, Yi Chen squatted on a branch. He looked through the dense leaves and saw the scene hundreds of meters away. Yi Chen frowned. In front of him was a dense forest. Outside of the forest, there were a large number of warriors guarding. These warriors were all wearing yellow robes, holding long blades in their hands. There was a blue long blade embroidered on their sleeves. They should be from a martial institution that specialized in blade arts. Most of these people were condensing reality realm warriors. There were also over 20 clasping Yuan realm warriors. All in all, there were at least 200 or 300 of them. Elder Tung, what is that purple miasma up there? It seems to be very dangerous. Beside a huge rock outside the forest, a young man asked a black-haired elder. The black-haired elder glanced at the purple miasma and said, "That is the bone-corroding miasma. Before one's zhenqi is refined into zhenyuan, he or she will die immediately. Even the protective zhenqi will be corroded very quickly." Wow, so powerful. But how come I have never heard of the bone-corroding miasma? There are many things that you have never heard of. The bone-corroding miasma is very rare in the modern era. It can only be found in some ancient places. It is our Long Blade Martial School's fortune to find the bone-corroding miasma. We might be able to find some treasures in the forest. Wow, no wonder our headmaster has come in person and brought hundreds of people into the forest. He also asked us to stand guard outside and kill any warriors that pass by. Oh right, is there any bone-corroding miasma in the forest? Our headmaster and the others will not be in danger, right? Don't worry, there is no bone-corroding miasma in the forest. It can only be found above the forest. The black-haired elder was the head elder of the Long Blade Martial School. The Long Blade Martial School was an ordinary rank 9 institution thousands of miles away from here. This time, An elder of the school accidentally discovered the bone-corroding miasma and immediately went back to report. The headmaster of the Longblade Martial School made a prompt decision and sent a big half of their people. Fortunately, the 100,000 mountain range between the Longblade Martial School and the forest was not too dangerous. After losing dozens of people, they finally arrived at their destination. Sensing the conversation between the two with his soul power, Yichen pondered. The bone-corroding miasma was something that only existed in the ancient times. There might be some treasures in the forest. Oh right, the location of the red dot on the map seemed to be similar to this place. Taking out the map piece from his storage ring, Yichen's pupils shrank. There was a light purple mark on the pattern of the forest surrounding the Goat Head Mountain, which was most likely the bone-corroding miasma. But of course, even if it was just a coincidence, he still had to go in and take a look. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how long he would have to search for it. Chapter 183. Instead of going in directly, Yichen flashed his body and flew towards another direction of the jungle. After a long while, Yichen looked at the steep rock mountain in front of him and was speechless. There was actually a ring of natural rock mountains on the outskirts of the forest. They were over 1,000 meters tall, and above the rock mountains was the bone-corroding miasma. There was no gap between the two, so it was impossible to enter the forest from the rock mountains. Looking at the height of the bone-corroding miasma, Yichen forced a smile. The height of the miasma was not that high. It was only 1,002 to 300 meters high. But no one knew how vast it was, and how dangerous it would be if he flew up there. Once he ran into an accident and used up his Zhen Qi, he would definitely fall down and be corroded into ashes by the miasma. It seems that I still have to go in from that place. I might have to use force. Letting out a breath, Yichen went back the way he came. Thousands of miles away, in the 100,000 mountain range, boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the sky and the earth. This wind wolf is powerful, I can't stop it. Tian Chong's clothes were torn, and blood was dripping down from his palms. Qin Hao was not any better than him. He stared at the wind wolf on the opposite mountain with a dark look. The two of them had been searching outside the 100,000 mountain range for a couple of days, but found nothing. Today the wind wolf, the king of all rank 6 demonic beasts, had been chasing after them. The wind wolf was extremely fast, even faster than a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Although the two of them had great flying skills, they could never escape from it. Try to run, don't fight it with brute force. Tian Chong forced a smile. Of course, he knew that if he fought with the wind wolf, he might not be able to hurt it even if he lost all of his blood. Oh! The wind wolf's front paws shattered the mountain, and it darted over like a sharp arrow. Sky Dragon Battle King Spear. Air-breaking palm. A dark golden spear light surged up and turned into a dragon-shaped chi, which pounced out. Then, there were rows of huge vacuum palms that could cut off the airflow, slapping towards the wind wolf with the weight of Mount Tai. One spear and one palm, the timing was perfect. Apparently, it was not the first time that the two of them had joined hands. The wind wolf was so powerful that it tore apart the dragon-shaped chi stream with only one claw attack. As for the huge vacuum palms, they were shattered by the demonic chi it released. Run. The two of them did not expect to hurt the lunar wind wolf at all. They just wanted to buy some time to run away. Of course, they were not stupid. They did not run away from the sky. With their speed, the lunar wind wolf would soon catch up with them. Only by flying between the mountains would they have a chance. Mountains split open one after another, and the wind wolf of evil was still chasing after them. Look, there are people over there. They look like Qi Xiaofeng and Morong Qingcheng. Tian Chong pointed at the low sky in front of them. Qin Hao was overjoyed. Let's get closer and use them as our shields. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under the threat of danger, the two of them moved at an unprecedented speed. Several li away, Qi Xiaofeng's face darkened and said, "These two bastards, how dare they lead the lunar wind wolves to us? Damn it! Let's go." Morong Qingcheng doesn't want to waste time fighting with the wind wolf. She activates the demonic force field, and the air around her is twisted. Morong Qingcheng's figure suddenly shoots out. For people and one beast chased each other, and the rumbling sounds were endless. Up. The noise caused by the chase was too loud, and it might attract other terrifying things. Morong Qingcheng raised her right hand, and a tens of meters tall hill was pulled up by her demonic force field, and smashed towards Tianchong and Qin Hao, who were behind them. The hill covered the sky. Bitch. The corner of Qin Hao's mouth twitched, and he slapped towards the hill that was smashing towards him. Bang! The hill exploded and countless huge rocks fell down from the sky. Within such a short while, the wind wolf of evil had already caught up with the two of them. It opened its mouth and let out a dense cloud of evil power. Ah! Tianchong let out a shrill scream. He felt that his blood had been frozen, and his body became numb. Before he could ask for help, he was torn into pieces by the wind wolf of evil. Tianchong, don't worry, I will take revenge for you. Qin Hao stared at Morong Qingcheng and grinned viciously, while a lustful light flashed across his eyes. In front of them, Morong Qingcheng didn't throw the hill towards Qin Hao anymore. Qin Hao was the target of the wind wolf, and once he died, the wind wolf would definitely target them, which was not a wise move. There is a dense jungle over there, let's go. Qi Xiaofeng had been observing the terrain. He raised his head and saw a dense jungle, where the trees in the jungle were hundreds of zhang tall, even hundreds of zhang tall, and amazingly thick. Qi Xiaofeng felt a bit happy. As long as they entered the jungle, the wind wolf wouldn't be able to find them no matter how powerful it was. Not to mention that these trees were thick enough. Even if one tree couldn't stop the wind wolf, they would be able to hold it off for a long time. Morong Qingcheng nodded. On the outskirts of the jungle, Elder Tung, more people are coming, and there is also a demonic beast. Ah, it's the wind wolf. These bastards, they actually lured the wind wolf here. The people of the Long Blade Martial School, who were guarding outside the jungle, panicked. Elder Tung's face darkened. For days ago, there was a young man who fought his way into the jungle. After all, he didn't hurt any of our people. But these three people lured the wind wolf here. They are obviously trying to kill all of us. Damn it. Elder Tung, what should we do? The wind wolf is not something that we can deal with. Even our headmaster can't do anything about it. Taking a deep breath, Elder Tung yelled out coldly, all of you listen up. Go into the jungle now. But what? If you don't want to die, go in. Now. Following Elder Tung's order, all the people of the Long Blade Martial School rushed into the jungle and disappeared without a trace. Let's go in as well. Activating the Sky Devil force field, Morong Qingcheng grabbed hundreds of zhang tall tree in the air and darted towards Qin Hao like a javelin. She had never liked this guy since a long time ago. Morong Qingcheng, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. Qin Hao yelled out with a twisted face. Qi Xiaofeng sneered. Qin Hao, if you don't die today, I'll kill you next time. Swoosh. Swoosh. Both of them followed Qi Xiaofeng into the jungle. Oh. Qin Hao was the only one left outside the jungle. He had been blocked by the hundreds of zhang tall tree for a while, and was about to be caught up by the wind wolf. I was planning to use this Yuan light ball at the critical moment. Damn it. Qin Hao didn't care about anything else. He took out a cyan crystal ball from his storage ring. Except for the color, it was exactly the same as Yi Chen's blue crystal ball. He crushed the crystal ball, and a 1-foot-thick layer of cyan light shield enveloped Qin Hao's body. Within the shield, Qin Hao had an amazingly strong defensive power. Crack. The light shield twisted, and Qin Hao was slammed into the jungle by the gigantic claw. Along the way, he smashed and broke countless trees. If it weren't for the protection of the light shield, he would have been smashed into meat paste long ago. After chasing for so long, the wind wolf had only managed to kill one person, which made it quite annoyed. Without any hesitation, it darted into the jungle. The trees in the jungle were truly astonishing. Not only were they hundreds of feet tall, but they were also as thick as a wall. If they were hollowed out, they could definitely become a smaller skyscraper. It would be a piece of cake for thousands of people to live in. It was truly a wonder how they grew. Standing under the tree, Yi Chen felt like an ant. I've been in here for 4 days, and I haven't run into any demonic beasts, but what's with all those white bones? Did they kill each other? Yi Chen was a bit confused. Running into demonic beasts wasn't scary, as he could always run away, but not running into any demonic beasts would be very strange. Moreover, in this place where there weren't any demonic beasts, there were white bones everywhere. Some belonged to humans, and some belonged to demonic beasts. Ah, ah, ah. In the depths of the jungle, a series of shrill screams came out. What's going on? Yichen was confused. His body flashed, and he quietly flew over. At the same time, he released his soul power to its limit, in case anything happened. In the depths of the jungle, there were hundreds of people there, and each of them had a cyan blade embroidered on their sleeves. Obviously, they were from the Long Blade Martial School. Leader, another 10 people died. We can't even see who the attacker is. All the dead people are just skin and bones. Their flesh and blood have all been sucked dry. An elder of the Long Blade Martial School said with a pale face. The leader of the Long Blade Martial School was a sturdy middle-aged man, holding a 2-meter-long sawtooth blade in his hand. He said calmly, "Everyone listen to my order. Don't panic. Keep an eye on the surroundings, and report to me immediately if you see anything. Don't act on your own." Yes, everyone yelled at the same time, but their voices were clearly shaking. Third brother, what do you think is attacking us? Within a blink of an eye, a person's flesh and blood were sucked dry, leaving only a layer of skin. Among the crowd, a young man who seemed to be in his 20s swallowed his saliva and said to the young man next to him. The young man shook his head. This jungle is very strange. It's located in the middle of the 100,000 mountain range, but there aren't any demonic beasts here. Take care of yourselves. The young man could no longer make any sound. It was as if his body had no bones, and he was getting shorter and shorter. Eventually, only a layer of human skin was left on the ground, which was indescribably weird. The young man's eyes were wide open, and there was blood coming out of them. He subconsciously looked in front of him, and saw a thin and long shadow darting towards him. It was a cyan red vine, and there was an opening at the end of the vine. Inside the opening, there was a blood-red mucous membrane and a few layers of sharp teeth, arranged in a spiral shape. The attacker is a vine. Everyone, be careful. A shrill scream was heard, and the young man's body was completely sucked dry, just like the young man's. His skin was wrapped in bones, and he was lying on the ground. Thousands of meters away, Yichen's soul power had sensed this scene, and he couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster. These vines are not kind creatures. I'm afraid they are some kind of horrifying plants left from the ancient times. They eat human flesh and blood, and those white bones are their masterpieces. Now, Yichen finally understood why there were no demonic beasts in this jungle. It was because all the demonic beasts that came here had been killed by the man-eating vines. Even with the strength of his soul power, he couldn't tell how long the vines were. It seemed that the entire jungle was within the attack range of the vines. In the middle of the crowd, the leader of the Long Blade Martial School yelled out, "Set up the battle formation." Swoosh! All the people of the Long Blade Martial School were facing the outside of the jungle, moving closer to each other, forming a large-scale battle formation within a battle formation. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were staring at the deep end of the jungle without blinking. Their palms, which were holding their long blades, were dripping with sweat, and sounds of swallowing saliva could be heard from time to time. Chapter 184. Why is there no movement? The pressure of the approaching storm was really unbearable. One of the young warriors was so nervous that he tried to cheer himself up. "Don't talk." The Long Blade Martial School elder next to him glared at him. Without making a sound, the greenish-red vines drilled out of the ground, instantly tearing apart the elder's protective true energy and piercing into his body. The surface of the arm-thick vines would sway from time to time, as if large masses of flesh and blood were being sent into the elder's body. Seeing himself turn into a bag of bones, the elder could no longer stay calm. He opened his mouth and let out a blood-curdling scream. In the next second, the battle formation was completely messed up. "There's a vine coming out of the ground. Damn it. It's under my body. Help. Help me." Screams and screams spread out one after another in this area. Despair flooded everyone's mind like a flood. Many of them felt that their hands and feet were numb, and they couldn't even breathe. The long-blade martial school's leader was called Li Yuan. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and shouted coldly, "Split into groups of 10, spread out, and form a small battle formation. If you see a vine, chop it down as hard as you can. If you kill one, you'll have a higher chance of survival." Within this short period of time, more than 30 people had died, and 1/3 of them were killed by their own people. If this situation continued, everyone would collapse. In front of despair and fear, Li Yuan's words were not very effective. Except for a small number of people who followed his orders, most of the people had already fallen into a state of madness. Whenever they saw something approaching them, they would swing their blades at it with bloodshot eyes. The weakness of human beings was clearly shown at this moment. "I can't take it anymore. I want to leave. I want to leave this damn place. If this goes on, we'll all die." As more and more people died, some of the younger warriors finally collapsed. They desperately separated themselves from the crowd and ran as far as they could. If there was one, there would be a second. It was like a virus that spread like wildfire, and no one could stop it. These people didn't even manage to run far before they were sucked dry by the vines. Their protective zhenqi was as fragile as a piece of tofu, easily broken by a single poke. "Leader, if this goes on, we'll all die. We'd better run. It's better to let as many as we can escape than to be wiped out." All of the elders of the Long Blade Martial School were clasping Yuan realm martial artists, and their protective zhenqi was exceptionally strong. However, the attacks of the vines were way too frequent and weird, and they always targeted the areas where the protective zhenqi was the weakest. By now, 2 to 3 elders had already died, and the other elders couldn't help but yell out. Li Yuan was a peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artist. With the help of his protective zhenqi, he had managed to cut a lot of vines. However, at that moment, even though he wanted to, he did not have the strength to do so. There were more and more vines coming at him. Every time he cut one, more would attack him. His face was gloomy and pale. His voice contained true energy transmitted outwards. "Everyone retreat. Don't panic." Just as he finished speaking, an elder said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master, we can't escape. There are vines everywhere outside. We've been surrounded. Damn it. Is the Long Blade Martial School going to perish here today?" Li Yuan and the other elders couldn't help but think pessimistically. "They're attacking. Oh my God." Countless greenish-red vines moved like snakes, covering the sky and covering the earth. Everywhere they passed, cultivators fell to the ground, their bodies sucked dry until only skin and bones remained. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. For the first time in his life, Li Yuan felt so powerless. Right now he only had one thought in his mind, which was to kill as many vines as possible. With him as the center, sharp blade qi spread out, shredding the greenish-red vines one after another. Yichen didn't care about the situation of the Long Blade Martial School anymore, because he had also been discovered by tens of vines. These vines didn't have eyes or noses, only a mouth. However, they seemed to have very sharp senses, easily discovering the weak spots of Yi Chen's protective zhenqi. Ji Haoan sheathed his dragon spring sword and cut 3 vines in half, sending a greenish-red juice splashing everywhere. "Fortunately, I've cultivated the great mystery art to the 9th level, and the quality and quantity of my zhenqi has already surpassed the zhenqi cultivated with a low-rank earth realm martial art. Besides, I'm wearing a low-rank light armor, which can increase my defensive power by more than 10%. With these 2 factors added together, my defensive power is almost equal to that of a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist." While moving swiftly, Yichen cut the vines one after another, feeling a bit lucky. Soon, tens of vines were cut off one after another, but none of them could hurt Yichen. However, Yichen's eyebrows were knitted even more tightly. Probably because the vines had sensed that Yichen was a huge threat, countless vines had gathered over from all directions, gradually surrounding Yichen, leaving no space for him to escape. Yichen's expression didn't change. As long as he was protected by the sword intent, all kinds of negative emotions wouldn't be able to affect him, only making him calmer. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When launching sneak attacks, the vines wouldn't make even the slightest sound. However, when launching a frontal attack, the vine's attacking speed had been raised to a whole new level, and they darted towards Yi Chun as fast as lightning. Swirling clouds. The dragon spring sword released an arc-shaped stream of sword chi, which rose straight up, twisting the airflow and forming a light blue tornado, shrouding Yi Chun. Puff, puff, puff. All the vines that were attacking Yi Chun were shredded into pieces by the tornado, and from time to time, a thick stream of sword chi darted out and cut off large amounts of vines. Pop! The tornado was suddenly penetrated, and a dark red vine darted towards Yi Chun. This tornado is mixed with Zhen Qi, and can even cut steel into pieces when rotating at a high speed. However, this dark red vine was able to penetrate through it, which means it's much harder than ordinary cyan and red vines. This seems to be bad. As this thought flashed across his mind, Yi Chun swung his sword towards the dark red vine. With the help of his sword intent, the dark red vine wasn't indestructible, and was easily cut into pieces. However, in the next moment, Yi Chun discovered that new ends of the dark red vine were growing out from the broken ends of the vine, and the sharp fangs were densely covered in a spiral shape. I can't stay here for long. After cutting off the dark red vine once again, Yi Chun activated his great mystery Zhen Qi with all of his power, and infused it into the tornado, moving deeper into the jungle. The dark red vine followed closely behind, while the other cyan and red vines crazily blocked the tornado, trying to stop Yi Chun from moving forward. Yi Chun sneered, and controlled the tornado to attack. Under the attack of the tornado, the vines were torn apart one after another, and the ground was covered with layers and layers of cyan and red vines. Yi Chun walked deeper and deeper into the jungle, and it seemed like there was no end to it. With the help of the pellet that could instantly replenish his Zhen Qi, Yi Chun was not in a hurry. He waited until the tornado weakened, and then performed the swirling wind and broken clouds again, moving forward. Damn it! What the hell is this? Qin Hao was completely surrounded by the greenish-red vines. Although his body-protecting Zhen Qi could temporarily save his life, his Zhen Qi was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. In just half an hour he had already swallowed 3 Zhen Qi recovery pills. Shoo! A dark red vine that was as thick as a calf shot towards him. Crack! The vine was shattered by the vacuum giant palm, but soon, it recovered completely. No, I have to get out of here. This jungle is way too dangerous. The consumption of Zhen Qi is not proportional to the recovery speed. I will die here sooner or later. Qin Hao was extremely annoyed. He had just escaped from the Wind Wolf, and now he was surrounded by cyan and red vines. Ever since he had entered the 100,000 mountain range, nothing had gone smoothly. Fortunately, he was not too far away from the jungle, so he should be able to get out of here. The vacuum giant palm burst out, and Qin Hao opened up a bloody path, rushing back the way he had come. Right at that moment, a big tree not far away from him was suddenly smashed in the middle, and a huge figure appeared in front of him. If it was not the Wind Wolf, what else could it be? A man and a beast were facing each other, but they did not notice that there was a purple gas spreading down from the sky. This gas was like a living creature, twisting and wriggling, and its color was extremely bright. Shoo! A huge hole appeared on Qin Hao's protective Zhen Qi, and the flesh and blood on that part were quickly corroded into ashes. The Wind Wolf in front of him was not any better. The purple gas was obviously the bone-corroding miasma above the jungle. When the big tree was smashed, the extremely heavy bone-corroding miasma sank down and spread out. I don't want to die like this. Qin Hao opened his mouth and roared out. Soon, his body was corroded into ashes. The Wind Wolf was extremely powerful, and it was surprisingly not killed by the bone-corroding miasma. Howling, it rushed back the way it came from. However, soon, its body became shorter, and was corroded into ashes bit by bit. There was not even a trace of it left. It was even more horrifying than the vines in the jungle. The purple gas did not sink too much, and after it had spread to a certain area, it stopped expanding. Furthermore, the huge trees nearby were slowly absorbing the purple gas, and then releasing it out from the top of the trees, merging into the air above the jungle. A special balance had been formed between the two. In the middle of the jungle, Yi Chun raised his head and saw a mountain that was over 1,000 meters high. The front part of the mountain was protruding like a nose, and the two sides of the mountain were weirdly extending upwards, looking like the horns of a goat. Goat Head Mountain. It is indeed here. The vines were still chasing after Yichen. No one knew how long they were, or how many there were. Yichen kept killing the vines while rushing towards the nose of the mountain. When he got closer, Yichen found out that it was a huge cave. It was opened like a goat's mouth, and it was pitch black inside. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's go in first. Dispersing the tornado, Yichen's body flashed and disappeared into the mouth of the goat. The vines behind him followed him in like a tide. With his powerful soul power, Yichen could see the darkness as nothing. He smoothly went into the deep part of the cave, avoiding all the obstacles around him. There are stairs here. It seems like it was indeed made by someone. On the left side, Yichen found a secret staircase, which was curved and extended upwards. At first glance, it seemed to be a bit narrow and crowded. Yichen put a Zhenqi replenishing pellet into his mouth, and pushed up his Zhenqi layer with all of his strength, jumping up. Right then, the vines behind him seemed to be hesitating. They wanted to chase after Yichen, but they were also hesitating. Shoo, shoo, shoo. After a long while, countless vines gradually retracted, and stopped chasing after Yichen. Chapter 185. The second floor was no longer pitch black. Countless luminous stones on the walls were emitting a soft light, brightening up the whole space. Once inside, even with Yichen's state of mind, he could not help but take a deep breath. So much wealth. That's right, it was indeed a lot of wealth, because the second floor did not have only one thing, but all of them were very valuable. Everywhere he looked, there were boxes of gold casually piled up. Each box could contain 100,000 gold, and there were hundreds of boxes here, which added up to tens of millions of gold, which was comparable to the wealth of a mid-level family. Next to the boxes filled with gold were boxes of jewelry, including rubies, emeralds, top-quality agates, crystal necklaces, black pearls, emeralds, and jade, each of which was worth thousands of gold. The total value seemed to be no less than the hundreds of boxes of gold. Although gold and jewelry were easy to obtain for warriors, once it reached a certain amount, it would still be shocking. Most of the warriors would not be able to earn that much gold in their entire lives. Plus, the difference was that they earned it bit by bit, and did not feel like it was a big deal. However, Yichen had just obtained such a huge amount of wealth all of a sudden. Let's put it away first. Yichen waved his hand, and the boxes of gold and jewelry flew up into the air, falling into the storage ring. Yeah, the low-rank storage ring is full. These boxes were too big. There were 500 of them in total, and the low-rank storage ring was only 1/10 full. Fortunately, Yichen still had a few low-rank storage rings and one mid-rank storage ring. After taking all the gold and jewelry, Yichen's eyes fell on the ground next to him. There were boxes of low-rank soul stones and a lot of mid-rank soul stones. A shocking amount of yuan qi from the soul stones gathered in the air, forming images of dragons, tigers, phoenixes, and tortoises. 100 boxes of low-rank soul stones, 5 boxes of mid-rank soul stones. Each box contains 10,000. Yichen's breathing sped up. The gold and jewelry had only slightly surprised him, but the amount of soul stones had shocked him. He was sure that the Sky Cloud Martial School's 10 years of savings would not even have 1,000,000 low-rank soul stones, not to mention 50,000 mid-rank soul stones. Keep. Without saying a word, Yichen put them all into his storage ring. With over 600 chests gone, the space on the second floor suddenly became much wider. Looking around, all the other treasures could be seen. There were 3 gourds of pills. The gourd was filled with qi replenishing pills. The gourd contained essence replenishing pills. The gourd was filled with spirit replenishing pills. The 3 kinds of dawn were auxiliary dawn that could enhance the human body's essence, qi, and spirit. They didn't seem to be of much use, but they could double the speed of a martial artist's cultivation. It should be known that the so-called innate talent was actually the exuberance of essence, qi, and spirit. Therefore, those with innate talent would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating Zhenqi. For example, Yichen's spirit, which was his soul force, was very strong. His comprehension was far beyond ordinary people, and his cultivation speed of martial arts was inconceivably fast. If his essence and qi could keep up, then his cultivation speed of Zhen qi would reach the level of innate talent. Of course, during this period, he couldn't stop taking the supplement Qi Dan and supplement Essence Dan. There are 300 Dan in one gourd. If I take one every 3 days, I can use it for almost 900 days. In Yi Chen's eyes, these 3 gourds of pills were priceless treasures. In fact, they were indeed priceless treasures. If he took them out for auction, even astral-reaching realm martial artists would be tempted, or even go crazy. It should be known that the methods of making pills were usually in the hands of the big martial institutions, and the top-level pills were in the hands of the super martial institutions. An innocent man's wealth will get him into trouble. These 3 gourds of pills are enough to make an astral-reaching realm martial artist kill me. Putting the gourd into his storage ring, Yi Chen thought to himself. He walked to the corner, where there was a bookshelf. On the bookshelf were secret manuals. On the top floor were top-rank Mortal Realm secret manuals, 36 in total. Below that were low-rank Earth Realm secret manuals, 9 in total. Below that were 3 mid-rank Earth Realm secret manuals. And at the bottom was a high-rank Earth Realm secret manual. Without reading it, Yi Chen put it away. He planned to read it when he had the time. Even if he read it now, he wouldn't have the time to cultivate. Letting out a heavy breath, Yi Chen looked around. The second floor had been cleaned out by him, and nothing was left. Let's go to the 3rd floor. His body flashed. Yi Chen flew towards the stairs. Unexpectedly, the 3rd floor was completely empty. There was only a door of light standing in the center, emitting a fine light. Standing in front of the light door, Yi Chen was a little surprised. He didn't know where this light door would transport him to. The unknown always made people hesitate, and Yi Chen was no exception. It took me a lot of effort to find this place. If I don't go in, I will regret it. Making up his mind, Yi Chen stepped into the light door. Oh, the space rippled like water, and the next second, Yi Chen disappeared into the light door. Having experienced teleportation once, Yi Chen was much calmer this time, and his mind was calm. After a moment, or maybe a day or two, Yi Chen's body relaxed, and he found himself in a magnificent stone room. The stone room didn't have a door, and was surrounded by walls. On the ceiling was a shining crystal lamp, and below the crystal lamp was a stone table. On the stone table, a forearm-length huge key was floating. The key was white, as if it was made from a white crystal, and looked very simple and unadorned. So strange, there's such a big key here. Yi Chen reached out his hand, trying to grab the key, but found that there was an invisible force around the key, and it seemed to be impregnable. Break! Activating all of his Zhen qi, Yi Chen clenched his palm into a fist and punched the air. Dong! The invisible force didn't disperse, and instead, the huge counterforce made Yi Chen's feet leave the ground, and he was sent flying backwards, nearly crashing into the wall of the stone room. With a cold look, Yi Chen pulled out the dragon spring sword, and released 4 streams of sword qi in a row. The sword qi shot out, and thunder roared. However, in the next moment, the sword qi was also bounced back with an even stronger force. Waving his sword and shattering the reflected sword qi, Yi Chen let out a bitter smile. Although he knew that the white key could be very useful, he couldn't get it with his current power. Temporarily giving up on the key, Yi Chen looked around the entire stone room. There was also a stone table in the corner, on which a plain jade slip was placed. Yi Chen waved his hand, and this time there was no strange invisible force, and the jade slip was easily sucked into his hand. However, after looking through the jade slip for a while, Yi Chen didn't find any special function. After thinking for a while, he injected his Zhen qi into it. All of a sudden, an image appeared in Jihao's mind. On the ground, there was a 100-meter-tall beast with a pair of horns on its head, roaring. It opened its mouth and blew a huge mountain away. Then, it stamped its foot on the ground, and the ground split open. Lava spurted out from the cracks, dyeing the sky red. This beast was so powerful that it had never been seen or heard of before. Perhaps, only life and death realm warriors could be this powerful. Just when the beast pulled out a thousands of zhang tall mountain, a stone pillar-like finger appeared in the air. The finger moved like a shooting star and pointed at the beast's forehead. Bang! The beast's body exploded and disappeared. While Yichen was still in shock, that finger was pointing at his forehead. There was no way for him to escape, and there was no way for him to retreat. All of a sudden, Yichen felt like his head was about to explode. Countless messy information flooded his brain, and soon, all of these messy information combined into a text and a martial exercise map. It turned out that this finger art was called the void-shattering finger art. However, what was taught to Yichen was not the complete void-shattering finger art, but the third movement. According to Yichen's understanding, only this one movement was already extremely powerful. That beast had the power of a life and death realm warrior, but it still couldn't handle the power of this finger art. Of course, he also knew that without enough power, even if he learned this finger art to its fullest, he still wouldn't be able to kill an astral-reaching realm warrior, not to mention that horrifying beast. For a warrior, no matter how powerful a martial skill was, he still needed the power to activate it. Otherwise, it would just be an empty shell, since cultivation was the most important thing. Besides the training method for the third movement of the void-shattering finger art, the information also told him that if he wanted to break through the invisible force outside of the white key, he would need to learn a little bit of the void-shattering finger art. Just a little bit would be enough, and he didn't need much. The time limit was 3 days. After 3 days he would be teleported back, and he would never get the white key again. 3 days. Let me try. Yichen sat on the ground with his legs crossed, and started to study the mysterious third movement of the void-shattering finger art. 1 day later, Yichen pointed out his finger, and the air twisted instantly, making a popping sound. Shaking his head, Yichen closed his eyes and continued to study. On the second day, Yichen opened his eyes and slowly pointed out his finger. Pooh! The invisible force around the white key released a light ripple, but soon, it disappeared completely, and everything went back to normal. Still not working. Only 1 more day left. Yichen forced a smile at first, then performed his sword intent to cut off all the distracting thoughts. He sank his mind into the study of the void-shattering finger art. From time to time, he would recall the scene of that huge finger shattering the beast. Time passed by bit. Yichen's eyebrows would stretch and frown from time to time. Within that short period of time, it was hard to tell how many times they had changed. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, a wave of horrifying qi suddenly spread out from Yichen's body. He suddenly opened both of his eyes. His pupils were chaotic, and no one could tell how deep they were. Break! Using all of his power, Yichen pointed out his finger at the invisible force. Boom! The invisible force was finally shattered. No, more accurately, it was broken. The power of the void-shattering finger art was still not as powerful as the sword qi. However, the invisible force was closely related to the void-shattering finger art, which was why it was able to break the invisible force. Studying the void-shattering finger art was extremely exhausting. Yichen wiped the sweat off his forehead, then took out a qi replenishing pill, a spirit replenishing pill, and a spirit replenishing pill, and put them into his mouth. After resting for a while, Yichen walked to the white key. The key was the size of a forearm, with an ancient character for written on the front. Other than that, there was nothing special about it, and it did not cause any changes. The moment Yichen picked up the white key, a light door appeared in the stone room. The light door was faintly visible, and seemed like it could disappear at any second. Not daring to stay any longer, Yichen put the white key back into his pocket, then flashed into the light door. When he reappeared, Yichen had returned to the 2nd layer of the goat head mountain. Along with a buzzing sound, the light door in the middle of the 2nd layer disappeared completely. It would be impossible for him to enter the stone room again in the future. No one knew where the stone room was, or if there were any other places in the stone room. When he was about to walk down to the next layer, Yichen slightly frowned. His soul power had sensed that there were 2 people in the next layer. These 2 people were none other than Morong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng. Why are they here? For a moment, Yichen was confused. Chapter 186. In the pitch-black first floor. Morong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng were surrounded by countless cyan red vines, and couldn't move even an inch. The ground around them was covered in broken pieces of vines. I've taken hundreds of Zhenqi replenishing pills in the past 3 days. Now my Zhenqi has become extremely turbid, and I only have less than 30% of my power left. Qi Xiaofeng smiled bitterly. Medicinal pills were indeed good, but they couldn't be taken too often, especially Zhenqi replenishing pills. Taking 10 pills a day was already the limit. If one took more than 10 pills, his Zhenqi would become turbid and unstable, and his fighting power would be greatly reduced. In the future, he would have to temper his Zhenqi more often, otherwise there might be some side effects. This was why most of the martial artists wouldn't take medicinal pills to replenish their Zhenqi, unless they were in a critical situation. Morong Qingqing frowned. She had been practicing the Great Sky Devil art, which was a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, and her Zhenqi was twice as much as Qi Xiaofeng's. However, during the past 3 days, she had taken almost 40 Zhenqi replenishing pills, and now she only had 60 to 70% of her power left. If not for the Great Sky Devil art and the Sky Devil power field, she would have been sucked dry by those vines long ago. Break. The Sky Devil power field was activated, and a large number of cyan red vines were twisted and shattered, clearing up an empty space, but soon, more vines filled up the space. Great Sky Devil palm print. For 3 days in a row, Morong Qingqing hadn't slept a wink, and had been fighting nonstop. No matter how strong her mental state was, she was starting to get annoyed. She launched the Great Sky Devil martial art, the Great Sky Devil palm print. As soon as she launched her palm print, all the vines within hundreds of meters in front of her were lifted into the air, and couldn't move anymore. Then, with a loud bang, they all disappeared. Go. Let's go. The air twisted, and Morong Qingqing was the first one to shoot towards the stairs leading to the second floor. What a powerful palm print. Qi Xiaofeng didn't dare to hesitate, and followed closely behind Morong Qingqing. Cassier, Cassier, Cassier. The ground in front of the stairs cracked, and suddenly, hundreds of dark red vines broke out from the ground, blocking their way. These dark red vines were as thick as calves, and lined up like a dark red wall, giving off a great pressure. I'm afraid I'm going to die here. The previous Sky Devil's great palm print had drained most of Morong Qingqing's true qi, and the pill she had swallowed earlier was too slow in recovering her true qi. It was impossible to replenish her true qi in an instant. Wanting to break through the blockade of hundreds of dark red vines was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The dark red vine's speed was far faster than the cyan and red vines, and it was about to hit the two's protective Zhenqi in an instant. With their current strength, they would definitely die. Chi 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 chi. Suddenly, a tornado swept past, blasting the dark red vines to the side, then wrapped around the two of them and rushed out. It's you. Morong Qingqing didn't break free from Yi Chen's grasp and let him hug her. She looked a little surprised. Yi Chen looked at the green and red vines that were torn apart by the tornado, and said lightly, "How did you get here?" He suspected that the two of them had followed him. Qi Xiaofeng explained. Morong and I were looking for a magic herb, but we were forced into this jungle by the lunar wind wolf. I see. Yi Chen was still a little suspicious, but he kept a calm expression on his face. Are you suspecting us? Asked Morong Qingqing. That's not important. What's important is to get out of here. If the two of them were in their best condition, Yi Chen wouldn't have saved them. After all, both of them were more powerful than him, and their movement skills were also better than his. If they joined hands, they could kill him 10 times over. No matter what, I'll remember this favor. Morong Qingqing didn't say another word. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dark red vines had caught up with them. With the intensity of their attacks, they were more than powerful enough to penetrate the tornado and tear apart the protective Zhenqi of the three of them. Put your arms around my waist, said Yi Chen. Morong Qingqing hesitated for a second, but when she saw the dark red vines chasing after them, she did as she was told and put her arms around Yi Chen's waist. Seeing this, Qi Xiaofeng's facial expression slightly froze. With his right hand free, Yi Chen pulled out the dragon spring sword, and without even turning his head around, he launched another large-scale attack of the shocking cloud sword art. lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Along with a series of thunderous booms, tens of sword lights darted out. Along with a series of puffing sounds, the dark red vines that were chasing after them were all cut into pieces. But soon, they grew out again and continued chasing after the tornado, which was still far away. In the jungle, this was the 5th time that Yi Chen had launched the swirling winds and clouds, and had consumed a lot of his Zhen Qi. Without any intention to avoid arousing suspicion, Yi Chen put a pill into his mouth, which could instantly replenish his Zhen Qi. Morong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng didn't care too much about it. In their eyes, the pill Yi Chen had just swallowed was just an ordinary pill, and if he used too much of it, his Zhen Qi would still be weak. However, they were still a bit confused as to why Yi Chen's power was still at its peak. Could it be that he hadn't been attacked by the vines before, and thus had only taken a few pills? That was the only possible explanation. And it was precisely because of this that Yi Chen took the pellet without any hesitation. Rumble. The tornado rolled the 3 of them up and flew at an incredible speed. Under Yi Chen's control, the tornado was also incredibly agile, easily avoiding all kinds of obstacles. Brother Yi, this sword art of yours is really amazing. It can even wrap people up in it. Qi Xiaofeng couldn't help but praise. Yi Chen smiled, but didn't explain that he had adapted the swirling winds and clouds. The jungle was the base of the man-eating vines, and many dark red vines and cyan red vines had surrounded them. Star-shattering cut. Sky Devil force field. Although Morong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng weren't as powerful as Yi Chen, they still had some of their powers left. They both launched their special skills and started killing those vines. Yi Chen was quite happy, but the remaining power of the two still surprised him a bit, especially Morong Qingqing, who was still more powerful than Lin Yu. Fortunately, Yi Chen clearly understood the consequences of swallowing too many pills. Without a couple of months of hard work, he wouldn't be able to recover to his peak state. Soon, the 3 of them were not far away from the edge of the jungle. Suddenly, Yi Chen frowned. "What's wrong?" asked Morong Qingqing. "A powerful living being is chasing us from under the ground. It's moving at an amazing speed. Soul power couldn't penetrate too deep into the ground, therefore, Yi Chen didn't know what that powerful living being was, but he didn't doubt its power. What should we do now?" Just when they were about to leave this dangerous place, another wave of danger came. Both Morong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng were instantly thrown into confusion. Yi Chen took a deep breath and said, "I have a way to get out, but it'll cost me a lot." "What kind of cost?" "I'll compensate you," Qi Xiaofeng said without hesitation. "A yuan light ball." "Yuan light ball?" Qi Xiaofeng was surprised. He had heard about this kind of extremely rare life-saving treasure. It was said that it could block any attack launched by any martial artist under the astral reaching realm. To clasping yuan realm martial artists, a yuan light ball was even more precious than a mid-rank great weapon, or even a high-rank great weapon. After all, the latter couldn't guarantee their lives, but the yuan light ball could. "I'll compensate you with 100,000 low-rank and 3,000 mid-rank stones." Morong Qingqing also said, "I'll compensate you with 200,000 low-rank and 3,000 mid-rank stones." Originally, both of them didn't have so many spirit stones, but they had earned quite a lot from the ancient inherited land that only happened once every 10 years. Just like Yi Chen, he had gained so many treasures and exchanged them for the institution. Seeing Yi Chen's indifference, Qi Xiaofeng said, "Brother Yi, do you think it's not enough?" All these soul stones were equivalent to the savings of 10, or even dozens of inner elders. Normal clasping yuan realm warriors would not even dare to think about it. Not everyone could be like them, who could enter the ancient inheritance place and gain so many treasures from it. Yi Chen said, "Yuan light ball is a life-saving treasure for me. If I use it this time, I won't have it next time. Nothing is more important than my life." Qi Xiaofeng was speechless. What Morong Qingqing said made sense. If he were in Morong Qingqing's shoes, he wouldn't be satisfied either. Morong Qingqing said, "What about a mid-rank storage ring?" Morong. Qi Xiaofeng was surprised. Morong Qingqing shook her head and said, "Worldly possessions are worldly possessions after all. Brother Yi, you're right, worldly possessions are nothing compared to life." Yi Chen was shocked. Morong Qingqing actually had a mid-rank storage ring, which was priceless. After all, a low-rank storage ring was only as big as a room, while a mid-rank storage ring was as big as a grand hall. The difference between the two was 10 times, and the value of a mid-rank storage ring was 100 times higher. Right now he was in need of a mid-rank storage ring. Those 600 chests of gold, jewelry, and spirit stones had taken up all of his low-rank storage rings, and his mid-rank storage ring was only left with 2/3 of its space, which might not be enough in the future. Alright, deal. Yi Chen understood that this was their limit, not to mention that even if he left them behind, that terrifying creature might not let him go, and might even use the Yuan light ball in the end. Soon, the two of them gave the promised compensation to Yi Chen. The method was very simple. When the storage ring was fully activated, a light screen would appear, and the things that were thrown into the light screen would be put into the storage ring, without having to go through the ring's hand. Boom! Right at this moment, a large area of the ground behind them collapsed, and a gigantic human-shaped monster crawled out of the ground. It was over 100 meters tall, and its body was connected to numerous vines. Some were cyan red, some were dark red, and some were purple red, which they had never seen before. The man-eating vine mother had appeared. Seeing this, the three of them gasped. They suspected that even the Yuan light ball might not be able to block this attack. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless vines flew towards the three of them. Among them, the purple-red vines were the rarest, but they were indeed the fastest. They had already broken the speed of sound, flashed across the air, and pierced through the tornado, reaching less than 3 feet away from the three of them. Pop! The purple-red vines were blocked, and a layer of blue light screen appeared around the three of them. The light screen was a foot thick, with blue streams of air constantly rotating within it. The defense of the light screen was amazing. What was even more frightening was that the purple-red vines had penetrated 1/3 of the light screen, and were even more powerful than the Wind Wolf. Chapter 187. If we weren't protected by this light shield, this attack would have killed us 10 times over. Qi Xiaofeng felt lucky, and the dissatisfaction he had towards Yi Chen was gone. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Carrying the two of them, Yi Chen tapped the ground with his foot, and darted towards the outer edge of the jungle. Pop! 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 The purple-red vines hit on the light shield from time to time, and each attack was powerful enough to break 1/3 of the light shield. Many times, the vines hit on the same spot. Fortunately, the defensive power inside the light shield wasn't static, it was constantly moving, and the damaged parts would be repaired in the next moment, keeping the entire light shield in an absolutely balanced state. Seeing that the purple-red vines couldn't break the light shield, the mother vine opened its mouth and let out a thigh-thick, dark purple vine. This vine moved as fast as lightning, and only let out a thunderous boom after it had darted miles away. It was actually a few times faster than the speed of sound. Sky Devil Great Palm. At this moment of life and death, Morong Qingqing once again launched an extremely powerful martial skill. Her slim palm struck towards the air along with an ocean-like power. Boom. In front of her palm, all the objects within hundreds of meters were lifted into the air and turned into nothingness. Although that dark purple vine wasn't damaged, it seemed to have fallen into a swamp and started slowing down. From 3 times faster than the speed of sound, it slowed down to 2 times faster than the speed of sound, and then from 2 times faster to 1 time faster than the speed of sound. With blood gushing out from the corner of her mouth, Morong Qingqing said to Yi Chen, "This is all I can do, the rest is up to you." "Don't worry." Yi Chen nodded. His soul power spread out in 2 directions. One was the entrance in front of him, and the other one was the movements of the man-eating vines behind him. After half a day of running, they were getting closer and closer to the outer entrance, and there were only 10 miles left. A dim light flashed on his storage ring, and a red light fireball appeared in his hand. This red light fireball was given to him by the demon child Leng Wuqing. There were 3 of them in total, and they were extremely powerful. They could even injure a mid-class Bing Yuan realm martial artist. However, right now mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists were no longer a threat to Yi Chen, so there was no point for him to keep them. With a flick of his finger, the Scarlet Fusion Fireball drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed 3 feet away from Yi Chen. If one looked closely, one would notice that the Scarlet Fusion Fireball was only a hair's breadth away from the light barrier. At this time Yi Chen shouted, "Explode!" Rumble! The blazing flame exploded, but the powerful force did not shatter the light shield. Instead, it caused the light shield to speed up and shoot into the distance like a meteor. Good idea. Qi Xiaofeng and Morong Qingqing's eyes brightened. Before they thought that Yi Chen was just lucky, but now they didn't think so anymore. In such a dangerous situation he could actually stay so calm and think of using an external force to increase his speed. Compared to him, they were much more stupid and only knew how to solve problems with violence. Using the same method, Yi Chen exploded the remaining 2 Scarlet Fusion Fireballs one after another. Instantly, his speed was boosted to an unimaginable level. Wherever he passed by, the air would twist intensely, and strong gusts of wind would bring up layers of earth waves. Following closely behind the light shield, pop! The dark purple vine finally recovered from the image of the Sky Devil palm, and once again reached 3 times the speed of sound, chasing after them. 5 miles. 3 miles. 1 mile. Within dozens of blinks of an eye, the dark purple vine had shortened from 5 miles to 1 mile, and was once again approaching Yi Chen, Morong Qingqing and Morong Qingqing. Success or failure depends on this. Yi Chen kept moving, as if the dark purple vine was nothing to him. After a blink of an eye, the dark purple vine was less than 200 meters away from the 3 of them. Half a blink of an eye, it was less than 50 meters away. Release! Yi Chen held the core of the light shield in his hand and threw it backward. Shoo! The 3 of them flew out of the light shield and continued to rush toward the entrance 1 mile away. Swoosh! The light shield, which had yet to dissipate, twisted rapidly and was then pierced through by the dark purple vine. Its powerful defense only made the dark purple vine pause for a blink of an eye. Taking advantage of this blink of an eye, the 3 of them were less than 200 meters away from the entrance, and 300 meters away from the dark purple vine. Unfortunately, 300 meters was only 1/3 of a blink of an eye for the dark purple vine. In such a short time, Yi Chen and the other 2 would definitely not be able to rush out 200 meters. Finally, the dark purple vine pierced through the bodies of the 3 of them. No, it was the Zhenqi afterimages that had been pierced through. It turned out that Yi Chen had performed the shadow-separating light art at the critical moment, and had created 3 Zhenqi afterimages where he had been standing. His real body had already appeared on the right front with the other 2. The next moment, the dark purple vine once again pierced through their Zhenqi afterimages. Morong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng both gasped in shock. They couldn't even imagine how Yi Chen had managed to do that. The dark purple vine was way too fast, so fast that they couldn't even react. If it were them, they would definitely not be able to perform the Zhenqi afterimages to confuse the man-eating vine. Of course, they didn't know that Yi Chen had a powerful soul power. Under the detection of his soul power, every single move of the dark purple vine was under his control. He knew exactly when it would arrive, and when it would be the best time to confuse it. The man-eating vine was enraged. Over and over again, Jihao and Jihao had escaped from its attacks, which made it feel depressed and confused. The sunlight shone on the 3 of them, and they finally made it out of the jungle. However, it was not the time to relax yet. Yi Chen activated his Zhenqi to its limit, and darted towards the right front, where there was a rock mountain blocking the way. Obviously, Yi Chen had been worrying too much. The man-eating vine couldn't appear outside the jungle, as if there was an invisible barrier blocking it. Whoosh! Letting go of the 2, Yi Chen felt dizzy and nearly fainted. Within a short distance of tens of miles, he had been fighting against the man-eating vine, struggling on the edge of death. Although he had won in the end, only he himself knew how much energy he had consumed. To be honest, if it were any other clasping Yuan realm martial artist, he would have died dozens of times already. There was absolutely no chance for him to make it out of the jungle, not to mention carrying 2 people. Beside him, Morong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng were staring at Yi Chen as if he was a monster. What's wrong? Yi Chen's voice was hoarse. Qi Xiaofeng gave a bitter smile and said, apart from strength, compared to you, I feel like an idiot. How did you do that? Yi Chen gave a bitter smile and responded, if I don't want to die, this is the only way. This is the first time I admire someone, but now I have to admire you. You are not that powerful. Morong Qingqing didn't even try to hide her admiration for Ji Hao. Let's get out of here first. Calming himself down, Yi Chen didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore. Hearing Qi Xiaofeng and Qi Xiaofeng nodded. They didn't want to come back to this place ever again. On their way out of the 100,000 mountain range, Yi Chen ran into people from the Long Blade Martial School. However, there were only tens of them left, and all of them seemed to have lost their wits. Shaking his head, Yi Chen felt lucky for these people. If they had stayed any longer and waited for the man-eating vine to come out, the entire Long Blade Martial School would have been annihilated. There weren't any demonic beasts in this direction. Half a day later, the three of them left the 100,000 mountain range and arrived at the territory controlled by the Long Blade Martial School. After another half a day, the three of them arrived at the only city near the 100,000 mountain range, Luohui City, inside a private room of a large restaurant. The three of them were sitting inside. Brother Yi, it's all thanks to you that we survived this time. Qi Xiaofeng poured a glass of wine for Yi Chen and said gratefully. Yi Chen said, strictly speaking, it's just a business deal between us. There's no such thing as gratitude. He had already accepted 500,000 low-ranked soul stones, 6,000 mid-ranked soul stones, and a mid-ranked storage ring from the two of them. He was already satisfied, and didn't feel that the two of them owed him anything. You can't say that. Without you, even if we had all the wealth in the world, we wouldn't be alive to enjoy it. Morong Qingqing raised her glass and clinked it against Yi Chen's. In that case, this meal is my way of thanking you for your kindness. Picking up his glass, Yi Chen emptied it in one gulp. The sky was getting dark. After 3 rounds of drinking, the three of them were a little tired. They said goodbye to each other and went back to their own rooms to rest. In the guest room, Yi Chen lied on the soft bed and closed his eyes. Soon he fell into a deep sleep and only had a slight trace of consciousness left in his mind. From yesterday to today he was too tired. On the other side, Morong Qingqing dragged her exhausted body out of the shower and fell into a deep sleep just like Yi Chen. The couple of days of continuous battling had taken a huge toll on her. Although she did not seem to have done much in the end, it was just that she had been startled for a while, which had drained her even more mentally. In the middle of the night, Yi Chen was the first one to wake up. I feel much better now. This is the first time I felt so tired. Getting up from the bed, Yi Chen stretched his body, opened the window and enjoyed the night breeze. After a long while, Yi Chen closed the window and thought, I haven't checked the white key yet. I wonder what it can do. Taking out the arm-length white key, Yi Chen stared at it without blinking his eyes. Seeing that he couldn't see anything, Yi Chen injected his Zhen Qi into the key. Buzz. A white light shone, and a line of ancient characters appeared in the air. Emperor's Tomb. Aries constellation. Frowning, Yi Chen couldn't understand what this key had to do with the Aries constellation. Could it be the Aries constellation in the sky? But this is not that world. This is the true spirit continent. Perhaps, it's just that the name is the same, but the content is different and can't be compared. Excluding the Aries constellation, Yi Chen had some thoughts about the Emperor's Tomb, which was probably the tomb of some powerful warrior. And this white key was indeed the key to open the tomb. No, it should be one of the keys. The map that he had gotten was not complete, it was only a piece of it. Judging from this, only by collecting all the keys would he be able to find the tomb and open it. After a slight disappointment, Yi Chen didn't care too much about it. The biggest gain this time should be the training method for one of the movements of the void-shattering finger art. If he could train it to the entry level, he would be able to beat all the other powerful warriors of the same generation. Once he trained it to the completion level, its power would be unimaginable. In his mind, the scene of that huge finger shattering the demon beast was still vivid. The void-shattering finger is too hard to train. I won't be able to make any progress in a short period of time. I should take a look at that high-rank Earth Realm manual first. In the second layer of the Goat Head Mountain, Yichen had gotten a lot of manuals, and the best one among them was a high-rank Earth Realm manual. He didn't have time to read it before, but now he could study it. Chapter 188. A dim light flickered, and a secret manual appeared in Yichen's hand. Yichen opened it. Flo Luo 3 Mysterious Spell, High-Rank Earth Realm Secret Art. Secret Art? Just by reading a few words, Yichen's heart started to beat faster. Normally, anything related to a secret art would be a good thing. The so-called secret art was a secret art that ordinary people would not even have the chance to see. It was more valuable than a martial art of the same rank. Calming himself down, Yichen continued to read. This secret art is a secret art that can increase one's movement art. It is divided into 3 realms. The first realm can increase one's movement art by 1 rank, the second realm can increase 2 ranks, and the third realm can increase 3 ranks, all the way to the top rank Earth Realm movement art. Closing the manual, a smile appeared on Yichen's face. This manual had arrived just in time. Although the separating shadows flying art was very good, as it could separate Zhenqi shadows to confuse the enemies at the critical moment, but as the power increased, the weakness of the separating shadows flying art would be increased, which was its slow speed. Of course, it might not be slow among the other movement arts of the same rank. It could be counted as a top-rank Earth Realm movement art. However, all the martial geniuses he had met had trained a mid-rank Earth Realm movement art, or a high-rank one. In the future, he might even meet a martial genius who had trained a top-rank Earth Realm movement art. Compared to them, the speed of the separating shadows flying art was definitely the weakness. Now the problem was completely solved. As long as he trained the Flo Luo 3 mysterious spell to the first realm, the separating shadows flying art would be increased to the mid-rank Earth Realm. Once he trained it to the second realm, it would be increased to the high-rank Earth Realm. If he trained it to the third realm, it would reach the top-rank Earth Realm. This meant that the value of the Flo Luo 3 mysterious spell was equivalent to a top-rank Earth Realm movement art, which would allow him to be as fast as others, or even faster than others. Secret arts are usually very hard to train. This Flo Luo 3 mysterious spell is probably as hard as a top-rank Earth Realm martial art. It should be impossible to reach the third realm so easily. However, the first realm could increase 1 rank, which could be used for a long time. After a couple of hours, it would be dawn. Yichen didn't feel sleepy anymore, so he started to practice the Great Mystery Art and his Zhenqi. Before cultivating, he swallowed a replenishing essence pill, a replenishing qi pill, and a replenishing spirit pill. Then he held a piece of low-grade spirit stone in each hand and entered into a state of cultivation. When the medicinal effects started to take effect, Yichen was pleasantly surprised to find that his cultivation speed had increased by about 30%. In other words, cultivating for 13 days in the past was equivalent to cultivating for 10 days now. In a year he could save more than 80 days. After reaching the clasping Yuan realm, it is getting harder and harder to increase my cultivation. With these 3 kinds of pellets, I would be able to increase my cultivation even faster. After calming himself down, Yichen began to cultivate. The night quickly faded. The next day, early morning, in the lobby of the restaurant, the 3 of them sat by the window and were having breakfast. "Oh right, Brother Yi, why are you still using ordinary weapons? If you had a low-grade sword, your power would definitely improve by 10 to 20%. Qi Xiaofeng asked abruptly. Yichen said, "It's hard to find a suitable weapon. I would like to buy a low-grade sword at an auction." Morong Qingqing said, "Weapon auctions are usually held once a year, or even longer. Why don't you go to the martial city in the Black Dragon Empire? It's a city of martial artists. Many martial artists would find some treasures that they don't need during their travels, and trade with each other. Of course, spirit stones are the hard currency among martial artists. You can also buy them." The martial city? Yichen had never heard of it. Qi Xiaofeng nodded and said, "Yes, I've been to the martial city once. There are millions of martial artists gathered there. and 80% of them are above the condensing reality realm. There are also a lot of clasping yuan realm and astral reaching realm martial artists. Sometimes, there are even Sea of Souls realm martial artists. It's very famous in the entire South Shui region. If you are willing to pay a high price, you can easily buy a low-grade sword. If that's the case, I do need to go there. A low-grade weapon could increase the attacking power by 10 to 20%, which was much more valuable than ordinary weapons. Yichen decided that his next stop would be the Black Dragon Empire. He had always wanted to see the Black Dragon Empire, one of the 3 largest empires in the South Shui region. Morong Qingqing said, "I'm going back to the Black Dragon Empire as well. You and I can go together." Hearing this, Qi Xiaofeng's expression changed. Then he smiled bitterly in his mind. He had planned to spend a few more days with Morong Qingqing, but now it seemed that his plan was ruined. "Thank you." Yichen nodded. After breakfast, Yichen and Morong Qingqing started their journey. The spirit-speaking nation was not far from the Black Dragon Empire, only about 70 to 80,000 miles away. At a normal speed, it would take them a week to get there. On the way, Yichen had been practicing the Flow Rudra 3 mysterious spell every day, trying to reach the first level as soon as possible and improve the separating shadow art to the mid-rank earth realm. As for Morong Qingqing, she had been training her Zhenqi especially hard. Because she had swallowed too many pellets, her power had dropped to 60 to 70% of her peak. Although the Sky Devil Martial School had many secret Zhenqi training spells, she had only recovered 80% of her power in a couple of days. Of course, this speed had already shocked Yichen. He estimated that she would have recovered 90% of her power by the time they arrived at the Black Dragon Empire. A rank 6 martial institution is indeed a super martial institution. They are so powerful. With only this Zhenqi training spell, they can beat all the rank 7 martial institutions. In fact, Yichen had underestimated Morong Qingqing and the rank 6 martial institutions. On the 6th day, Morong Qingqing, who had finished her training, stood up and activated the Sky Devil power field with all of her power. Immediately, a small mountain nearby was crushed, as it couldn't bear the sudden explosion of the power field. "You've recovered your power." Yichen was surprised. Morong Qingqing nodded. "Actually, I didn't take too many pellets this time. 2 years ago, the Sky Devil Martial School had a war with another rank 6 martial institution. During that war, I took a whole 50 pellets in one day and killed over 20 clasping yuan realm warriors." A war with a rank 6 martial institution? It was just a small fight. If it was a real war, I probably wouldn't be standing here anymore. Morong Qingqing looked calm. "You killed over 20 clasping yuan realm warriors in a small fight. Clasping yuan realm warriors from a rank 6 martial institution are so worthless." Yichen shook his head. He couldn't imagine the power of a rank 6 martial institution. After another day, the two finally arrived at the border of the Black Dragon Empire. In front of the two was a 3,000 zhang tall mountain. Except for its height, this mountain looked ordinary. However, it was emitting a terrifying aura. Yichen found that a lot of warriors who came here would choose to take a detour. Morong Qingqing introduced. According to the legend, a life and death realm warrior once died on this mountain. His blood dyed the top of the mountain red. His powerful consciousness had merged with the mountain, forming an extremely oppressive and horrifying aura. Normal warriors would often go crazy and die if they got too close. What's the name of this mountain? The Fallen Mountain. Chapter 189. The Fallen Mountain seemed to be very close, but it was actually dozens of miles away from the main road. While walking on this road, Yichen felt that horrible pressure. The negative emotions in his heart had been magnified by a couple of times without him noticing, and it even made him feel like he was hallucinating. Activating his sword intent, Yichen killed all of those negative emotions, then turned his head to look at Morong Qingqing. She seemed to have gotten used to the pressure from the fallen mountain, so she didn't seem to be affected at all. Vaguely, Yichen also felt that there was an even more mysterious power in her body, which was fighting against the pressure from the fallen mountain. Strange. Yichen was confused. Not long after, The two of them left the mountain of death behind, and the oppressive feeling instantly disappeared. The martial city was located in the west of the Black Dragon Empire, in the middle of the heavy mysterious mountain. Before they even got close to the heavy mysterious mountain, Yichen felt that the gravity had increased. This increase was very subtle, and without great perception, it would be hard to notice. At first, Yichen didn't pay much attention to it, but as they got closer and closer to the heavy mysterious mountain, the gravity became even heavier. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Is there something wrong with the gravity in the heavy mysterious mountain?" "You found it." Indeed, the gravity in the heavy mysterious mountain is much stronger than the outside world, and the closer we are to the center, the stronger the gravity is. "We haven't entered the heavy mysterious mountain yet," Morong Qingqing explained. "Really?" Morong Qingqing smiled. It was the first time she came to the heavy mysterious mountain, and she was just as shocked as Yichen. Later on, she didn't pay much attention to it. The true spirit continent was vast, and there were many things that couldn't be explained. For example, why did the ancient inheritance land become a world of its own? And why didn't it allow people who were over 24 years old to enter? This kind of method had already surpassed the power of life and death realm warriors. Half an hour passed. The two officially entered the outer area of the heavy mysterious mountain. Such a strong gravity, at least 3 times stronger than the outside world. Yichen suddenly lost control of his strength, and left a few deep footprints on the ground. On the other hand, Morong Qingqing's steps were no different from normal. Taking a deep breath, Yichen adjusted himself according to the gravity, so that he would not leave any footprints. On the way, Yichen ran into quite a few groups of martial artists. Most of them were above the clasping yuan realm. Condensing reality realm martial artists were rarely seen. "Look, isn't that Morong Qingqing? Who is that brat next to him? How can he walk together with Morong Qingqing? I've never seen him before. He doesn't look like a disciple of the sky-flying demon sect. I'm so envious." Morong Qingqing is one of the 2 great beauties of the Black Dragon Empire. He would be satisfied even if he spoke a few words with her. What virtue or ability does he have to walk side by side with Morong Qingqing? This kid is dead for sure. There are hundreds and thousands of young people who are infatuated with Morong Qingqing. Any one of them could crush him to death. You're right. Let's wait for a good show. The heavy mysterious mountain was not very big. Within an hour, Yichen and Morong Qingqing had reached the deepest part of the mountain. The gravity here was unprecedentedly strong, almost 10 times stronger than the outside world. According to Yichen's estimation, flying in the sky would consume Jin Qi dozens of times faster than the outside world. Even clasping Yuan realm martial artists would not be able to fly for long, and astral-reaching realm martial artists would also be slowed down. "The entrance to the martial city is at the top of the mountain," Morong Qingqing said. Yichen was surprised. "The entrance is at the top of the mountain. We'll know when we get there." When they reached the top of the mountain, Yichen finally understood what Morong Qingqing meant. The martial city was actually located on a magnificent mountain. This mountain seemed to have its top cut off by a sword, leaving only a flat cross-section. The cross-section had a diameter of over 100 miles. Around the cross-section was a bottomless abyss, completely isolated from the outside world. There were only 2 ways to enter the martial city. One was to fly with one's cultivation. However, the gravity above the abyss was way too strong. Yichen had just seen a rank 4 flying demonic beast being dragged into the abyss by the sudden increase of gravity when it was gliding in the sky, leaving nothing behind. The second way was to use the chains in front of them. There were thousands of chains floating above the abyss. These chains were as thick as a person's thigh, connecting the 2 places. "Let's go." Morong Qingqing's body flashed and landed on the chain. Immediately, Zhen Qi spurted out from her heels, pushing her to the other end of the chain at an extremely fast speed. Following her example, Yichen followed closely behind Morong Qingqing. When they reached the center of the abyss, Yichen felt the sudden increase of gravity. It was at least 30 times, no 50 times, a whole 50 times. No wonder even rank 4 flying demonic beasts couldn't fly over here. If a normal clasping yuan realm martial artist tried to fly over here, he would probably end up the same as a rank 4 flying demonic beast. Swoosh. Swoosh. The two landed on the cross-section of the mountain outside the Martial City. The Martial City was bigger than the Wild Wind City and the Forgotten City in the Windy Nation. It was over 70 miles in both width and length, and the city wall was over 300 meters tall. This height was not built randomly, because according to the gravity here, no martial artist below the late clasping yuan realm could fly over 300 meters. Outside the wide city gate, there were 2 rows of guarding martial artists. Murong Qingqing reminded them, the entrance fee is 1 low-rank soul stone, and the exit fee is also 1 low-rank soul stone. Even leaving the city requires a soul stone? The entrance fee of 1 low-rank soul stone was indeed very high, but Yi Chen had already gotten used to it. After all the people in the martial city were martial artists. Once you entered the city, you would be able to buy a lot of things that you couldn't normally see, which was very attractive to martial artists. It was understandable that the entrance fee was very high, but leaving the city also required a fee, which confused him. Murong Qingqing said, there are a lot of rules in the martial city, this is just one of them. After paying the 2 low-rank soul stones, the two entered the martial city. The first impression that Yi Chen got from the buildings inside the martial city was that it was huge and magnificent. Any ordinary building was at least 10 meters tall, and those restaurants were like tall towers, standing in every corner of the city. They were extremely eye-catching, and the streets were even wider, almost able to accommodate hundreds of people walking side by side. At this moment, Yi Chen felt like he had arrived at the capital of the giants. The second rule of the martial city is that fighting is strictly prohibited. Anyone who violates this rule will be thrown into jail depending on the severity of the offense. Those who violate this rule will be killed on the spot. Until now, there has never been an exception. Hearing this, Yi Chen said, the martial city is a city of martial artists, so there should be a powerful person guarding it, right? Murong Qingqing nodded. The mayor of the martial city is a Sea of Souls realm martial artist. A Sea of Souls realm martial artist, no wonder. If astral-reaching realm martial artists were powerful martial artists, then Sea of Souls realm martial artists were powerful martial artists. Every single move of theirs had the power to change the terrain. With a powerful Sea of Souls realm martial artist as the mayor, anyone who dared to mess around would be looking for death. There was a reason why the street was so wide. Once he entered the city, Yi Chen saw a lot of martial artists setting up stalls on both sides of the street. There were all kinds of stalls. There were bookshelves, animal skins, tables, and even huge rocks shaped like counters. It was a dazzling sight. Murong Qingqing said, if you want to set up a stall, you need to spend 100 low-rank soul stones to get a stall license. Otherwise, it would be against the rules, and the punishment would be very heavy. Normally, when there are not too many things to sell, no one would set up a stall. Most people would choose to trade privately. Are there no shops in the martial city? Yi Chen asked. There are, but the shops rarely sell treasures. Most of them are pellet shops and normal weapon shops. And then there are restaurants and tea houses. Of course, if you have thousands of treasures, you can rent or buy a shop. Unfortunately, the treasures that an individual has are limited. It would be more worthwhile to set up a stall at midnight. After all, the stall license only costs 100 low-rank soul stones. In the city, there were a lot of patrolling martial artists going back and forth to check if anyone was violating the rules. Those martial artists who were more powerful than them did not dare to talk back to them. They were afraid that if they offended the patrolling martial artists, it would be a huge loss for them. When passing by some stalls, Yi Chen found that not everyone wanted to trade with soul stones. Some of the martial artists had 2 prices. One was the price of soul stones, and the other was the price of gold. However, the price of gold was obviously on the higher side. For example, a spirit plant would cost 10 low-rank soul stones, which was equivalent to 4,000 gold. However, the price of gold was more than 4,000 gold, reaching 6,000 gold. Regarding this, Yi Chen had his own opinion. In the martial city, gold should not be valued too much. Soul stones were what everyone needed. Therefore, if you wanted to buy something with gold, you should not care about it. No one would force you to buy it anyway. Coming to a bookshelf stall, Yichen took a look. All of them were secret manuals. The top 2 layers were for top-rank Mortal Realm secret manuals, and the bottom 2 were for low-rank Earth Realm secret manuals. Yichen asked, "How much are these secret manuals?" The owner of the stall was a mid-class Bing Yuan realm martial artist. He glanced at Yichen and said in a neutral tone, "Top-rank Mortal Realm secret manuals are all 80 low-rank soul stones. Low-rank Earth Realm secret manuals have their own prices." Hearing this, Yichen looked down. The cheapest low-rank Earth Realm secret manual was worth 6,000 low-rank soul stones, and the most expensive one was 13,000 low-rank soul stones. There were 5 secret manuals here, and the total value was more than 40,000 low-rank soul stones. It was not a small fortune. Yichen was speechless. The Martial City was indeed the Martial City. Even a small stall had a huge transaction volume. Yichen had no idea where the owner got so many secret manuals. Thinking that he still had dozens of secret manuals with him, Yichen thought to himself, "If I lack soul stones in the future, I can set up a stall in the Martial City to sell them. Are you buying or not? If not, don't block the stall." The owner's face darkened. "I'm just taking a look." Yichen and Morong Qingqing walked away. They didn't care about the owner's attitude. All the martial artists who set up stalls in the Martial City were not ordinary people. There were good and bad personalities, and there were all kinds of people. You couldn't expect every powerful martial artist to be nice to you. After walking a few streets, Yichen still hadn't found a stall that sold great weapons. Most of the stalls were selling spirit herbs, strange metals, beast pellets, and secret manuals. Morong Qingqing said, "There aren't many treasures in the outer city. Let's go to the trading palace in the inner city." Trading palace? The trading palace is the place with the most treasures in the Martial City. Sometimes, astral-reaching realm martial artists would also choose to sell or buy treasures there. However, you have to be qualified to go in. You have to be at least a late-class Bing Yuan realm martial artist, or a very wealthy person with more than 200,000 low-rank soul stones. You have more than 500,000 low-rank soul stones, so you are qualified. Chapter 190. Hearing Morong Qingqing's words, Yichen naturally planned to go to the trading palace in the inner city to have a look. To enter the outer city, one would have to pay a low-rank soul stone, and to enter the inner city, it would be 100 times more, 100 low-rank soul stones. Just this entrance fee alone was enough to keep most of the condensing reality realm warriors out. They were not that extravagant, throwing out 100 low-rank soul stones so casually. Most of them only had hundreds or thousands of low-rank soul stones in their pockets. After paying 200 low-rank soul stones, Yichen and Morong Qingqing entered the inner city. 4 astral-reaching realm warriors drinking tea, and 2 astral-reaching realm warriors taking a walk. I saw 6 of them at once. It's unbelievable. Astral-reaching realm warriors were rarely seen in the outside world, but there were already 6 of them on one street in the inner city of the Martial City. One of them had a cultivation that was even more horrifying than the Black Crow Man, which meant that he was most likely a mid-astral-reaching realm warrior. Isn't this Miss Morong? Among the 2 astral-reaching realm warriors taking a walk, the silver-haired elder looked over with a smile on his face. Morong Qingqing said politely, "Greetings, Senior Diao." The silver-haired elder nodded and said, "Please send my regards to your Sky-Flying Devil Martial School's elderly. Tell him that I will play chess with him when I have time. But you have to tell him that he is not allowed to think for a long time before making a move. If I did not win the last game so quickly, I don't know how many days it would have taken." "Hee, I will tell elderly. But Senior Diao, you have to be careful this time. Elderly has developed a special move that is specially used to deal with you." Morong Qingqing smiled lightly. "All right, let him come. My cultivation is 1 level lower than his, but my chess skills are much better than his." The silver-haired elder laughed, then glanced at Yichen and teased, "Miss Morong, who is this? Don't tell me he is your sweetheart?" Morong Qingqing said, "He is my friend, his name is Yichen." "So it is a friend. Work hard." The silver-haired elder looked very kind. without the slightest bit of arrogance of an astral-reaching realm warrior. Instead, he was teasing Yichen. Seeing that he couldn't stay out of this, Yichen cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, seniors." The old man at the side nodded slightly and didn't say anything. The silver-haired old man waved his hand and said, "Go on with your business. We still have things to do. Take care, Senior Diao." Morong Qingqing watched him leave. Yichen couldn't help but ask, "Who is this Senior Diao? His cultivation is very terrifying." Senior Diao doesn't belong to any sect, but he is very famous in the Black Dragon Empire. Among the martial artists of the same level, there are only a few who can beat him. His self-created mountain-shaking fist can shake a mountain into powder, so the martial artists of Jianghu call him Mountain-Shaking Elder, Morong Qingqing said. To be able to turn a huge mountain into dust, it is indeed terrifying. There was a huge difference between smashing a mountain and shaking a mountain into powder. In the former, even 10 people would not be a match for Elder Jinshan. The trading hall was more than 5 miles in length and width. There were 4 entrances to the hall, and there were martial artists inspecting at each entrance. "You two, please show your spirit stones. Only those with more than 200,000 low-rank spirit stones are qualified to enter." The leading martial artists could see that the two of them didn't have the cultivation of late-class Bing Yuan realm, so he said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Yichen nodded. A dim light flashed on his storage ring, and a total of 20 big boxes landed on the ground. Each box contained 10,000 low-rank spirit stones. Indeed, there are 200,000 low-rank spirit stones. You can enter now. Hearing this, Yichen put away the 20 big boxes, and suddenly thought that Morong Qingqing might not have 200,000 low-rank spirit stones. However, to his surprise, Morong Qingqing didn't need to show her spirit stones at all. She took out a black jade tag from her storage ring, and the guard saw the jade tag and directly let her in. Our Sky Flying Devil Martial School is a rank 6 martial institution. As long as you show your core disciple tag, you will be able to enter the trading hall. Morong Qingqing said. Yichen sighed. Super martial institutions indeed had a lot of face. Their core disciples could directly enter the trading hall, and their status was equivalent to that of late-class Bing Yuan realm martial artists. The inside of the hall was very spacious, and there were countless pillars made of jade. These pillars were hundreds of meters tall and 5 meters thick. Flowers, birds, insects, and fishes were carved on the surface. The floor of the hall was paved with very expensive green jade, which looked crystal clear and smooth. Walking on it would feel like walking on a calm ocean, and it would make one feel much more relaxed. As far as the eye could see, there was a crystal counter every 20 steps. The things inside the counters were all different. There were shining great weapons, demonic beast pellets that were releasing yuan qi, rare spirit herbs that emitted a strong spirit qi, and even manuals. Right now, almost every crystal counter was surrounded by a group of martial artists. 80% of them were late-class Bing Yuan realm martial artists, and the rest were mostly early-class Bing Yuan realm, or mid-class Bing Yuan realm martial artists. Occasionally, some astral-reaching realm martial artists could be seen. Yichen roughly estimated that there were more than 50,000 class Bing Yuan realm martial artists in the hall, which was an amazing number. Following the order of the crystal counters, the two walked and observed. Stopping in front of a crystal counter, Yichen saw the words written on it. Rank 6 demonic beast, 3-headed snake pellet, worth 50,000 low-rank spirit stones. The 3-headed snake is only slightly weaker than the wind wolf. Normal peak-level late-class Bing Yuan realm martial artists are no match for it. I can't believe there is a 3-headed snake pellet for sale here. Yichen was very clear that the one who killed the 3-headed snake was most likely a late-class Bing Yuan realm martial artist. Astral-reaching realm martial artists were not that bored. After all, 50,000 low-rank spirit stones were not that much for them. Furthermore, once they reached the astral-reaching realm, low-ranked spirit stones would no longer be enough for their normal training. Only mid-ranked spirit stones could help them refine the yuan qi from the spirit stones faster. Morong Qingqing said, "Don't underestimate all the martial artists in the world. Some of the less famous late-class Bing Yuan realm martial artists are even more powerful than the top 10 young martial artists in the hidden dragon rank. The wind wolf and the three-headed snake are invincible existences for us, but for them, they might only need one attack to kill them. Killing the wind wolf with one attack. Is there anyone below the astral reaching realm who could do that? As far as Yi Chen knew, the wind wolf was way more powerful than the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Luo Xinglia. Luo Xinglia used to be an amazing martial genius, and now he was a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Stepping into the astral reaching realm is way too difficult. Although some people are already peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm martial artists, they might be stuck at this level for the rest of their lives. Therefore, these people would spend a lot of time and effort to study the most powerful martial arts, pushing their own power to the limit. The power they could unleash would be extremely horrifying. You can't underestimate them just because they are not talented enough. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. Yi Chen nodded. No matter what, to be able to kill a peak level 6 demonic beast, the three-headed snake, this person is indeed very powerful. I am far from being able to compete with him. Right now, Yi Chen's power could only compete with normal late-clasping Yuan realm martial artists at most. If he ran into a slightly more powerful late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, he would have to run away. If he ran into a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, he probably wouldn't even be able to run away. Walking another few hundred meters, Yi Chen suddenly saw a bright red light in front of him. The dazzling red light was emitted from the third crystal counter on the left. At the same time, a sharp and vigorous aura blew over, pressing down on his mind. The two of them looked over. Mid-rank artifact, Blood Sun Axe, worth 38,000 mid-rank spirit stones. Murong Qingqing said in surprise. Someone is selling a mid-rank artifact, but the price is too high. Not many people below the astral reaching realm can afford it. What's the usual price of a mid-rank artifact? Yi Chen could feel the power of this Blood Sun Axe. Once his soul power got close to it, it felt like it was going to be crushed. He hurriedly asked. A normal mid-rank artifact is worth no less than 30,000 mid-rank spirit stones. This Blood Sun Axe should be a slightly better mid-rank artifact. A normal mid-rank artifact costs 30,000 mid-rank spirit stones. I remember that a mid-rank artifact can only increase one's attack power by 30 to 40%. While a low-rank artifact can also increase one's attack power by 10 to 20%. Why is the price difference more than 100 times? Murong Qingqing shook her head. You have misunderstood. A low-rank artifact can increase a clasping Yuan realm martial artist's attack power by 10 to 20%. In the hands of an astral-reaching realm martial artist, it would already be very difficult to increase it by 5%. However, a mid-rank artifact can increase an astral-reaching realm martial artist's attack power by 30 to 40%. The two cannot be compared. Unfortunately, mid-rank artifacts are very rare. Even the inner elders of my Sky-Flying Devil sect rarely have one. I see. Then what if a mid-rank artifact falls into the hands of a clasping Yuan realm martial artist? Yi Chen was very clear about normal items, but he only had a smattering of knowledge about these rare treasures. No one had ever told him about them, and they could not be found in any books. As for astral-reaching realm martial artists, although they knew about them, you could not expect them to chat with you and tell you about some of the more advanced items. Moreover, Yi Chen was only familiar with Thunder Freer, and judging from his appearance, he did not have a mid-rank artifact either. It is very difficult for a clasping Yuan realm martial artist to bring out the full power of a mid-rank artifact. At most, their attack power can increase by 30 to 40%, which is the same as an astral-reaching realm martial artist. However, you have to be careful. Even if you have a mid-rank artifact, do not take it out. Some astral-reaching realm martial artists might even kill you and steal it. Thank you for the reminder. Yi Chen nodded. She was indeed a core disciple of a super martial institution. She knew a lot. Compared to her, Yi Chen's knowledge was very limited. Blood Sun Axe, my luck is not bad. A sturdy middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s walked over, his eyes landing on the Blood Sun Axe. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. This person was an astral-reaching realm martial artist. Ding-ling-ling. The sturdy middle-aged man pulled the string on the crystal counter, and a crisp bell sound rang out from the wall behind the crystal counter. Soon, a door opened in the wall, and an old man with an aura as deep as the sea walked out. His Zhenyuan ripples seemed to be even more powerful than the sturdy middle-aged man's. You want to buy the Blood Sun axe? Indeed. Seeing the two trading, Yichen shook his head. In the past, astral-reaching realm martial artists were rarely seen, but now, they were everywhere in the martial city. He was already numb to it. The interior of the trading palace was very spacious. It was more than 5 miles in length and width, which was much bigger than some of the small towns in the outside world. The two were not in a hurry as they walked along the rows of crystal counters. Yeah. It's a low-rank sword. I've finally found it. Yi Chen's soul power sensed a sharp sword aura. It was coming from 100 meters in front of him, and it was very clear. Let's go take a look. As he spoke, Yi Chen had already walked over, with Murong Qingqing following beside him. Chapter 191. There were 7 to 8 late clasping Yuan realm warriors standing in front of the crystal counter. Most of them were just there to watch, while the rest were bargaining with the owner. This sword is too expensive. Can you make it cheaper? 20,000 low-rank soul stones, I will buy it. The owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a beard. He shook his head. 30,000 low-rank soul stones, no more no less. How about 24,000 low-rank soul stones? This is all I have. The middle-aged man still shook his head. Seeing this, the few people who wanted to buy the sword felt helpless. Although they were late clasping Yuan realm warriors, they only had 20 to 30,000 low-rank soul stones at most, which was already very rich. Outside of the martial city, most of the late clasping Yuan realm warriors might not even have 10,000 low-rank soul stones. Plus, they needed a lot of low-rank soul stones for their own training, so they obviously could not spend all of them. 30,000 low-rank soul stones, I will take it. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing walked over side by side. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Chen and asked suspiciously, "You want to buy it?" He had been in the martial city for many years, so he knew clearly that only some of the older late clasping Yuan realm warriors could afford 30,000 low-rank soul stones. Yi Chen was so young. Even if he came from a big martial institution, he would not have that many low-rank soul stones, unless he was the top martial genius of the martial institution, who was qualified to go to the ancient inheritance place and exchange with the martial institution. Without saying anything, Yi Chen took out 3 boxes of soul stones from his storage ring. All right, the Star Scar sword is yours. The middle-aged man looked very happy. He had recently been interested in a low-rank Earth realm martial art, which included a flying art, palm art, and a martial art. If he sold it individually, it would only be around 10,000 low-rank soul stones, but if he sold it all together, it would be worth 70,000 low-rank soul stones. Right now, he still needed 20,000 low-rank soul stones. As for the extra 10,000 low-rank soul stones from selling the Star Scar sword, it was for his own training. Wow, this brat is way too rich. 30,000 low-rank soul stones just like that. I'm sure that he's a genius disciple of a large sect and has entered the ancient land of inheritance. Otherwise, with his age, he wouldn't be able to accumulate so many spirit stones even after 4 or 5 years. Look at that masked girl next to him. She seems to be at the peak level of the mid-clasping Yuan realm, but the Zhenqi vibration released from her body seems to be even more powerful than us. She must have trained some kind of powerful martial art. The quality and quantity of her Zhenqi is terrifyingly high. That brat walking together with her, he must not be simple. All of the late clasping Yuan realm martial artists nearby started to discuss among themselves. Some of them looked surprised, some looked greedy, and some looked envious. Murong Qingqing said in a low voice, "It's too expensive. The best low-grade artifact is only worth 20,000. It definitely won't exceed 25,000. Yi Chen said carelessly, "I don't need soul stones right now. What I need is a great sword. It doesn't matter." The Star Scar sword on the crystal counter was around 4 feet long. The body of the sword was not in the scabbard, and its whole body was shining with a misty sword light. It looked like the stars in the sky, shining brightly. Yi Chen could tell that the Star Scar sword was one of the top low-rank great swords. It was even better than the air-shattering blade that Lynch had bought. If he did not buy it now, he would regret it if someone else bought it. Wait, I want this Star Scar sword. The middle-aged man was about to hand over the Star Scar sword to Yi Chen, but a hand stopped him and said with a cold voice. Everyone looked over and saw that it was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. He had a sharp nose, triangular eyes, and a skinny face. His body was so skinny that it looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, sensing the extremely cold qi coming from him, no one dared to underestimate him. This is the inner master of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School, the Blood Eagle Sword Yuan Zongbua. Someone recognized the middle-aged man and said with a low voice, "It's him. This is going to be a good show." Yuan Zongbua is an experienced late-clasping Yuan realm warrior. Normal late-clasping Yuan realm warriors would not be able to take even one sword attack from him. Even if I can't get the Star Scar sword, I will just watch the show. Hee. The crowd spread out a little bit, standing not far away to watch the situation. Yi Chen's face darkened as he looked at the middle-aged man. Right now, it was all up to him. If he insisted on selling the Star Scar sword to him, then everything would be fine. The middle-aged man pushed away Yuan Zongbua's palm and said to Yi Chen, "Young man, the Star Scar sword is yours now. As for how you deal with it, it has nothing to do with me." Letting out a breath, Yi Chen took over the Star Scar sword. "Ha!" Yuan Zongbua looked at the middle-aged man with a cold look. "Very good. You did not even give me, Yuan Zongbua, any face. It seems like you are very confident." "I, Fang Zongbua, have always been upright. Of course, I am confident. This Star Scar sword has already been paid by him, so it belongs to him now." The middle-aged man did not look scared at all. His eyes were full of killing intent. If it were not for the fact that this was the martial city, where fighting was forbidden, Yuan Zongbua would have already killed the middle-aged man with one sword attack. He would not even bother to talk to him. Plus, the Star Scar sword was in Yi Chen's hand now, so it would be pointless for him to keep threatening the middle-aged man. Turning his head to look at Yi Chen, Yuan Zongbua said, "Young man, name a price. Sell this Star Scar sword to me, and we can talk about it later." Putting away the Star Scar sword, Yi Chen said, "Sorry, not for sale. You better think it through." Yuan Zongbua squeezed his eyes. This is the result of thinking it through. Right now we still have something to do. Bye. Yi Chen did not want to waste any more time with Yuan Zongbua. This kind of person would not change his mind with just a few words. So it would be a waste of time. "Brat, you are looking for death. Don't think that the martial city can protect you forever. Once we get out of the martial city, I, Yuan Zongbua, will have my ways to make you hand over the Star Scar sword. Of course, by then it will not be just one Star Scar sword, so I will have to collect some interest." Yuan Zongbua was so mad that he almost puked out blood. After being humiliated for so many times, his face had turned slightly red. He then clenched his fists, his veins bulging. As for Yuan Zongbua's harsh words, Yi Chen pretended that he did not hear them. Once they got out of the martial city, they would fight with their own power. If one or two words could scare him, then what was the point of him coming out to train? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the Sky Cloud Martial School? At least the Sky Cloud Martial School had the protection of the astral-reaching realm warriors. Looking at Yi Chen's back, everyone was shocked. This brat is so straightforward. He did not even talk to Yuan Zongbua. But it would be hard for Yuan Zongbua to kill him. The masked lady next to him is very powerful. If the two of them join hands, they might be able to hurt Yuan Zongbua. Relying on women is nothing. Hearing everyone's words, Yuan Zongbua sneered. Of course, he could tell how powerful Morong Qingqing was. But he was confident that he could kill Yi Chen and leave easily. Plus, with his experience, he could tell that Morong Qingqing and Yi Chen were just normal friends. They would separate eventually, and by then, he would make sure that Yi Chen would die a horrible death. That would be the price for messing with Yuan Zongbua. Waving his sleeves, Yuan Zongbua turned to leave. He needed to find some people to keep an eye on Yi Chen, just in case he would be able to sneak away without anyone noticing. On the other side of the palace, Morong Qingqing said that Yuan Zongbua is not easy to deal with. With your power, I think it might be a bit of a stretch. She did not want to hurt Yi Chun, so she used the word stretch. Seriously, if Yi Chun ran into Yuan Zongbua, the only thing he could do was to run for his life. As for whether or not he could make it out alive, it was still unknown. It would be boring if the training was not dangerous. It would be nice to have some side dishes. Yi Chun was not worried at all. He now had the training method for the third movement of the void-shattering finger art, and he also had the Flow Rudra 3 mysterious spell. With 1 month, his power would definitely reach the next level. By then, even if he could not beat Yuan Zongbua, he would still be able to scare him. Of course, if he could reach the peak level of early clasping Yuan realm, then he would be even more confident. You're right. Morong Qingqing nodded. After buying the Star Scar sword, the two did not leave right away. There were way too many treasures in the trading palace, and there might be something they needed. As they were walking, Morong Qingqing suddenly stopped in front of a crystal counter. Inside the crystal counter, a pair of gloves with golden threads was sitting there quietly. They looked very thin, but a shocking spirit power vibration was coming out of them. Seeing the price of the gloves, Morong Qingqing shook her head. She did not plan to buy it. Yi Chun said, "This pair of low-rank gloves is not bad. Why don't you buy it?" "I do not have that many low-rank soul stones right now. We will talk about it later. Plus, I already have a pair of gloves." As the second disciple of the Sky-Flying Devil Martial School, Morong Qingqing already had low-rank gloves. However, compared to this pair of gloves, they were obviously not as good. 23,000 low-rank soul stones. I will pay for you. Consider it as a thank you for bringing me to the Martial City. Yi Chun took out 2 big boxes and 3 small boxes without hesitation. They were all filled with low-rank soul stones. For him, 23,000 low-rank soul stones were just a small amount. He had more than 2 million low-rank soul stones now, and 60,000 mid-rank soul stones. He was even richer than a normal rank 9 martial institution. Thank you. Morong Qingqing had trained a demon martial art, so she was not shy at all. Qingqing, you don't need him to pay for you. I will give you this pair of gloves. Right then, a young man in luxurious clothes took out a low-rank soul stone and handed it to the owner of the gloves before Yi Chun could. Seeing this person, Morong Qingqing was expressionless. Second prince, what a coincidence. Yeah, it is indeed a coincidence. The young man was not very handsome, but he had the aura of a king. Behind him were 4 elderly men in black, all of whom were at least as powerful as Yuan Zongbua. The leader was obviously a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm warrior. I think I should just forget about it. I don't like this pair of gloves. Morong Qingqing did not plan to accept his gift. The young man turned around. What? Didn't you want to buy it just now? Just now was just now. I don't like it now. Yi Chun, let's go. Morong Qingqing turned around and left. Yi Chun followed behind her helplessly. The smile on the young man's face froze. Yi Chun was willing to pay for her, but she did not buy it when he gave it to her. How ridiculous. Master Lu, send a couple of people to watch them. See what kind of relationship that brat has with her. Yes, Your Royal Highness, the old man in the lead said respectfully. Better not. Otherwise, don't blame me. Glancing at Yi Chun with a creepy look, the young man dropped the gloves and walked away. Chapter 192. In front of an ancient-looking building. People were coming and going. The warriors who went in had a serious look on their faces, and the ones who came out were either overjoyed or upset. The atmosphere was quite weird. Yi Chun paused, turned his head and said, "The second prince you are talking about should be the second prince of the Black Dragon Empire, right?" Yeah, he is also ranked 34th in the last hidden dragon rank. He is slightly more powerful than Qi Xiaofeng. Morong Qingqing was playing with the golden silk gloves in her hand. Just now, under Yi Chun's suggestion, they had gone back to the crystal counter and bought the gloves. You seem to be very scared of him. I am not scared of him. I am scared of the royal family of the Black Dragon Empire behind him. In the South Ridra region, rank 6 institutions are not the most powerful ones. The royal families of the three big empires are the real rulers. According to the ranking, the three big empires are equivalent to the top-rank 6 institutions. They have tens of thousands of years of history. Even the powerful Nine Ghosts cult could not destroy the three big empires at once. Speaking of the Nine Ghosts cult, Yichen could not help but ask, what is the rank of the Nine Ghosts cult? Even if all of the forces in the South Ridra region combined, they would not be able to compete with it. It is a rank 5 institution, and it is a top rank 5 institution. There are thousands of astral-reaching realm warriors in the martial institution, and dozens of Sea of Souls realm warriors. And the leader of the Nine Ghosts cult is a life and death realm warrior. If it were not for the Dragon King and Xianhou working together to hunt him down, the Nine Ghosts cult would have already conquered the whole South Ridra region. The Dragon King and Xianhou working together to hunt down the leader of the Nine Ghosts cult. Yichen gasped. In this true spirit continent, life and death realm warriors were definitely a legend. A lot of people might not even get to see one in their entire lives. Murong Qingcheng had a longing look on her face as she explained. The battle between life and death realm warriors is not a normal battle. Even if you are 30% more powerful, you will only be able to beat your opponent back. You will not even be able to hurt your opponent. Although the Dragon King is an experienced life and death realm warrior, and Xianhou is even more powerful, the leader of the Su King is not a normal life and death realm warrior either. In a one-on-one battle, you will not be able to do anything to him. In the whole world, perhaps only that supreme warrior, Su King, could wound the leader of the Nine Ghosts cult badly by himself. But to kill him completely would be very, very hard, unless the power gap between the two was a few times higher. You're saying that the leader of the Nine Ghosts cult might still be alive? You don't know? Murong Qingcheng shook his head. Yichen forced a smile. With his cultivation, he would not be able to understand the power of life and death realm warriors at all. Making wild guesses would only bring trouble to himself. Alright, let's go in. Yichen did not say anything else as he walked towards the ancient-looking building. Welcome. You two are here to use the training room, right? In the lobby, there was a beautiful lady sitting there. Seeing the two walk in, a formal smile appeared on her face. Yichen nodded. That's right. The martial city was different from other places. It could be said that it was blessed by the heavens. Under the martial city, there was the Earth Shajin fire, which was extremely hot. Once an astral-reaching realm warrior touched it, he or she would be burned into ashes in an instant. However, what was amazing was that if a warrior trained near the Earth Shajin fire, he or she would be able to train his or her Jinqi much faster, and it would be easier for him or her to make a breakthrough. Later on, dozens of Sea of Souls realm warriors performed an amazing trick and gathered the fire chi that came from the Earth Shajin fire in one place, and built the unique training room of the martial city. Training in the training room was much better than before. Most of the warriors who came to the martial city because of the fame of the Earth Shajin fire were here to train in the training room, hoping to reach a higher level as soon as possible. Of course, training in the training room required soul stones. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The training rooms in our martial city are divided into 4 ranks: the low-rank training room, the mid-rank training room, the high-rank training room, and the top-rank training room. However, only astral-reaching realm warriors can use the high-rank training room and above. Would you like a low-rank training room or a mid-rank training room? Yichen said, give us 2 mid-rank training rooms. The fire chi in the high-rank training room was way too intense. Warriors below the astral-reaching realm would not be able to handle it. Otherwise, there would be no need for the martial city to restrict the warriors' cultivation, since everyone's soul stones were soul stones anyway. The mid-rank training room costs 1,000 low-rank soul stones per day. There is a mid-rank training field outside. Please pay for 3 days' worth of soul stones in advance. Yichen had already heard the price of the training room from Murong Qingcheng, so he was not too surprised. He took out 6,000 low-rank soul stones and put them on the counter, then took 2 jade tags from the waiter's hand. The ancient characters 64 and 65 were written on the jade tags. Please follow me, a waiter said as he led the way. Yichen and Murong Qingcheng followed. Not long after, the two followed the waiter to 2 adjacent yards. The waiter said. On the left is the mid-rank training room 64, and on the right is the mid-rank training room 65. Before you leave the training room, they belong to you. Without your permission, no one can enter. Got it. Yi-Chen took out 10 low-rank soul stones and threw them to the waiter. Thank you. I wish you success in your training. The waiter revealed a smile. He was only a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. 10 low-rank soul stones were quite a lot for him. After the waiter left, Yi-Chen said, I think this training will take a long time. If you can't wait, you can leave first. I will pay for the soul stones. All right. Murong Qingqing indeed would not stay in the martial city for a long time, since she could not make a breakthrough with her current cultivation. Even with the training room, it would not be possible. If she did not make much progress, she would need to go back to the Sky-Flying Devil Martial School and prepare for it before heading to the 100,000 mountain range to find the Sky Devil Flower. After separating from Murong Qingqing, Yi-Chen entered the 64th yard. While this training field is not bad, it should be able to take a lot of impact. In front of his eyes was a small martial arts field with a circumference of 30 meters. The ground of the martial arts field was paved with extremely hard blue iron stones. In the center of the martial arts field, there were 3 training pillars made of metal. There were many marks on the surface, such as sword marks, saber marks, and palm prints. It was obvious that they had been used by people. Taking out his star scar sword, Yi-Chen took a deep breath and threw out a sword attack. Shoo! The light blue sword chi sliced through the air, leaving a deep sword mark on the training columns. Because Yi-Chen did not know how hard the training columns were, he took out his dragon spring sword and threw out another sword chi, leaving a slightly shallow sword mark on the training columns. Yeah, it increased the attacking power by about 15%. A low-rank greatsword is indeed a low-rank greatsword. It is not something a normal greatsword can compete with. Regarding the power of the Star Scar sword, Yi-Chen was very satisfied. But in comparison, he preferred the hardness of a low-rank great weapon. With the Star Scar sword, he would not have to worry about the sword breaking anymore. The yard was not that big. Besides the small training field, there was only one building. Inside the building, there was a living room in the middle, a bedroom on the left, and a training room on the right. The training room was made of a special material. It was not made of stone, nor was it made of metal. Instead, it looked like it was made of some kind of ironwood. It was hard and cold to the touch. Once he entered the room, Yi-Chen felt the temperature increase. But strangely, staying in the training room, he did not feel hot at all. On the contrary, his body felt warm, and the Zhen Qi that was flowing slowly suddenly became active, like a surging river. Releasing his soul power, Yi-Chen wanted to see what was so special about the training room. Soon, he found that there was a light red gas rising up from the ground, gathering in the training room. Because of the special material, the walls and the ceiling had the effect of blocking the red gas, preventing it from spreading out. This should be the fire qi of the earth Zhen Qi. I wonder what the real earth Zhen Qi looks like. Mumbling to himself, Yi-Chen walked to the cushion in the middle of the training room and sat down with his legs crossed. He took out a qi replenishing pellet, a spirit replenishing pellet, and a soul replenishing pellet, and put them into his mouth. He then took out 2 low-rank soul stones and held them in his hands. This time, he wanted to reach the peak of early clasping Yuan realm. Only with his cultivation could his overall power increase rapidly. Closing his eyes, Yi-Chen slowly entered the training state. You mean, that brat is training in the training room? In the private room of the restaurant, Yuan Zongbua said to the condensing reality realm warrior, who was standing in front of him. The warrior nodded. Yes. Keep watching him. Once he comes out, send someone to inform me immediately. You will get the soul stones. Yuan Zongbua said with a cold expression. Yes. The warrior looked very happy. In the martial city, condensing reality realm warriors did not have much status. It was very hard to earn soul stones through normal channels. The good thing was that all the warriors who entered the martial city had some conflicts with each other. Normally, the warriors who had conflicts would find a few condensing reality realm warriors to keep an eye on each other. Of course, there was a price to pay, which was soul stones. You can leave for now. Yuan Zongbo waved his hand. Waiting until the warrior left, Yuan Zongbo's face turned evil. Brat, the training room is not omnipotent. You are only an early clasping Yuan realm warrior, and you can only reach the peak of early clasping Yuan realm in a short period of time. You will not be able to compete with me. Once you leave the martial city, it will be your death. As for that star scar sword, it will be mine. Inside another luxurious yard. Second prince, our people have been watching along the way. They found that this guy is not that close to Miss Morong. They should be normal friends. The elder in black said with respect. Hearing him, the second prince laughed. Normal friends? That's what I said. Qingqing is a proud woman. How could she have a relationship with someone else? Plus, that brat is only an early clasping Yuan realm warrior. The elder in black rolled his eyes, and thought to himself, no one said that he has a relationship with Morong Qingqing. You are the one who thinks so. If that is the case, then let's stop watching. Morong Qingqing has a lot of normal friends. There is no need to watch every single one of them. Knowing that Yi Chun and Morong Qingqing were normal friends, the second prince felt a lot better. He did not plan to cause any trouble for Yi Chun. After all, martial geniuses had too many normal friends. It would be weird if they did not have any. Yes. Chapter 193. Days passed by. On the seventh day noon, the door of the training room was opened, and Yi Chun walked out. I can't stay in the training room for too long. As time goes on, the Earth Shajin fire will make me anxious. If I continue to train like this, I might lose my mind and end up with unpredictable consequences. Alright, I will take a break for a while and train the Flow Rudra 3 spell and the Void Shattering Finger Art. For Yi Chun, the Flow Rudra 3 mysterious spell was very important. Only by increasing his speed would he have the chance to escape from danger in the future. Let's go eat something first. Letting out a breath of hot air, Yi Chun pushed open the door and walked out of the yard. Although clasping Yuan realm warriors could go for a long time without eating or drinking, but once they stopped training, they would still be very hungry. Yi Chun was no exception. Young warrior, this is a note from your friend. Outside the yard, the waiter who had served Yi Chun and Morong Qingqing saw Yi Chun and hurried over, handing him a note. Yi Chun took the note and opened it. Brother Yi, I still have something to do. I will go back to the Sky Demon Martial School now. Be careful, we will meet again in the future. Morong Qingqing. Closing the note, Yi Chun asked, when did she leave? 4 days ago. Thank you, this is your reward. Taking out 10 low-rank soul stones from his storage ring, Yi Chun threw them to the waiter. The waiter took the low-rank soul stones and thought to himself, so generous. 10 low-rank soul stones at once. It is enough for me to train for a month. In a restaurant nearby, Yi Chun sat on the second floor near the window. Yuan Zongbo's power is not to be underestimated. Before I leave the city, I have to reach the peak of early clasping Yuan realm, and I have to train the Flow Rudra 3 mysterious spell to the first realm as well. Adding my ace attack, the one-sword attack, I should be able to fight against him for a while. Unfortunately, the third movement of the Void Shattering Finger Art is extremely hard to train. If I could learn 10 to 20% of it, I would have a higher chance of winning. According to Yi Chun's estimation, the Void Shattering Finger Art should be a Heaven Realm Finger Art, and it was not a low-rank one at that. Judging from the fact that the stone pillar-like finger could shatter a life and death realm beast with a single finger attack, Yi Chun could tell that. Soon, all the dishes were served, as well as a pot of wine. Yi Chun couldn't care less about being polite and started wolfing down the food. Did you guys know that yesterday, an astral-reaching realm martial artist died in the heavy mysterious mountain? A few clasping Yuan realm martial artists were sitting together on the third table next to them, talking to each other. What? An astral-reaching realm warrior is dead. Who killed him? It was the mountain-shaking old man, Diao Kuei. The one who died was not a nobody either. His nickname was Evil Blade, and he had reached the peak of early astral-reaching realm. Evil Blade, it was him. Decades ago, He had killed the whole family of the mountain-shaking old man's disciple. The mountain-shaking old man had always hated him. I did not expect him to catch him this time. Oh right, how many attacks did they use? Although the mountain-shaking old man was a mid-astral reaching realm warrior, Evil Blade was also very powerful. I heard that he could take on normal mid-astral reaching realm warriors. 3 attacks. The mountain-shaking old man killed Evil Blade with only 3 attacks. That's impossible. Did Evil Blade not have enough time to burn his Zhen Yuan? If he did not burn his Zhen Yuan, Evil Blade would only be able to take 1 attack at most. Back then, the mountain-shaking old man had gone all out. He did not even say anything before burning his Zhen Yuan, not giving Evil Blade any chance to escape. It's good that he died. Evil Blade had killed countless people, so he would not be able to escape after all. Hearing their conversation, Yichen thought to himself, the mountain-shaking old man looks like a nice person, and he even teased me in front of Morong Qingcheng. But when he is angry, he is quite fierce. He killed a peak-level early astral-reaching realm warrior with 3 attacks. I am afraid that even Thunder Freer would not be able to take 3 attacks from him. After lunch, Yichen walked out onto the street. As he walked, he stopped. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road, he thought to himself. Hee, it seems like you have not reached the peak-level early clasping Yuan realm yet. Plus, your friend has left you as well. Yuan Zhongbo looked at Yi Chen with an evil intention. Yi Chen said lightly, right now is the best chance to kill me. Unfortunately, it is not in your hands. There is no use trying to provoke me. I am not stupid. Even astral-reaching realm warriors do not dare to kill people in the martial city. I would not dare to either. Unfortunately, you cannot stay in the martial city forever. Then you wait for me. Maybe I will stay in the martial city for 3 to 5 years. Yi Chen sneered as he walked past Yuan Zhongbo. Yuan Zhongbo's face darkened. If he really wanted to stay in the martial city for 3 to 5 years, he would not be able to do anything about it. Damn. Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will make you beg for death. Back in the yard, Yi Chen rested for a while and started to learn the Flow Ridra 3 spell. Another 7 days passed. On the small training field. Separate. Yi Chen groaned with a low voice. 2 extremely real Zhenqi shadows appeared from Yi Chen's body. The Zhenqi shadows started to fly, and within a blink of an eye, they had already run 1 round around the training field. Then they suddenly appeared in front of the metal training column, and threw a punch on it. Boom. Boom. 2 fist marks appeared on the training column. Soon. After a while, the Flow Ridra 3 spell should be able to reach the first realm. By then, the separating shadow flying art would be at the middle rank Earth realm. Right now, the separating shadow flying art had already surpassed the original effect. It was not any weaker than the top low rank Earth realm flying art, and was only 1 step away from the middle rank Earth realm. The Zhenqi shadows merged into his body. Yi Chen stood still and closed his eyes. After a long while, he opened his eyes, and an extremely horrifying qi spread out. He reached out his right index finger, and pointed at the training column. Pooh! A deep finger mark appeared in the middle of the training column, and the fingerprint could be seen clearly. Seeing that, Yi Chen shook his head. Still not good. Not even 1/10 of it. The third movement of the void-shattering finger is too hard. It seems like my cultivation is indeed too low. Wanting to learn a Heaven Realm finger art is not something that can be done in a short period of time. Let's not waste any more time. During this period of time, besides training the Flow Ridra 3 spell, Yi Chen was also training the void-shattering finger art. He wanted to see if he could make a breakthrough. It seemed like the rank of the void-shattering finger art was too high, and it would be unwise to waste his time on it. Time flew by like water. On this day, Yi Chen moved extremely fast on the small training field. On his way, his body slightly shook, and 2 Zhenqi shadows shot out towards the training column at an unbelievable speed. Break! The real body and Zhenqi shadows threw out a punch at the same time, violently hitting the training column. Boom boom boom. 3 muffled sounds were heard almost at the same time. Back out! With 1 punch thrown out, the 3 shadows mixed together and backed out in a dazzling way. It was impossible to tell which was the real body and which was the Zhenqi shadows. Compared to before, the speed and effect were not the same at all. Taking back the Zhenqi shadows, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. The Flow Rudra 3 spell has finally reached the first realm. Right now, my separating shadow flying art is more than 50% stronger than before. I can already cooperate with the Zhenqi shadows to attack the enemies together. Seriously speaking, the Zhenqi shadows created by the separating shadow flying art were mainly used to confuse the enemies, and did not have much power. However, after reaching the mid-rank Earth realm, the Zhenqi shadows' power had increased drastically. When encountering a powerful opponent, the Zhenqi shadows would be able to block the opponent for a second, and that second would be more than enough. The Earth Fiend Zhen fire inside my body has almost dissipated. I should try to break into the peak level early clasping Yuan realm this time. Reaching the peak level early clasping Yuan realm from the early clasping Yuan realm required a lot of accumulation. If there were pellets or treasures that could increase Jin Qi, it could be done within a couple of days. Unfortunately, these kinds of pellets and treasures were not something that normal people could get. Only those rank 7 martial institutions, or super martial institutions, had the resources to train their genius disciples. For example, Murong Qingqing had improved her cultivation from the mid-clasping Yuan realm to the peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm with a fire dragon fruit. According to her, the other top-ranked hidden dragon rank warriors had done the same. There was no time to be jealous of those genius disciples from the rank 7 martial institutions, or super martial institutions. Right now, Yichen could only focus on training step by step. What? That brat went inside to train again? Inside the private room of the restaurant, Yuan Zonghua was extremely furious. The teenager who came to inform Yichen said, "Yes, I used the low-rank soul stones you gave me to bribe a few waiters. They did not see him come out. Keep watching. I don't believe that he can really stay in the martial city for 3 to 5 years." Yuan Zonghua was now really worried that Yichen would not leave the martial city. It was not like this had never happened before. A lot of people had stayed in the martial city for 10 or even 20 years in order to avoid their enemies. They did not dare to leave the martial city until their enemies were killed by someone else. This time, Yichen stayed in the training room for half a month without coming out. He did not drink a single drop of water for half a month. He had put all of his focus into training. He had used hundreds of low-rank soul stones and dozens of spirit, chi and mental pellets. If it was a normal early clasping Yuan realm warrior who did this, there would be a huge chance that he would lose his mind. However, Yichen's soul power was extremely powerful, which allowed him to extend the time by more than 2 times. Otherwise, he would not have been so reckless. Outside the yard, different waiters would come and watch during their break time, which made the waiter who had received a tip from Yichen feel suspicious. He had lived in the martial city for so many years, and had seen everything. If he was not mistaken, there should be someone who wanted to kill Yichen. Under the watch of those waiters, Yichen finally came out again. The fire chi of the Earth Fiend Jin fire is so amazing. After training for so long, my meridians are still fine. But it should also have the effect of the chi replenishing pellet and the soul replenishing pellet. Normally, warriors would stop after training for a couple of hours at most, because their meridians could not handle the constant flow of Jin Qi, which could easily cause damage to their meridians. However, in the training room, Yichen would only stop for a couple of hours after training for half a day. He would close his eyes and rest. After a couple of hours, his meridians would return to normal, and he would continue training. Letting out a long breath, Yichen opened the door and mumbled to himself, "I have reached the peak level early clasping Yuan realm. I will not be able to make another breakthrough in a short period of time." Bang bang bang. Someone knocked on the door from outside the yard. Yichen pulled with his right hand, and the door bolt was pulled open. He said, "Come in." Crack. The door opened, and it was the waiter who had served him before. "What is it?" Yichen asked. "You should not leave the martial city for now. Someone has their eyes on you, and they have arranged a lot of waiters to watch over you." Yichen smiled lightly. "I know, thanks." Yuan Zongbua had sent people to watch over him, and he had already known about it. Now that his cultivation and flying art had both improved, he did not have to be afraid of him anymore. You know? It seems like I have been worrying too much. The waiter laughed. Yi Chen said, "You go first, don't get yourself into trouble." Yeah. The waiter was taking a huge risk by coming here. Although he would not leave the martial city in a couple of years, some things were unpredictable. The next morning, Yi Chen closed the door and was about to leave the training room. Chapter 194. You have trained in the training room for 35 days. Excluding the 3 days that you paid before, you still need to pay for 32 days worth of soul stones. That's 32,000 low-rank soul stones in total. The lady said with a smile. Yi Chen paid the soul stones, and before he left, he glanced at the waiter who had a weird expression on his face. Walking on the street, Yi Chen thought to himself, if nothing goes wrong, Yuan Zongbua will soon know that I have left the martial city, and he will definitely come after me. Instead of fighting back or running away, I might as well make the first move and teach him a lesson. After making up his mind, Yi Chen increased his speed and flew towards the city gate. Sir, the kid you asked us to watch is running towards the city gate. The door of the restaurant was opened, and the young man rushed in. Crack! The teacup was shattered as Yuan Zongbua stood up and laughed. Kid, let's see where you can run this time. Today the heavy mystery mountain will be your burial ground. Yuan Zongbua was not afraid of Yi Chen running away at all. The gravity in the center of the heavy mystery mountain was 10 times stronger than the outside world. The lower the cultivation, the greater the pressure. He and Yi Chen were 2 realms apart. No matter how you looked at it, he was way more powerful than Yi Chen. Seeing that Yuan Zongbua was about to leave, the young man said, Sir, what about the other half of the soul stones you promised me? Let's talk about it when I come back. I will give you double. As the voice came, the young man had already disappeared. Getting out of the city gate, Yi Chen's body flashed and landed on the thigh-thick chain. Zhenqi exploded from his feet, and he jumped out like he was on a skateboard. Coming. On his way, Yi Chen's soul power sensed Yuan Zongbua's aura. The latter was running towards him, and soon he had reached the city gate. The moment Yuan Zongbua got out of the city gate, he saw Yi Chen, who was almost at the other side of the abyss. He laughed and jumped up into the sky like a rock spreading its wings. Within a second he landed on the chain. His legs started to move back and forth at an extremely fast speed, increasing his speed. Shoo! Soon Yuan Zongbua arrived at the top of the mountain along the chain. Looking down a few miles away, a human shadow was running crazily, looking back from time to time, looking a bit impatient. Can you escape? His clothes started to flutter even though there was no wind. Yuan Zongbua jumped into the air, and his zhenqi started to pour out, forming a 3 meters long blood-red zhenqi eagle outside his body. The eagle flapped its wings, and with a shoo sound, it dived down, drawing a beautiful blood-colored arc in the air. The 2 of them moved as fast as lightning, one chasing and the other escaping. Blood eagle art. That is not Yuan Zongbua. Who is he chasing? Yuan Zongbua is an experienced late-clasping Yuan realm warrior. Judging from the zhenqi vibration of that guy in front of us, he has not reached the mid-clasping Yuan realm yet. He should be at the peak level early clasping Yuan realm. The Blood Eagle Sword Yuan Zongbua is ruthless. This guy is going to suffer. What does it have to do with us? Countless warriors die in the heavy mysterious mountains every day. Not long ago, even an astral-reaching realm warrior died. The heavy mystery mountain range was not very big, and there were many martial artists coming and going. The chase and escape between the 2 alarmed many martial artists, causing them to talk about it. Kid, let's see where you can run to. Wrapped by the zhenqi eagle, Yuan Zongbua took out his great sword and threw out a sword attack. The blood-red sword qi stretched out in the air, slicing through the air. Wherever it went, the mountain rocks were cut in half, and the trees fell down one after another. Within a second it had caught up with Yi Chen. Boom! A small hill in front of them had been blown open. It was like Yi Chen had grown eyes on the back of his head. He suddenly changed his route and flew towards a remote road. Hee, the more remote the better. This way, there will not be any accidents. The Zhenqi eagle flapped its wings and carried Yuan Zongbua, chasing after Yi Chen. Gradually, no one could be seen around them anymore. The ground was covered with weeds, which were huge and tall, with the thickness of an arm. Obviously, the gravity of the heavy mysterious mountains had strengthened the plants that survived in there, making them much tougher than the plants in the outside world. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Yuan Zongbua laughed out loud. Little brat, I advise you not to run anymore. If you want to blame something, blame yourself for thinking that you could escape from me. In front of him, Yi Chen's cold voice was heard. It is hard to tell who will laugh in the end. Stubborn duck. Let's see how you will laugh later. Yuan Zongbua hated Yi Chen's tone. Until now, Yi Chen was still terrifyingly calm, as if nothing could affect him. On the contrary, Yuan Zongbua seemed to be irritated, as if he could not wait to kill Yi Chen and destroy his confidence. Both of them were flying at a low altitude, only tens of meters away from the ground. Suddenly Yi Chen's body landed on the ground, and he started to run on the ground. Yuan Zongbua was dazed for a second, and then he laughed out proudly. The gravity of the heavy mysterious mountains is extremely strong. The Zhenqi will be consumed 10 times faster than the outside world. God is on my side. Let's see how you are going to escape. Eagle punch. As the punch was thrown out, an eagle's cry was heard. The grass in front of him had been smashed into pieces under the pressure of the punch. The ground sank a couple of meters deep, and a huge fist mark appeared. He dodged it. Yuan Zongbua thought that his punch would be enough to wound Yi Chen, but he did not expect that Yi Chen's speed would suddenly increase, allowing him to dodge the punch. Oh well, it has been a while since I played the game of cat and mouse. Right then he felt that killing Yi Chen all of a sudden would be pointless. After all, he had been pissed off for a month, and he needed to vent it out. However, before he could be happy for long, the hairs on his body suddenly stood up. Danger. After going through so many bloody battles, Yuan Zongbua instinctively felt a sense of danger. He subconsciously increased the strength of his Zhenqi layer. The blood-red Zhenqi eagle around his body had been compressed to half of its original size, and its thickness had also doubled. All of this happened within a blink of an eye. In the next second, a beam of sword qi shot out from under the ground, hitting Yuan Zongbua's body within a second. Brat, you will die a horrible death. Blood puked out of his mouth. Although Yuan Zongbua had sensed the danger, he did not know where the danger was coming from. What was worse was that underneath his Zhenqi layer was the weakest, and it was immediately torn open by the sword qi, causing him to suffer quite a serious internal injury. The ground cracked open, and Yi Chen's body shot out. Zhenqi shadow. Yuan Zongbua's pupils shrank. He was not stupid, and it did not take him long to figure out how Yi Chen managed to get under the ground. It turned out that the second Yi Chen landed on the ground, he had performed his separating shadow flying art, and left a Zhenqi shadow on the ground to attract Yuan Zongbua's attention. His real body had already gone under the ground, and with his soul power, he had easily tracked Yuan Zongbua's location. Yi Chen did not plan to let his opponent rest. He waved out his sword, and a light blue giant sword qi shot up, twisting the air and forming a tornado, attacking towards his opponent. Ha, small tricks. Now I will let you know that even if I am wounded, I can still kill you easily. Blood Eagle 3 sword attacks. Yuan Zongbua sneered and threw out 3 sword attacks in a row. 3 beams of sword qi, 2 from the top and 1 from the bottom. The top 2 were like the eagle's wings, and the bottom one was like the eagle's sharp claws. They flew towards the tornado, and all of a sudden, the tornado was cut into 3 pieces, turning into air and pure Yuan qi, scattering everywhere. The old late clasping Yuan realm warriors are indeed not to be underestimated. With the Star Scar sword in his hand, Yi Chen's body flashed, jumping towards Yuan Zongbua. Day! Yuan Zongbua laughed viciously, as that blood-red Zhenqi eagle flew out of his body. Swoosh! The Zhenqi shadow had been torn apart, and Yi Chen's real body was less than 10 meters away from Yuan Zongbua. 1 sword attack. His body suddenly stood up. Yi Chen held his sword with both of his hands, and threw out a sword attack from above. Shoo! The light blue sword chi flashed once before disappearing, leaving a light blue line in the air, stretching straight towards Yuan Zhongbua. What? So fast? It was not the first time Yuan Zhongbua had seen such a fast sword chi, but it was the first time he had seen it from a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm warrior. Right then it was obviously too late for him to avoid it. He yelled, held his sword with both of his hands, and threw out a sword attack. Boom! The sword chi and the great sword clashed, and a horrifying shockwave exploded. A 7 meters deep hole appeared on the ground, and on the edge of the hole, there were spider web-like sword marks spreading out, cutting all the plants. Yuan Zhonggua's body had been blown away by the shockwave, and his face had turned even paler. Together with his scrawny face, he looked like wrinkled white wax, which made him look horrifying. Brat, very good. I have underestimated you. But no matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to escape death. He was indeed shocked. Although he had been wounded by the sword chi before, his attacking power had not decreased by much. It was at least 80%. With 80% of his power, normal late clasping Yuan realm warriors would not be able to compete with him. Killing a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm brat would be a piece of cake. But right now, he understood that Yi Chen was the kind of martial genius who could challenge those with higher cultivation than him. Boom! Yuan Zhongbua stomped on the ground and cracked it open. He stared at Yi Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. He held his great sword with both of his hands and stabbed it into the ground. He yelled with a low voice, "One sword sky!" Danger! It had always been Yi Chen sneakily attacking his opponents, and he had never been sneakily attacked before. As Yuan Zhongbua stabbed his sword into the ground, he could feel that there was a huge amount of sword chi brewing under the ground. Once it exploded, it would be more than enough to cut him into pieces. His body flashed again and again. Yi Chen had suddenly created 3 Zhen Qi shadows. All of a sudden, the ground suddenly cracked open. Countless waist-thick blood-colored light beams shot out of the ground, easily piercing through the Zhen Qi shadows, and chasing after Yi Chen's real body. With his soul power, Yi Chen managed to dodge a couple of times. How is this possible? How did he know where the sword chi was going to explode? Yuan Zhongbua opened his eyes wide. Even he could not dodge that sword attack, so he thought that Yi Chen would not be able to either. Yuan Zhongbua bit on his teeth and poured half of his Zhen Qi into his great sword, sending it into the ground. Boom! A 7 to 8 meters thick blood-colored light beam covered Yi Chen's dodging area, shooting up into the sky. Sword Chi Mountain. Holding the sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen waved down with all of his strength. All of a sudden, layers of mountain-like sword chi attacked the blood-colored light beam, canceling out the damage. Shoo! The blood-colored light beam covered a huge area. Even though it had cancelled out most of the impact, there was still a small part of the piercing power that was able to break Yi Chen's great mysterious body protecting Zhen Qi. Right then, the great mysterious art that had been trained to the peak of its 9th realm finally showed its effect. The quality of his Zhen Qi was way higher than normal Zhen Qi. That thin layer of Zhen Qi did not disappear at all, and was still protecting Yi Chen's body. Chapter 195. Impossible. How did he block it? Yuan Zhonggua's one-sword soaring sky consumed a lot of his Zhen Qi. Before, he had thrown out dozens of sword attacks in a row, and then he threw out a sword attack with a huge range. Almost 70% of his Zhen Qi had been used up, and the remaining Zhen Qi was barely enough for him to perform a couple of small-range attacks. However, those small-range attacks were obviously not enough to lock onto Yi Chen's body, which was a waste of Zhen Qi. Although I do not know what kind of medicine you used to recover your Zhen Qi, but I have the purple gold Qi restoring pellet, which can recover 20 to 30% of my Zhen Qi instantly. Even after using all of his ace attacks, he still could not kill Yi Chen. Yuan Zhongbua planned to use the purple gold Qi restoring pellet to exhaust Yi Chen to death. He did not believe that Yi Chen had better pellets. Plus, better pellets meant more valuable pellets. Even if he had 1 or 2 of them, it would already be very scary. Putting a purple gold pellet into his mouth, Yuan Zhongbua took out his great sword, which was covered in blood. He lowered his body and approached Yi Chen, leaving a shadow behind. Yi Chen turned his body and faced Yuan Zhongbua's attack head-on. He sneered in his mind. Exhaust me to death? I am afraid that I will still be alive after you die. Dang. The Star Scar sword clashed with Yuan Zhongbua's great sword, and a circle of bright shockwaves spread out in all directions. The hard grass that had been under 10 times the normal gravity exploded layer by layer, bringing up waves of dirt. Eagle Fist. Holding the sword with his right hand and throwing out a punch with his left hand, Yuan Zhongbua's attacks were like a storm. One after another, he threw out all of his killing attacks. He did not plan to give Yi Chen any chance to react. Dominating 1,000 years. It had been a long time since Yi Chen had used the Tyrant Fist art. Ever since he started training the Shocking Cloud Sword art, the Tyrant Fist art had been completely hidden away. But today, the Tyrant Fist art showed its power again. The first attack he performed was the fourth movement of the Tyrant Fist art, dominating 1,000 years. Once the fist was thrown out, the chi flow within hundreds of meters started to move. It was like the wind was blowing and the clouds were rolling. That shocking dominating aura seemed like it was going to rule the whole world. Yuan Zhongbua's fist power could not move at all, as it was completely blocked out by Yi Chen's fist. If that was the case, it would have been fine. However, after a few consecutive attacks, his fist power seemed to have been penetrated, which made his entire arm feel numb. He could no longer control his power. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, the two of them were sent flying backwards. Dozens of deep footprints were left on the grassland. Yuan Zhongbua was shocked. What kind of fist art was that? His Eagle Fist art was a low-rank Earth Realm fist art after all. Combined with his late clasping Yuan Realm Jin Qi, it should have been an overwhelming advantage. As his body glided out, Yi Chen calmed down. He thought that using the Tyrant Fist art to block the opponent's fist art would result in a tie at most, but the result was much better than what he had expected. Thinking about it, the Tyrant Fist art was one of the top low-rank Earth Realm fist arts. Each style was more powerful than the previous one. The fourth style, Tyrant Fist art, was already as powerful as a normal mid-rank Earth Realm fist art. Besides that, he had also used the sword intent in that fist art. Using the sword intent to integrate the fist power, he had already gained an innate advantage. I don't believe you can last that long. Yuan Zhongbua was furious. His sword art could not hurt his opponent, and his fist art could not hurt him either. All of a sudden, he was so angry that his blood boiled. He threw out a sword and a fist attack. Split! Touching the ground with the tip of his foot, Yi Chen jumped out towards his opponent. Two Jin Qi shadows flashed out, one on the left and one on the right, following Yi Chen and attacking Yuan Zhongbua. Dang! 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 Bang! 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 Sword against sword, fist against fist, mixed with the muffled sound of fists hitting the protective Jin Qi layer. The place where the two were fighting was extremely messy. Break! Letting the Jin Qi shadow attack his protective Jin Qi layer, Yuan Zhongbua jumped into the air and threw out a punch towards Yi Chen's head with a sharp exploding sound. Yi Chen tilted his head, and a small hill behind him was blown up. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent could not connect after throwing out a punch, Yi Chen took a step forward. His left fist carried a spiral power and attacked towards his opponent's Dantian Qi Si. As long as his attack landed, it would be enough to cripple his opponent. Qi Si sword. Yuan Zhongbua held the sword in his right hand and stabbed towards Yi Chen's chest. At the same time, an extremely sharp sword qi was shot out from his Dantian, clashing with Yi Chen's fist power. Dang! The Star Scar sword had blocked out his opponent's attack. Yi Chen's body flashed and two human shadows appeared. Which one is real? Which one is fake? Yi Chen's movement was way too fast. Yuan Zhongbua could only see a blur in front of his eyes. And then there was another person in front of him. He did not have time to think as he hurried to back out. His great sword that was covered in blood continuously threw out a spider web like sword qi. Pooh, pooh. The two human shadows were both shattered into pieces. Yuan Zhongbua's scalp went numb. He screamed in his mind. Not good. Both of them are fake. Damn it. Touching the ground with his feet, Yuan Zhongbua jumped into the air. The ground was cracked open, and sword chi flew out. Although you are not a good person, your battling experience and reaction are quite powerful. Coming out of the ground, Yichen raised his head and looked at Yuan Zhongbua, who was in the air. Floating in the air, Yuan Zhongbua's face turned pale. If he had hesitated for even a second, he would have been wounded even more. Do I really have to use that attack? Yi Chen's battling experience was not that good, but it was unpredictable and unpredictable. It was always surprising. Until now, Yuan Zhongbua had started to doubt if he would be able to make him stay. Deep in his mind, he even started to think about backing out. However, this thought had only flashed through his mind for a second before it was immediately denied. What a joke! Even a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm warrior could scare me away. Then, I will definitely have a problem in my heart in the future. A blue light flashed once again. Yi Chen performed his one-sword attack again. Seeing that, Yuan Zhongbua made up his mind. His boiling zhenqi was poured into his right arm in a very aggressive manner. His skin started to crack all of a sudden. There were blood strands that merged with his zhenqi, making his zhenqi even thicker and redder. Minor blood demon body separating great art. Holding the great sword in his right arm, Yuan Zhongbua threw out a sword attack. Whoosh! The blood-red sword qi expanded in the air, turning into 100 meters long sword qi. It shattered Yi Chen's blue sword qi and continued to fall down. The horrifying sword pressure made the ground collapse. A huge sword hole that was almost 1,000 meters long appeared. Yi Chen did not dare to hesitate. He threw out 3 different sword qi with the sword in his right hand, while his left hand suddenly formed a fist, and threw out a series of attacks. Then his right hand suddenly straightened like a blade, and suddenly pointed out his index finger in the air. All of those movements were done within a second. It was unbelievably fast and connected. If there were other top warriors here, they would have been shocked. In a battle between top warriors, doing 2 things at once was already the limit. Doing 3 things at once would only be possible if he had trained some kind of secret martial art. No one had ever seen anyone attack 6 times within a second, and all 6 times were different. It could be considered as doing 6 things at once. But of course, it was still a long way from actually doing 6 things at the same time. The 100 meters long blood-red sword qi started to wear out under the continuous attacks. Its power decreased drastically. When it got close to Yi Chen, it was only about 10 meters long. The bloody sword qi that had been greatly weakened had been shattered. Yi Chen stepped on the ground and jumped into the air, leaving countless zhenqi shadows in the air. Some of these zhenqi shadows were very real, some were blurry, and some were clear in the front but blurry in the back. There were all kinds of different shapes and sizes. The reason why he did that was to trick Yuan Zhongbua, so that he would not be able to tell where his real body was. I don't care how many zhenqi shadows you have. I will break them all with one sword attack. Yuan Zhongbua had bought the minor blood demon body separating art from a top warrior. It was said that it was the simplified version of the blood demon body separating art from one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 Ghosts cult. Although the simplified version of the minor blood demon body separating art was much less powerful, it did not have the danger of exploding, and it would not hurt his core either. However, the side effects were still not small. If nothing happened to his right arm, it would dry up like a piece of wood, and his blood would dry up. Without any medicine to help him recover, his arm would be useless. The arm that was getting skinnier and skinnier was surrounded by a blood mist. Yuan Zhongbua's face looked extremely twisted as he waved out a sword attack towards the group of human shadows. It was like a blood-red sun, and all of the human shadows were cut into pieces within a second. After performing the Demon Dao secret martial art, your reaction speed has slowed down. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's voice came from behind Yuan Zhongbua. Release! Yuan Zhongbua was shocked. His back suddenly cracked open, and his zhenqi and blood threads combined into a blood-red qi shield to protect his body. Pop! Yi Chen only threw out one finger attack, and a small hole appeared on the blood-red qi shield. The finger power landed on Yuan Zhongbua's back from a distance. Yuan Zongbua's body was blown away by that finger attack. He yelled, "Impossible! You broke my minor blood demon body separating great art with only one finger attack." Yi Chen shook his head as he quickly caught up with Yuan Zongbua. He thought to himself, "I did not realize that the void-shattering finger had the effect of breaking Jin Qi. Right now, its power is not as powerful as the sword Qi, but in terms of breaking Jin Qi, the sword Qi is not as powerful as it is. Combined with the sword intent, this finger attack can be considered as the ace attack of breaking Jin Qi." Yi Chen had performed 6 different martial arts in that split second, and one of them was the void-shattering finger. To his surprise, he realized that when the void-shattering finger attacked Jin Qi, its power was even more powerful than the sword Qi. Unfortunately, it was not very powerful for warriors. Otherwise, with that finger attack, Yuan Zongbua would have been either dead or severely injured. "Young warrior, you should be more lenient when it is possible. There is no need to kill all of them." Just as Yi Chen was about to catch up with Yuan Zongbua, a human shadow suddenly appeared in front of him and threw out a palm attack. Along with that palm attack, a huge Jin Qi hand appeared out of nowhere. It was extremely heavy, and one could clearly see the fingerprints on it. It was about to grab onto Yi Chen's body and stop him right away. Yi Chen's face looked very dark. He kept on throwing out his void-shattering finger attacks at the Jin Qi hand. All of a sudden, the Jin Qi hand was full of holes and was completely destroyed. That person was a bit surprised, but he backed off with a smile on his face. "Where do you think you are going?" That palm attack was obviously aimed at him. How could Yi Chen not know? Killing intent rose in his heart. Yi Chen left Yuan Zongbua behind and chased after that person. He also took the chance to check him out. He was wearing a brown shirt and looked to be in his 50s. He had a calm smile on his face, as if what he had just done was just a joke. Seeing Yi Chen chasing after him, that person frowned. "Young warrior, I am here to stop the fight. Why are you chasing after me? That is so unreasonable." Chapter 196. Cut the crap. Leave something behind before you leave. Yi Chen pointed out his right index finger in the air. Streams of invisible finger power shot out, blocking his opponent from all directions. There was only one finger power left in the middle. The brown-robed middle-aged man's expression changed. This finger power could even penetrate his Jin Qi palm print, and if it landed on his body, it would be disastrous. However, he was wrong. The power of the void-shattering finger art could only slightly injure him at most. It couldn't even seriously injure him. Gold-shattering finger. The middle finger and thumb of his right hand turned into a golden color as he flicked out his finger. Pap! The two finger powers clashed together, and the qi spread out in all directions. The power of the void-shattering finger art has been cancelled out. It should be a mid-rank Earth Realm finger art. Yi Chen understood. Although the void-shattering finger art was at a very high rank, Yi Chen had not even learned 1/10 of it. Therefore, he could not do anything to a low-rank mid-rank finger art. If it did not have the effect of breaking Jin Qi, he might have been shattered by the finger power. Kill. His left index finger kept pointing out, breaking the Jin Qi, while his right hand held the sword and waved out the sword. At this moment, Yi Chen's fighting power had reached its limit, which he had never thought of before. The middle-aged man in brown kept stepping back. After a few rounds of fighting, he had roughly figured out Yi Chen's finger art. It should be a finger art that could break Jin Qi, and its attacking power was not that high. With the strength of his protective Jin Qi, it should be able to block out 60 to 70% of Yi Chen's power, and the remaining 30 to 40% would not be that powerful. At most, it would only slightly wound him. On the other hand, his gold-shattering finger art was very powerful, and it should be able to break through his protective Jin Qi easily. However, Yi Chen obviously knew about this weakness. Yi Chen used his left hand to break through his protective Jin Qi while his right hand used his sword art to attack his weak spot. Flower on finger. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man let out a low growl. His middle finger that was on his thumb flicked out, creating a blurry shadow. Countless light golden finger powers clashed with each other in the air, layer upon layer, and eventually formed a beautiful golden flower, attacking towards Yi Chen. This move is powerful. As soon as the golden flower appeared, Yi Chen immediately sensed its structure. That thin golden petal contained an extremely horrifying cutting power, and his protective Zhen Qi could not block it at all. He was afraid that even his King Kong jade body would be crushed by it. He stuffed 3 Zhen Qi replenishing pills into his mouth, swallowed one, and hid the other 2 in his mouth, just in case he needed them. The Zhen Qi inside Yi Chen's body started to circulate crazily in a mysterious way, and finally compressed together, pouring into his right arm and into his index finger through a special meridian. His whole index finger suddenly became illusory, and the air around it started to twist, break. The illusory index finger enlarged by more than 10 times in the air. It was as thick as an arm, and like a shooting star. It struck the center of the golden flower. Bang 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 bang, the golden flower exploded, and the illusory index finger vanished into thin air. The brown-robed middle-aged man was shocked. The flower-blossoming finger was the last move of the gold-shattering finger. It was extremely powerful, but it had been blocked. What kind of finger art was that? Could it be that he had underestimated it? Mr. Jean, let's work together to kill this brat. Otherwise, he will be a disaster in the future. Yuan Zhongbua appeared next to the middle-aged man out of nowhere. There was still blood on the corner of his mouth, and the clothes on his right arm were fluttering in the air, as if there was no flesh or blood inside. The middle-aged man who was called Mr. Jean smiled. I am only here to stop the fight. I am not interested in your fight. Yuan Zhongbua sneered. Mr. Jean, the others might not know about you, but I do. You have killed countless warriors and taken all their wealth. Hee, you do know a lot. The smile on Mr. Jin's face did not change. But in the eyes of Yuan Zhongbua and Yi Chen, it was a very dangerous and creepy smile. Then what do you think? Although Yuan Zhongbua said that he was secretly on guard against Mr. Jean, he had been wounded quite badly. His right arm and his back had almost been sucked dry by the minor blood demon body separating great art. If he continued to perform the minor blood demon body separating great art, his whole body would turn into a mummy, and there would be no cure in this world. Working with Mr. Jean was because he wanted to kill Yi Chen for good. But he was more worried that Mr. Jean would kill him after killing Yi Chen. The good thing was that he had the power to protect himself, and he believed that Mr. Jean knew that. I wanted to stop the fight, but this brat was just too bloodthirsty. He would kill anyone he saw. You know, one should forgive people when possible. God is kind to all living things. In order to prevent others from being harmed by him, I have no choice but to work with you and kill this little devil. Mr. Jean always appeared in the heavy mystery mountains. Whenever he saw warriors fighting, he would step in and help the wounded side by stopping the fight. Then he would take the chance to kill the other side. By then, the wounded side would not be able to fight with him for the wealth, and it would be easy for him. But of course, if there was a chance, he would not mind killing one of them, and then killing the one who was cooperating with him. That way, he would have 2 shares of the wealth. However, this time he had made a mistake. Yi Chen's battling power was not that powerful, but that finger art of his had scared him. Yi Chen looked very serious. Mr. Jin's power was just as powerful as Yuan Zhongbua when he was at his peak. He was not a simple guy, especially that gold-shattering finger art, which was able to compete with his void-shattering finger art, which had taken away some of his advantages. As for his nonsense, Yi Chen did not care about it at all. The path of a warrior had always been to walk on mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. If people wanted to kill him, then he would kill them. After getting Mr. Jin's reply, Yuan Zhongbua looked at Yi Chen with confidence. I have said it before. Today, the heavy mystery mountains will be your burial ground. Yi Chen said lightly. The next time we meet, I will beat you until you become a mummy. Yuan Zhongbua swallowed a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with killing intent. Mr. Jean shook his head. A life and death battle is not the solution. I will give you one chance. Put down the storage ring on your finger as compensation for Brother Yuan's injury. I will not ask for anything, as long as you hand over this finger art manual, and let me destroy it in front of everyone. Can't you say something normal? With the pellet that could instantly replenish his Zhenqi, Yichen was not afraid of wasting his Zhenqi. He performed his void-shattering finger art, and a shadow of his index finger attacked towards the two. Little devil, you are so stubborn. Mr. Jin flicked his finger at a fast speed, and a gold flower appeared. At the same time, he said to Yuan Zongbua, I will block him, and you use your sword qi to break his protective Zhenqi. Alright. Yuan Zongbua grabbed a bright red spirit plant and put it into his mouth. He chewed for a couple of times before swallowing it down. Feeling that his qi and blood had recovered a bit, his body flashed, drawing a red arc in the air. He went around to Yi Chen's back and threw out a sword attack. Dang! The Star Scar sword appeared in his hand as Yi Chen blocked out the incoming attack with his sword. With the attacking power of the sword qi, he increased his speed and shot towards Mr. Jin. His finger power seemed to have covered the entire surreal space. Perfect timing. Mr. Jin knew about the void-shattering finger art, so he was not afraid of close combat. He turned around and faced Yi Chen, finger against finger. They wanted to see who would be the first one to collapse. Pop! 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 The two were exchanging attacks at an extremely fast speed. Within a second, they had already exchanged dozens of finger attacks. Each finger attack had cancelled out each other, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Blood Eagle 3 sword attacks. Yuan Zongbua was having a headache. This brat was extremely cunning. Seeing that he and Mr. Jin had teamed up, Yi Chen had chosen to fight close combat immediately. Therefore, unless Yuan Zongbua chose to fight close combat as well, he would not be able to help at all. That sword attack had been stored for a long time before it could be thrown out. It was like he had eyes on his back. Yi Chen's real body walked out of the Zhenqi shadow, letting the Zhenqi shadow take that sword attack for him. Then, he jumped towards Mr. Jin again. Whatever. With the two of us teaming up, can we still not beat him? Flashing his body, Yuan Zongbua also joined in the close combat area. One finger and one sword. The two's cooperation was not perfect, but it was not that bad either. They had locked Yi Chen in a controllable area. Separate. Yi Chen did not change his expression. His body shook once and 4 human shadows flew out. It was hard to tell which one was the real one. Kill. Yuan Zongbua had cut down 2 human shadows with 1 sword attack, while the other 2 had been blocked by Mr. Jin. After killing one of them, the remaining one would be the real one. Separate again. Swallowing a pellet that was hidden in his mouth, Yi Chen's Zhenqi recovered to its peak. He performed his separating shadow flying art again and again. 3 human shadows appeared one after another, stacking on top of each other. They attacked the 2 from different angles, not giving them any chance to team up. So tricky. How come his Zhenqi is never going to run out? Mr. Jin was quite regretful. If he had known that Yi Chen had so many tricks up his sleeves, he would not have been so greedy. If he could not kill Yi Chen today, then he might have to face crazy revenge in the future, which was not what he wanted. Yuan Zongbua yelled, Mr. Jin, do not hide your ace attacks anymore. You can see that he is quite troublesome. Alright, today I will start a massacre. Mr. Jin pointed at his body a couple of times with his finger. The Zhenqi vibration suddenly increased. It seemed to be a secret martial art that could increase one's battling power. However, this martial art was obviously incomplete. After performing it, Mr. Jin could not help but puke out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale gold. After clashing with Mr. Jin's finger attack, Yi Chen was blown away immediately. He thought to himself, his opponent's battling power has increased by more than 10%. I cannot drag this any longer. Up until now, Yi Chen had been relying on his separating shadow flying art the most. Without it, he would not be able to dodge most of the attacks. Although the void-shattering finger art was effective in breaking Zhenqi, it was still not as good as the separating shadow flying art. Right now, there was only 1 sword attack that he could use. The 1 sword attack had improved along with his cultivation, and it was still his biggest ace attack. Mr. Jin's Zhenqi protection was obviously not as good as Yuan Zongbua's. Forcing Yuan Zongbua away with 1 finger attack, Yi Chen's body kept shaking. Countless Zhenqi shadows shot out, blurring everything. Some of them were standing side by side, some were moving up and down, and some were flying at an extreme speed. What was more horrifying was that there were a lot of Zhenqi shadows that overlapped with each other, making it hard to tell which one was the real one. 2 Zhenqi shadows shot out towards Mr. Jean, with Yi Chen's real body hidden within. Break. Boom. A loud explosion was heard. One of the human shadows had been shattered, and the other one's surface had been shattered as well, revealing Yi Chen's real body. Yi Chen held his sword with both of his hands, focusing all of his attention on the Star Scar sword. He threw out a sword attack from above, and the light blue sword light formed into a line. The one sword attack from a close distance. Mr. Jean sensed that something was not right, but it was already too late for him to perform his gold-shattering finger attack. He hurried to push his Zhenqi protection layer, making it thicker than it had ever been. At the same time, he put his right middle finger on his thumb, wanting to hit Yi Chen's body the second he blocked out his opponent's sword attack. Chapter 197. Swoosh. The sound of paper being cut open was heard. Mr. Jin's protective Zhenqi layer did not last long under that sword attack. Soon it was cut in half. The light blue sword light drew a bloody line on his chest, slanted and clean. You dare to cut open my defense with one sword attack? You should die as well. His bloodied body was blown backward. Mr. Jin's face was twisted as he flicked out his middle finger that was on his thumb. The powerful finger power had also pierced through Yi Chen's protective Zhenqi layer and landed on his chest. Boom. Yi Chen could only feel like his chest had been struck by lightning. The sound of his ribs breaking could be heard clearly. Then a huge wave of power blew him away. From Yuan Zongbua's perspective, he could not tell who was hit first. All he could see was Yi Chen waving his sword, and Mr. Jean flicking his finger. Both of them were blown away. Hee hee, it would be best if both of us were wounded. Blood Eagle 5 sword attacks. His powerful Zhenqi was poured into his great sword. The second Yi Chen was wounded. Yuan Zongbua's arm turned into a shadow. He threw out 5 beams of sword qi within a blink of an eye. These 5 beams of sword qi, 1 in the front, 2 in the top, and 2 in the bottom, formed into the sharp beak of an eagle. Huge wings, and a pair of sharp claws that could even pierce through steel. All of them were attacking towards Yi Chen at an extremely fast speed. The air that it touched was instantly cut into pieces, and could not gather together again. I have been watching out for you. His body was still flying backward. Nobody knew when, but Yi Chen's index finger started to turn blurry. The air around his finger started to twist rapidly, creating a small pattern. Hit. Without even looking, Yi Chen pointed out his finger to his left. Boom. 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 The sharp blood-red sword qi was shattered upon touching it. The index finger went through it and landed on Yuan Zongbua's protective Zhenqi layer. His protective Zhenqi layer exploded. Yuan Zongbua made a muffled sound as his skinny body fell onto the ground. All 3 of them were wounded. It seemed like all 3 of them were wounded, and none of them had the upper hand. This kid is so fucking hard to deal with. Yuan Zongbua and Mr. Jean both had the same thought. If they were in Yi Chen's place, even if their battling power was increased by 30%, they would still not be able to win against the 2 of them. However, as the fight went on, they had fallen into their opponent's fighting style, and were being led by the nose. Their 5-point advantage had turned into 4 points, and then 4 points had turned into 3 points. Now the 3-point advantage had disappeared, and it had become a draw. If this kid isn't killed, there will never be a day of peace. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Mr. Jean sprinkled some healing powder on his wound. As soon as he landed on the ground, he dashed toward Yi Chen, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. Yes, we can't let him leave alive, even if we have to pay a small price. If Mr. Jean was not here, Yuan Zongbua would have run away a long time ago. Right now, with the power of the 2 of them, they still had the chance to kill Yi Chen. Once he escaped, they would have to worry about him in the future. Seeing Mr. Jean rushing toward Yi Chen, Yuan Zongbua did not care about his wounded body anymore. He formed a bloody Zhenqi eagle outside his body, flapped its wings, and drew a bloody arc in the air. The two's attacks arrived almost at the same time, shattering Yi Chen's body. Not right. It was another Zhenqi afterimage, and it was 3 Zhenqi afterimages stacked on top of each other, looking so real. Damn it, I got tricked by this brat again. Mr. Jin and Yuan Zhongbo looked around, trying to find out where Yi Chen's real body was. Behind a dozens of meters tall hill, Yi Chen was standing there with his back straight. Wounding them is already the best I can do. Being greedy will only make me lose more than I gain. He understood very well that it was not because he was powerful enough to create such a situation. It was because he had controlled the battle very well, and the separating shadow flying art was the most important one. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen threw out a punch onto the hill. Boom. The whole hill was shattered into pieces, turning into hundreds and thousands of huge rocks that were thrown out, covering Yuan Zhongbo and Mr. Jin who were in front of the hill. After doing all that, Yi Chen left behind a Zhenqi afterimage as his real body flashed into the distance. The sky full of rocks had been shattered. Yuan Zhongbo and Mr. Jin saw Yi Chen's Zhenqi afterimage immediately. They were just about to make their moves when they suddenly stopped. I let him get away. Shattering the Zhenqi afterimage with one finger, Mr. Jin's face looked very bad. Yuan Zhongbo tried to comfort himself. Once a warrior reaches the clasping Yuan realm, it is not something that can be done in a day or two. There is no need to be afraid of him. After all, you and I are still more powerful than him. If it were not for the fact that he is so cunning, he would have been killed by us already. You are right. Next time we meet, we will not give him any chance. The two glanced at each other, and Yuan Zhongbo suddenly backed out for dozens of steps. His wounds were way more serious than Mr. Jin's, and he would not be able to win against him alone. Mr. Jin felt a bit regretful. Being able to kill Yuan Zhongbo was indeed a good thing. Thousands of miles away from the heavy mysterious mountain, there was a normal-looking mountain. It was thousands of meters tall, and had a radius of 7 to 8 miles. It was a barren land, with barely any people around. In the middle of the mountain, there was a hidden cave. It was half-blocked by huge rocks, and was full of weeds. Mr. Jin's finger power was extremely aggressive. Even my King Kong Jade body was almost pierced through. Without half a month of rest, I would not be able to get back to my peak condition. Alright, I will rest in this cave for a while, and see if I can train my mysterious great art to the 10th realm. The 10th realm of the mysterious Zhenqi should be even more powerful than the Zhenqi trained by normal mid-rank Earth realm martial arts. My attacking power should be even more powerful. Sitting on the dry ground, a lot of thoughts flashed through Yi Chen's mind. The pure Jade body boosting spell was a low-rank Earth realm body training martial art, and Yi Chen had already trained the 5th spell, the King Kong Jade body. With this powerful body, Yi Chen dared to fight against his opponent. Although that finger art was powerful, it would not be able to pierce through his mysterious Zhenqi layer and his King Kong Jade body. He believed that Mr. Jin's wounds were way more serious than his, since the one sword attack was not that easy to handle. As for the mysterious great art, he had gotten it from the Heaven Dream ancient region. It was one of the top of the mid-rank Earth realm martial arts, especially the 11th realm, which would allow him to produce a mouthful of Zhen Yuan that only astral-reaching realm warriors could have. It would definitely become one of Yi Chen's new ace attacks. By then, killing Yuan Zhongbo and Mr. Jin would only take him 2 to 3 attacks. With his current peak level 9th realm, the quality of his Zhenqi had already reached the same level as Mr. Jin, who had reached the late clasping Yuan realm. Let's not worry about that for now. Rest is the most important thing. Getting rid of all the distracting thoughts, Yi Chen swallowed a healing pellet and closed his eyes to meditate. There was no sun or moon in the mountain. 10 days had passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Yi Chen opened his eyes again. A sharp light flashed through his eyes, which looked like the sword light and sword chi of a sword artist, extremely sharp. I guessed it right. Only battles can help me to improve faster. After half a month of rest, Yi Chen's cultivation had been completely stabilized, and he was only one step away from the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Besides that, his mysterious Zhenqi, which had been quiet for a long time, had finally started to show signs of breaking through to the 10th realm. It was indeed a very fast improvement. I should strike while the iron is hot. I might as well break through to the 10th realm here before I leave. A determined look flashed through his eyes. Yi Chen stood up and walked out of the half-closed cave. After taking a few breaths, he went back into the cave and completely sealed the entrance. Looking from the outside, people would only think that there was nothing in there, only a pile of rocks and weeds. No one would notice that there was a cave behind the rocks, and that there was someone training in the cave. He swallowed the spirit, qi and spirit pellets. Since he was not training his Zhen qi, Yi Chen did not need to use the low-rank soul stones to absorb the yuan qi from them. The mysterious Zhen qi followed the unique meridians of the mysterious art, slowly but powerfully running. With each cycle, Yi Chen could feel that he had absorbed a little bit of impurities from his Zhen qi, and was getting closer to the 10th realm. The 36th cycle, the 72nd cycle, the 360th cycle. Only until his meridians started to hurt a little did Yi Chen stop running his Zhen qi. He sat there with his legs crossed and closed his eyes to rest, not moving at all. The human body had the ability to repair itself, and a martial artist's healing ability was even more powerful than a normal human being's. Meridians would become tougher as their cultivation increased. It was said that once a martial artist reached the astral reaching realm, he or she would be able to run Zhen Yuan continuously for a month without damaging his or her meridians. Once a martial artist reached the Sea of Souls realm, he or she would be able to run Zhen Qi for 10 times longer, which would be more than enough for a year. As for what would happen in the life and death realm, normal people would not be able to understand. Even Yi Chen did not know if the training of life and death realm warriors was the same. Waiting until his meridians had almost recovered, Yi Chen continued to run his mysterious Zhen qi. The spirit, qi and spirit pellets were consumed one by one, and the days passed by one after another. The weeds outside started to wither, and a layer of frost covered them. It turned out that the winter of the Black Dragon Empire had arrived, and everything was bleak. A woodsman was walking on the mountain road, carrying a huge wild boar on his shoulder. The huge wild boar was a rank 2 demonic beast, called the Red-Eye Battle Boar. Even Mortal Realm Stage 7 or 8 warriors would not be able to compete with it. This woodsman was able to kill a Red-Eye Battle Boar, so he must be at least at the Mortal Realm Stage 8. Anyone below the Mortal Realm Stage 5 is considered a normal human being. I could be considered the number 1 warrior in this village. The woodsman thought to himself, then found a pile of rocks and sat down. Yeah, the natural yuan qi here is strange. Why does it feel like it is going into a hole? As a mortal realm warrior, the woodsman was not unfamiliar with the natural yuan qi. He thought of a possibility, that there might be some kind of magical plant growing in that pile of rocks. A magical plant that could absorb the natural yuan qi was extremely valuable. It could easily be sold for thousands of gold. And if it could increase one's cultivation, it would be even more amazing. All of a sudden, the woodsman could not resist the itch in his heart. He also wanted to become a condensing reality realm warrior and explore the outside world, but he was too old. It would be impossible for him to do so within the next 10 years. If he could find a magical plant that could increase his cultivation, then it would not be a problem. The woodsman put down the Red-Eye Battle Boar and started to move the rocks. Halfway through, the woodcutter took a few steps back. Between the cracks of the rocks, there was actually a glaring blue light seeping out. Strand by strand, the blue light filled the air. That piercing aura caused the woodcutter to feel a chill run down his spine. His hair stood on end. It was several times more terrifying than the 4th-level demonic beast he had seen from afar. Whoosh! The air vibrated, and a light ripple spread out. The frost on the ground cracked, turning into ice shards. The ice shards shattered and turned into a white mist. The white mist was blown away and spread out in all directions. Then the remaining half of the rocks started to shake, making a crashing sound. Seeing this, the woodsman felt an invisible pressure on his heart. Chapter 198. Weird. Let's back off a bit first. Carrying the battle boar, The axeman took dozens of steps back and jumped onto a high ground. He then hid behind a huge rock, staring at the pile of rocks without blinking. Boom! The blue light exploded. Hundreds of rocks were blown away like they were caught in a terrifying storm, shooting out in all directions. Danger! The axeman's face was pale. He dropped the battle boar and lied on the ground. The high ground looked like it had been hit by an earthquake, shaking violently. Looking from the cave, one could see that the high ground was full of holes, not much better than a hornet's nest. The only reason it was still standing was because of the huge amount of iron minerals that no one had discovered before. After a long time, the axeman crawled up from the ground. Looking at the high ground that was full of cracks, he could not help but be shocked. He subconsciously looked at the pile of rocks. The pile of rocks had disappeared, and what appeared in his sight was a pitch-black cave. The air outside the cave was like a wave. Pap, 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 pap. Footsteps were heard, and a human figure walked out slowly. Finally reached the 10th level of the mysterious great art. The Zhenqi quality is indeed different. The human figure was indeed Yi Chen. He had been training in the cave, and had finally reached the 10th level of the mysterious great art. The 10th level of the mysterious Zhenqi was extremely powerful, much more powerful than the 9th level. Yi Chen started to wonder if the mysterious great art was really a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art. Why was it so much more powerful than normal mid-rank Earth Realm martial arts? Even the best ones should not have this kind of Zhenqi quality. Waving his hand, the pile of rocks on the ground were all shattered into dust. Yi Chen looked at the axeman. Did I hurt you just now? There was actually someone training in there. This person must be very powerful. The axeman stuttered. No. I am sorry for disturbing your training. I will leave now. Please don't kill me. Even though Woodcutter hadn't gone out to wander before, he had heard from some passing practitioners that high-level practitioners were most afraid of people disturbing their cultivation. Once they were provoked, they would kill at the slightest provocation without mercy. The other party had a friendly expression, so it couldn't be a sign that he was about to kill someone, right? Yi Chen smiled. If it was a few days ago, I might have been very angry. Now it doesn't count as disturbing me. Yi Chen wasn't joking. A few days ago was his opportunity to break through. If he was interrupted, he wouldn't kill anyone, but he would definitely be angry. As for the consequences of being angry, he didn't know. Oh, that's good. The woodcutter patted his chest and broke out in cold sweat. By the way, are you a woodcutter nearby? The woodcutter nodded. My house is in Huayang village, which is more than 20 miles away. It's not far from here. Usually, when I have nothing to do, I come here to hunt and share the meat with the villagers. Give it to the villagers. Yi Chen smiled. He could tell that the axeman was at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 8. If he was outside, he would only be a commoner, but in a remote village, he would be considered as a powerful warrior. Not everyone had the opportunity to practice martial arts. I'm about to go down the mountain, let's go together. In a flash, Yi Chen appeared on the mountain path. Alright, wait for me. Carrying the red-eye battle boar, the woodcutter ran as fast as he could, following closely behind Yi Chen. To be able to talk to a powerful warrior, even if it was just walking with him, was already a rare thing. If the villagers knew about this, they would definitely worship him even more. After all, the most powerful warrior the villagers had ever seen was only a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. Judging from his chi, he was not even 1/10 as powerful as Yi Chen. The mountain was not very high, and the two soon reached the foot of the mountain. Yi Chen was about to leave, but he suddenly frowned. What's wrong? The woodcutter was a bit worried. He knew that Yi Chen was about to leave. Yi Chen said seriously, a very strong demonic chi, covering the sky and the ground. It doesn't look like a single beast, but more like a lot of beasts gathered together. A lot of beasts? The woodcutter froze for a second, then said in shock. Isn't that a beast wave? Is there really going to be a beast wave this winter? Yi Chen looked at him. Do you know what's going on? The woodcutter shook his head, then nodded. 2 months ago, a warrior who was passing by told me that there would be a lot of beasts this winter. He told me to go to the city as soon as possible, or else I would lose my life. At that time, I thought he was joking. There hasn't been a beast wave in the past 300 years. How could it happen now? He was right, the beast wave is really coming. Yichen looked up at the sky. The clear sky had started to darken, and there was a gray chi flow hovering above, forming huge dark clouds, covering the sky and moving towards them at an extremely fast speed. That horrifying aura even shocked Yichen. Not good. There are only normal people in the village. I have to go inform them now. You are too slow, let me give you a ride. Grabbing the woodcutter's shoulder with his right hand, Yichen extended his body and flew out like a huge bird. He said, "Point me in the right direction." "Thank you, this way." The woodcutter was very grateful. Yichen was obviously a top-rank warrior, but he did not have any arrogance at all, which was completely different from what he remembered of top-rank warriors. Yichen did not think too much about it. After coming to this world, he had already learned about the rule of power. But he still had the mark of that world in his bones. If he ran into someone who needed help, and he had the power, he would not reject it. Otherwise, what would be the point of being a powerful warrior? Yichen's speed was extremely fast, and within dozens of blinks, he had already traveled dozens of miles. Yeah, there are a lot of beasts in the sky. The beast wave was something that happened quite often in this true spirit continent. As for why it would happen, no one knew for sure. All they knew was that at a certain time, the beasts in a certain place would go crazy and start to attack the places where humans lived. The beasts that were closest to the place would undoubtedly arrive the fastest, especially the flying beasts. They were the ones that killed the most people in the early stages. They are coming. The woodcutter raised his head to take a look. Not far away, the sky was covered in darkness. Among them were Class 3 demonic beasts, red smelting bird, blood crow, flamingo, Class 4 demonic beasts, twin-headed bird, four-clawed eagle, flying lizard, Class 5 demonic beasts, ghost-head eagle, winged wolf. There were too many of them. Any one of the flying demonic beasts could tear him into pieces. Tornado broken clouds. The star-scar sword appeared in his hand as Yichen threw out a sword attack towards the place with the most flying beasts. The next second, the tornado mixed with Zhen Qi swept over with a whistling sound, and the sword Qi shot out. It didn't matter if it was the 3rd-grade flying demon beasts, the 4th-grade flying demon beasts, or the 5th-grade flying demon beasts. All of them fell from the sky one after another. It was as if a black rainstorm had fallen. He killed dozens of flying beasts with one sword attack. The woodcutter's eyes were wide open. He thought that Yichen was only at early clasping Yuan realm, and would be able to compete with normal rank 5 beasts. But now, it seemed like even rank 6 beasts would not be able to compete with him. Plus, he looked so young, about the same age as his nephew. Actually, he had guessed it right. Yichen's cultivation had not improved that much, but with the entry-level sword intent, plus the 10th level of the Great Mysterious Art, Yichen's attacking power was already almost the same as the older late-clasping Yuan realm warriors. Right now, if Mr. Jin or Yuan Zhongbo were to fight against him alone, he would have 70% chance to wound them badly, and 20% chance to kill them completely. Roar. A huge beast with wings on its back and eagle claws dove towards the two. Its speed soon surpassed the speed of sound, which was even faster than Yichen. Not good. It is a rank 6 beast, the eagle tiger beast. In the city, one could buy a beginner beast book with 100 gold, which included all the beasts from rank 1 to 6. The eagle tiger beast was one of them, and its power could be ranked in the top 100. The woodcutter had bought one before and kept it in his house. Yichen did not care too much about it. Compared to the wind wolf, this eagle tiger beast was way too weak. Judging from its chi, it was just like a normal late-clasping Yuan realm warrior. Shocking cloud. With a sword attack, a thunderous sound was heard. Swoosh. The eagle tiger beast came fast, but it died fast as well. Its head had been cut in half by the sword chi. It was killed just like that. The woodcutter's mouth was wide open. Soon the two arrived at the village. The beast wave is coming. Everyone go to the city. After landing on the ground, the woodcutter yelled out with all of his strength. What? The beast wave is coming? How is this possible? We haven't had a beast wave for 300 years. Brother Gao, are you kidding me? Yeah, although you are the #1 warrior in our village, you can't scare us like that. Hearing them, most of the energetic young men did not believe it. With one sword attack, Yichen cracked the small hill outside of the village, and said with a cold voice, "If you don't want to die, go to the city. You won't be able to leave even if you want to." A high-level warrior? The villagers who ran out of their houses were shocked. The village head was an old man with white hair. He yelled, "A high-level warrior would not lie to us. Everyone go to the city now. Don't bring anything with you, just bring some food and valuables." The villagers screamed and ran back to their houses to pack their belongings. All of a sudden, the sound of shouting, crying, and rummaging made the atmosphere even heavier. Standing on top of the village wall, Yichen frowned. In the distance, a black mass of flying beasts was approaching. There were a lot of them, and with his power alone, he would not be able to protect all of them. Plus, these were only some of the beasts in the early stages of the beast wave. The longer it dragged on, the more beasts there would be. By then the number would not be calculated by thousands, but by tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. A village and a town would not be able to handle it. Only a huge city could hold on for a while. As for how long it could last, it would depend on whether it was a small beast wave or a medium one. Normally, there would not be rank 7 beasts appearing in a small beast wave, while a medium beast wave would send out rank 7 beasts one by one. Only astral-reaching realm warriors would be able to handle it. As for the large beast wave, Yichen did not even dare to think about it, because once it happened, even the royal city might not be able to handle it. Then, it would be a real disaster for humanity. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Shoving 3 Zhenqi replenishing pellets into his mouth, Yichen held his star-scar sword with both of his hands, performing his tornado broken clouds a couple of times. Countless tornadoes were created, attacking towards the flying beasts in the distance. Swoosh. The flying beasts fell down one after another, clearing up the sky. Most of the beasts that had gathered here were from the mountains or the forests nearby, so there were not many of them. Under the lead of the village head, the villagers who had packed up their belongings started to head east. Hundreds of miles away, there was a small city called the Iron City. Chapter 199. Young Warrior. All the villagers are heading towards the Iron City. I think it will take them 2 or 3 days to get there. The axeman walked over to inform Yichen. Yichen jumped down from the wall and asked, "What are the villages within 10 miles of Huaiyang Village?" And Liyang Village, Big Mountain Village, Lu Family Village, Big River Village, Willow Village and Yellow Mountain Town. The axeman said. Yichen said, "The beasts are very fast. I am afraid they will catch up before we reach the Iron City. You tell the villagers to go to the Yellow Mountain Town first. The more people there are, the safer it will be." In the early stage, the beasts would not be very powerful. Occasionally, there would be rank 5 or 6 beasts that Yichen could handle by himself. But most of the villagers were normal people. Even a rank 1 or 2 beast would be able to tear them into pieces. They would need a large group of warriors to protect them. As a town, the Yellow Mountain Town would not lack condensing reality realm warriors. If they were lucky, they might even be able to find a few clasping Yuan realm warriors. Young warrior, you are right. The axeman was not stupid. He knew that Yichen's power was limited, and it would be impossible for him to protect the hundreds of people in the village. In front of thousands of beasts, any random attack would be able to kill all the people in the village. Alright, let's go. After performing 4 tornado-broken clouds in a row, the horrifying tornado had killed almost all of the flying beasts in the sky. Yichen grabbed the axeman and flew towards the direction where the villagers were heading. After an hour, they met the villagers of Liyang Village. After 6 hours, the villagers of the Big Mountain Village had gathered. The number of people had grown from 300 to more than 1,000. This group of people was heading towards the Yellow Mountain Town, which was 10 miles away. Xiao Gao, who is this young man? He killed so many beasts by himself? The chief of Liyang Village asked the axeman. The axeman scratched his head and said proudly, "He is a high-level warrior. As for his name, I did not ask. I didn't ask. Anyway, he's a powerful high-level martial artist. Yeah. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to survive." The big mountain village chief stared at the corpses of the demonic beasts in the distance and was shocked. This was already the third wave of beasts that Yi Chun had killed. Each wave had hundreds of beasts, and the most dangerous one was from the front of the group. Obviously, they were beasts that lived near the Yellow Mountain town. Yi Chun was able to fight against an experienced late-clasping Yuan realm warrior, and he also had a couple of wide-range attacks from his Sky Cloud sword art. Added with the Zhenqi replenishing pellets, he was barely able to protect the group from harm. Even so, over 100 people had died during the 30-kilometer journey. There are more demonic beasts coming from that direction. There are so many of them, at least 1,000. Along the way, some warriors who were passing by volunteered to protect the group. Most of them were mid-condensing reality realm warriors, and there was only one late-condensing reality realm warrior. The one who spoke was a man in his 30s, holding a huge machete in his hand, which was dripping with blood. Yi Chun said, "I will try my best to kill them, you guys protect the group." "All right, you be careful." The man knew that Yi Chun was very powerful, and the beasts in the early stage would not be able to hurt him. Shoo! With a shake of his body, Yi Chun split into 3 Zhenqi shadows and rushed towards the beast wave side by side. Kill! Yi Chun's real body created a tornado with his sword and attacked the beast wave, while the 3 Zhenqi shadows blocked the other beasts with their bare hands. After killing hundreds of beasts, Yi Chun could not hold on anymore. He yelled at the group, "Everyone get ready to fight. Don't worry. We are not here for nothing." Dozens of condensing reality realm warriors stood in front of the thousands of people. Although there were only a few of them, their aura was not weak at all. Some of the villagers who had reached Mortal Realm Stage 5 and above also walked out. They might not be able to deal with beasts above rank 2, but they could still kill rank 1 and rank 2 beasts. Roar! All of the beasts in the sky had been killed by Yi Chun, and all that was left were the low-ranked beasts that could not fly. These beasts rushed towards the group of people, their roars coming one after another. A lot of the children were so scared that they started to cry. The women were shivering, holding their children tightly. Kill! 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 Under the lead of dozens of condensing reality realm warriors, including the axemen, all of the villagers who were powerful rushed up, their eyes bloodshot. Boom! 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 In the first attack, an early condensing reality realm warrior had his chest pierced by a wild boar beast's tusk. He vomited blood and died. Soon after, another 10 villagers were trampled to death by the beasts. The axeman was quite lucky. The beast that was fighting with him was a rank 2 demonic beast, Miss Cow. It was not very powerful, but it was extremely huge. Therefore, the axeman did not have to worry about being trampled by other demonic beasts. Appearing in the middle of the beast wave, Yi Chun held his Star Scar sword with both of his hands, waving it in 4 different directions. Swoosh! For dozens of meters long sword chi sliced open the ground. Wherever it went, all of the beasts were cut in half, their blood spilling everywhere. Tyrant Millennium! Just as the sword chi passed through, Yi Chun threw a punch onto the ground. Rumble! The ground collapsed, and a huge pit with a radius of 10 meters appeared. The beasts in the front could not control their bodies and fell into the pit. The beasts behind them were too fast, so they could not stop their bodies in time. All of a sudden, at least dozens of beasts were buried in the pit. Not caring about killing the beasts that fell into the pit one by one, Yi Chun rushed towards the group of people. Some of the beasts were rushing towards them. "Mom, I am so scared." Seeing a huge rat beast rushing towards them, the kid curled up in the woman's arms. "Don't be scared. Mom is here." The woman's face was pale, but she tried to comfort the kid in her arms. The huge rat beast was a rank 3 beast. Before this, dozens of villagers had already had their heads bitten off by it, dying horribly. Now that it was rushing towards them, no one could stop it. Right at that moment, a fist landed on the head of the huge rat beast. The powerful fist power blew it away, its body shattering into pieces. Tell the others to stay together. Standing in front of the two, Yi Chen's sword was dripping with blood. Thank you so much. Many of the villagers in this area had died, and the population was sparse. The woman hurried to run towards the crowd with her kid, wiping her tears from time to time. Her man had just died right in front of her eyes. Killing without tiredness. On this day, Yi Chen had killed 2,000 to 3,000 beasts, which was more than all the times he had killed before. The killing intent on his body had made some of the low-rank beasts afraid to face him. Their movements were stiff, and even rank 3 and 4 beasts were shivering in fear. Only 15 minutes later, the battle was over. Thousands of beasts had died, and more than 200 humans had died. It was still because of Yi Chen's fast killing speed. Otherwise, no one would have been able to leave this place alive. Let's go. Hurry up. We need to reach the Yellow Mountain town before nightfall. Among the group, Yi Chen was undoubtedly the leader. With one order, everyone left the dead bodies of their family members behind and started to run. That late condensing reality realm warrior sighed. The beast wave is too horrifying. So many people have died in such a short time. Putting his star-scar sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen said with a heavy tone, "Let's not talk about it for now. When the real beast wave breaks out, the number of deaths would be in the tens of thousands. All we can do is try our best to protect the villagers and get into the city. Then we can rely on the city to fight against the beasts. Yeah, with the protection of the city, it will be much safer." The sun was setting, and the roars of the beasts could be heard everywhere. From afar, everyone could see the Yellow Mountain town standing on the ground. "We have arrived at the Yellow Mountain town. Let's work harder." The man stood next to Yi Chen and said with a tired voice. Yi Chen glanced at the man and the few condensing reality realm warriors who had survived. He was very impressed. Most of the passing warriors thought that the villagers were too slow, so they did not want to stay and protect them. Only these people were willing to help them. But after a few battles, half of them had been devoured by the beasts, and the rest of them were all wounded, some even disabled. Yi Chen could not help but ask, "Why did you choose to stay and protect them? If you ran by yourself, you could have made it to the town or the city first." The man asked back, "Then why did you stay? I remember that when we came here, you were the only one protecting the villagers. I am a clasping Yuan realm warrior. Why wouldn't I help if I could? Although I am not as powerful as you, I have the same idea as you. I believe they are thinking the same." The man took out a piece of cloth from his pocket and wiped his blade. Soon, they arrived at the Yellow Mountain town. Great! Another clasping Yuan realm warrior. When the gate of the town opened, a 21 or 22-year-old young man walked up to Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the broken tall wall and said, "This place has been attacked by the beasts as well." The young man nodded. "From this afternoon until now, we have been attacked by 5 demon beasts in total. The largest one had 5,000 to 6,000 demon beasts, covering the entire mountain. Many people have already rushed towards the Iron City. I am staying to protect those who have not left." "I am Yi Chen, and you are?" "Tian Hao. The Yellow Mountain town will not be able to hold on for long. But it is already late. We have to stay here for another night. Let's fight together." Being able to see a clasping Yuan realm warrior, Yi Chen was very happy as well. During the beast wave, only condensing reality realm warriors and above would be able to kill the beasts in a large area. One more person would mean one more layer of protection. Tian Hao laughed and said, "I am not the only clasping Yuan realm warrior in the Yellow Mountain town. The other clasping Yuan realm warriors are guarding the other 3 town gates. Including you, there are 7 of them in total, and 3 of them are mid-clasping Yuan realm warriors. I think it should not be a problem to guard for one night. Since it has only been half a day, the real beast wave has not started yet." Yes, 7 people should be enough. Yi Chen let out a breath in relief. Having 7 clasping Yuan realm warriors in one town was definitely a blessing in disguise. The town was not that big, but because a lot of people had left before, the 3 villages did not feel crowded at all. Of course, there were also people from other villages nearby who had arrived. However, They were not as lucky as the Huaiyang village and the Liyang village. Because there were no clasping Yuan realm warriors to protect them, they had lost a lot of people. Less than 100 people had made it to the Yellow Mountain town. Inside all the restaurants. Everyone eat as much as you can. The owner of the restaurant has already escaped to the Iron City. All the food is free. In all the weapon shops. Everyone has a weapon. Don't take more, but don't take less. Tonight, we will be relying on them to kill the beasts. Facing the beast wave, everyone had to work together. This was something that would never happen in a peaceful time. On the street, looking at the crowd and warriors coming and going, Tianhao said, I will take you to meet the other clasping Yuan realm warriors. Tonight, we will be partners. Yichen nodded. It was a pleasant meeting. Everyone was very confident about the addition of a clasping Yuan realm warrior. They knew very well that a clasping Yuan realm warrior could fight against dozens of condensing reality realm warriors. No matter in terms of attacking power or attacking range, it would not be on the same level. The night had shrouded the land. The atmosphere in the Yellow Mountain town had become very serious, including that of Yi Chun and the others. Roar, roar, roar. A beast roar was heard. It was not far from the Yellow Mountain town. No one knew how long it had been, but the rumbling sound could be heard everywhere. With the help of the moonlight, people with weapons could see a huge group of beasts in the distance. The ones running at the front were rank 1 and 2 beasts, followed by rank 3 and rank 4 beasts, and at the back were rank 5 and a few rank 6 beasts. These beasts were not rushing to attack the Yellow Mountain town. Instead, they were moving forward step by step. In front of the crowd, Tianhao said with relief, There is only one rank 6 beast here. Judging from the beast chi vibration, it should be equivalent to a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior. You and I will work together and kill it first. Yichen said. No need to be so troublesome. You help the others. I will handle the rank 5 beasts and rank 6 beasts. You alone? Tianhao looked confused. Yichen did not answer with words. He waved his hand and the star scar sword appeared in his hand. He took it out of the scabbard and threw a sword attack in front of him. Swoosh. The flat ground cracked open. The beasts at the front all fell down. The sword chi wave exploded in the group of beasts, killing another 7 rank 3 and 4 beasts. Such a powerful sword chi. Tianhao was shocked. Just like Yi Chun, he was also a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm warrior. Although he did not make it into the top 72 in the last Hidden Dragon rank competitions, he thought that he would definitely be able to make it this time. He thought that Yi Chun would not be as powerful as him, but he did not expect that Yi Chun would be even more powerful than him. Roar! Seeing Yi Chun's arrogance, the rank 6 demonic beast roared in anger. As its demonic chi swept out, it quickly appeared in front of the group of demonic beasts. It opened its mouth and breathed out a huge fire wave, which rushed towards Yi Chun. Cut! From hundreds of meters away, Yi Chun threw out a sword attack. The blue sword chi sliced through the air like a shooting star. It not only cut open the flame wave, but also landed on the rank 6 beast's body. Soon, this rank 6 beast's body was cut in half before it could even show its power. A huge amount of blood splashed onto the ground. Impressive. I thought it would be a tough fight, but it seems like I don't have to. Tianhao was shocked at first, then he was overjoyed. With Yi Chen's help, rank 6 beasts were no longer a threat to him. He only needed to kill beasts that were below rank 5. Before the beast group even got close, all the clasping Yuan realm warriors had already started their attacks. The rest of the warriors were ready to fight against the beasts at any second. Swirling winds and clouds, overlapping mountain ridges. Yi Chen had performed all of his wide-range sword attacks. Sword chi shot out in all directions, and huge groups of beasts fell onto the ground. Night battle. Tianhao's power was not to be underestimated either. A pitch-black long blade appeared in his hand. As he waved the long blade, dozens of blade chi spread out with him as the center. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With only the power of the two of them, most of the beasts could not even get close. Once they got within 300 meters, they would be killed by countless sword chi and blade chi. Even the rank 3 and 4 beasts could not survive. Only the rank 5 beasts could break through the sword chi and blade chi and escape. What welcomed them was a fist. The powerful fist had attracted hundreds of meters of yuan chi, and then it was thrown out. Boom, boom, boom. 3 to 4 rank 5 beasts exploded in the air. So powerful. We could not do anything. At least hundreds of beasts had died in their hands. The beasts behind them had just arrived, but they were all killed immediately. Even the rank 5 beasts were no exception. It is dangerous over there. Why don't we go and help them? All of the warriors in the back started to discuss. Yi Chen heard everyone's discussion and said loudly, "You guys send half of your people to other places. We will be enough here." Tianhao said, "Brother Yi is right." Hearing him, half of the 100 people left, and only about 50 people were left. There were not many beasts in the first wave. There were only 2,000 to 3,000 beasts on Yi Chen and Tianhao's side. After such a short while, half of them had already been killed by the two of them. Another rank 6 beast is coming. Is it an eagle-tiger beast? Tianhao was shocked. Pap. Just as Tianhao finished talking, that eagle-tiger beast had been cut into pieces by an extremely fast sword chi. It was as horrifying as thunder. Tianhao was speechless. This was way too horrifying. A rank 6 beast could not even take one sword chi attack from him. This eagle-tiger beast was equivalent to a normal late clasping Yuan realm warrior. Putting a pellet into his mouth, Yi Chen looked very calm. This eagle-tiger beast was different from normal rank 6 beasts. If he wanted to kill it with one sword attack, he would have to use his ultimate move, the last movement of the Sky Cloud sword art. Supreme Sky Cloud. As for the one sword attack, he would try not to use it unless necessary, as it would consume a lot of his energy. As the battle went on, Tianhao's Zhenqi was being consumed very quickly. However, he had quite a lot of pellets with him, some of which could instantly replenish 20 to 30% of his Zhenqi. He said, "Brother Yi, if you don't have enough pellets, I have some here. I am from the alchemist martial school, and I have a lot of them." Yi Chen said, "No need, I have a lot of pellets as well." Besides the calabash of Zhenqi replenishing pellets, he also had hundreds of normal Zhenqi replenishing pellets, which he had spent hundreds of thousands of gold to buy. After all, normal Zhenqi replenishing pellets were more than enough for normal use. There was no need to waste Zhenqi replenishing pellets. When all the beasts in this direction had been killed, the battles in the other directions had not finished yet. Yi Chen said, "I will go help the others first. Are you okay by yourself?" "Sure, you go ahead. I don't think it's safe over there. Rank 6 beasts are still quite powerful for us." Tianhao sat on the ground with his legs crossed and started meditating. Hearing Yi Chen, he nodded. Swoosh. Extending his body, Yi Chen soon arrived at the south gate of the Yellow Mountain town. Without saying anything, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack and hit the rank 6 beast that was fighting with the clasping Yuan realm warrior. This rank 6 beast let out a cry and fell on the ground. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.